young people in tech.
My name is Peace Echomuha, and it is my honor to be your host for today. And
My name is Shalom Adebola, and I'm going to be co-hosting with with a peaceful peace today, and it's a pleasure and privilege to be doing this today. Before we get on, we have a slide to redo for you.
all right, here goes my ridulo. I am not alive, but I can learn.
Okay?
I have no eyes, but I can see patterns. I have no hands, but I build things. What am I?
Yeah, I think, did you raise your hand?
Okay, I'll say it again. I am not alive, but I can learn. I have no eyes, but I can see patterns. I have no hands, but I build things. What am I? Oh, because it's AI. Wrong. Who else?
Yeah?
Echo it. Echo your response.
I was AI, I was artificial intelligence.
Karaman yelty what you say.
But I beg.
Any other response?
I mean, it's close to AI. That's like, yeah? Machine learning, AI models. Okay. What did you say? Agents.
You're almost there.
Okay.
Clap for him. Clap for yourself now. All right, so here's how today runs. We're going to start with an overview of why we're here. We'd have that speech by the co-founders of Young People in Tech. We'd have a keynote speech. We'll have panel sessions. We'd have very interesting conversations. We'll have fun together. You get to learn. You get to chit-chat. You get to meet people. And if you're here for another reason, you would achieve the reason why you are here.
And the beautiful thing about today is that it's not just about the conference, right? It's not just about sitting down, listening to people talk on ending. We have designed today in a way where at the end of the event, you go home with value. We have networking sessions. We have dedicated lecture sessions that has been designed specifically for you today. And we're excited to go on this journey with you. Can you please put your hands together for that? Come on.
So a few housekeeping rules, if we may.
Yeah,
first.
do the pleasure. Okay, all right. So a few housekeeping rules. First of all, we want to do away with every distraction as possible. So we want to indulge you. Please kindly put your devices on silent, your tabs, your mobile phones, put them on silent so that they don't disrupt the flow of the event.
Secondly, decorum in the building.
Yeah.
So right now, if you're talking, your mouth is moving. I can see someone saying something to somebody wearing blue, and someone wearing pink is saying something to him. So decorum in the room, basically. And if you want to use the convenience, it's just outside the hall. So make your way there whenever it's time for you to use the convenience.
Okay, and last but not least, before we call on our founders, today we want the conversations in this room to go beyond this room, right? So while we have our devices and phones on silent, we're not asking you to keep them away, because as much as you're getting engaged here, we want you to also drive the engagement online across social media. Every platform you have access to, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, Togo, Eskimi, whichever one you are active on, please do well to drive the engagement using the hashtag YPITAF and hashtag the artificial feature.
Now to kick us off, ladies and gentlemen, please, whenever I'm calling anybody on stage, we need to hoo-hoo. Are we good? Can we rehearse that? Can I hear hoo-hoo?
Clock it.
All right, we're going to have our two co-founders on stage. We have Daniel and
Wait.
you don't-
Relax. We're going to take it again. We're going to take it again.
we have Daniel Adewumi and
Toby Aromire. Please put your hands together as they make their way up to the
can
stage.
I hear hoo-hoo? Keep clapping for them now. See, Toby and Daniel, if that welcome was not good enough, we can have it go again. Yeah, okay.
event. And since then, we had our first London event, and this year we had our first Glasgow event. And the more we've been doing in the past year, I want to tell you what we've been doing in the past year. I want to tell you something about the philosophy that drives what we do at YPIT. This philosophy is the foundation of every. This philosophy is the foundation of every single thing we do at YPIT. But I'm going to show you a video before I tell you about it. But I'm going to show you a video before I tell you about that philosophy, guys. So tell me what they understood by watching the video.
Okay, I'm Shedrack.
What does the one person philosophy mean? Numbers are great. It's amazing to affect it. It's amazing to affect 1,000 people, 1,000,000 people. But at YPIT, what we count as success is that one person that makes a different decision or takes a different route or does something different because of something that they saw at the YPIT event or an information that we provided to them. That one person going back and making that important decision and that person's life changing is what drives a lot of the things that we do at YPIT, right? So I'm going to pass on to Daniel now, and then Daniel is going to speak a bit more about the artificial future and the problem. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel, and I'm excited to be here. I'm very excited to be here. We are here because of artificial intelligence, if you can't tell by the name. It is not every time I think that a technology comes onto the scene and it has the power to change the world in the way that this technology seems to. We believe that the world can and should change for good. And in order for that to happen, it means that we have to actively participate in, in designing what that change looks like. There are capabilities possible today that were not possible 1 year ago. And that is kind of what we have come here to do today at the Artificial Future. We have brought everyone here together to be able to see and learn from each other what active participation looks like for artificial intelligence. I think that the event will speak for itself. This conference is the culmination of months of work. We started with workshops, educating people, raising builders. We have just concluded a hackathon last weekend. Some of the most interesting projects will be on stage today. And this conference, I think, is that reminder that you can't do learning in isolation. You can't do building in isolation, but you also need to come together to see and to learn from each other. So it is on that note that I say to everybody, welcome to the Artificial Future.
Better than that. Let's do better than that. Please put your hands together again. I think that was a beautiful one. It sets the tone of why we are here today and what it is that you can expect from the event today. Pressure, what did you think?
Well, Daniel ended by saying, welcome to the Artificial Future. I expected more excitement from the audience. More excitement. You guys, my name is Peace, but I'm not so peaceful. More excitement. That's more like it.
Okay. So we're going to be having our keynote speech right now. But before we do that, we would love to give a quick shout out to partners and sponsors who have worked together with us to put this event together. We're going to be recognizing them much, much later. But can we just give a round of applause for every one of them for standing with us and pulling this event off together?
All right. So as I introduce our keynote speaker, you know when your friend is giving you a gist and she's saying, do you know this person did this? You give expressions like, yes or yes. Yes or yes?
Yep.
So as I'm introducing him, I'm going to stop our time and I want you to give me, Are we
Okay.
good? Are we good? Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker today has built and deployed AI systems across 3 continents. Which continents, you might ask me? We have Europe.
Okay.
Say, We have Europe,
Okay.
Africa, and the US.
Okay,
He
that's not all,
holds a
though.
master's and PhD in artificial intelligence from the UK and France.
2 PhDs.
I know I said
actually.
PhD, but guys, it's 2. Good. He has led AI teams at Spotify, Sabi, Talking San Francisco as well, where he headed product, data, and AI. Are you with me? He's a visiting professor, part of the Ventures Platform Expert Network, and a core member of the UNDP AI Working Group. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Dr. Olumide Okubadejo. Can we give him hoo-hoo? Can I have more hoo-hoo? Sound check.
Hi, can you hear me? All right, cool. I'll try to make this as short as possible. And I think that I have around 15 minutes to convince you that AI won't take your job. But not in the way that you think anyways. Can I have my slides on, please? Don't believe everything you read about me. Some of them is overhyped. AI would not take your job, but you should. I'm going to start with a very little anecdote and a very simple story. Can we have one house, please? Attention. There's a lot of noise. All right, go. When I started coding, I started writing code in the year 2004 as a very young kid. And when I started writing code, I was writing Java. I wrote it so much that people changed my name from Olumide to Olu Java. Just in the same way that people will change names for when you say pianist, they'll have keys at the back of their names. And that had happened to me. I was in school, but Java seemed to be the life that I wanted to live. I'd come into this world of computers, and I felt like I'd found my home. But that was my job at the time. I moved on, and in the year 2010, I'd done an internship in the Nigerian Space Agency. And when I did that internship, the first few weeks, I was being sent to go and buy rice, go and buy beans, go and buy stuff. How many of us have done an internship in a government organization where they send you to do everything? I was just the errand boy. And one day, they had a safety critical problem, and I joined the engineers to solve it. And after solving it, somebody looked at me and said, we need you on the team. Fast forward till the end of my internship, the conversation that was being had was, today is his last day. Let us make sure we get everything that we can from him. After leaving the Nigerian Space Agency that day, I told myself, this cannot be the job that I signed up for the rest of my life. I cannot have gotten to the end of it so early. And then I started researching back as far as 2010, 2011, what is the next thing to be done? And that was the first time I came across AI. AI is not everywhere that it is right now. AI then was something you only see in movies and something that just started to pick up. I applied to do AI in the UK. I was promptly rejected. Not because my grades were bad, not because I didn't do very well, but because I'm Nigerian. the logic makes sense. You want to come and join the rest of the world to do a course. How are we sure that you have the prerequisite knowledge to do it? Coding is just not it. But if you know me, those who know me in the house know that the one thing that I can be, is I'm very calm on the outside, but I'm very tenacious on the inside. So I went back and I spent 1 year of National Youth Service reading just one book. I read that book cover to cover 2 times. And then I applied for the scholarship again. And then I went there and they gave me the same response, rejected. And the first thing I said was, ask me a question from the syllabus. If I can't answer it, then you are right to say rejected. Fast forward, I ended up in the UK doing my master's. My job had changed. Now I was doing AI, 16 people all over the world. Only 4 people graduated, very hard. Then I worked in London. Then I came back to Nigeria. And every single time I moved a bit in life, the one thing that did change, yes, my position changed, yes, my skills changed, but the job to be done changed. When I started AI was parametric models. Deep neural network was very aspirational. 2010, that was when Jeffrey Hinton was working on deep neural networks. You know, I came out with the best projects, just modifying support vector machines. That was it. Somebody went mad in my course trying to just modify it. All we did was the mathematics of it. But now, the very definition of what an AI scientist is has changed. I was on an interview, and everything everyone asks you is LLMs, RAG, vectors. No one is asking about support vector machines. When we have a conversation about jobs changing, when we have a conversation about AI, the very fundamental thing we always think about is my job going to be taken? But the truth that we rarely think about is that jobs are not static in themselves. Now that we have defined, how many of us love maths? I love maths, so I'm going to give this talk in a very mathematical way, especially because I have a short amount of time. Now that we have established one premise, that a job is not a constant, a job is a variable, right? The question is no longer, is my job going to be taken by AI? The question is now, how is my job going to be changed as we go? And is it going to be relevant in this time and in this age? I've worked in so many places. I started my working career in a company in Paris. From there, that company was acquired by Sony. I did some work in Sony, did some work in Google. I ended up in Spotify. And my job kept changing. I got in as an AI researcher. At some point, I realized that I was a product manager. I was leading teams. I was leading engineering. The very nature of my job changed. But now, what is a job? A job is not a task. A job is a responsibility for an outcome. And I think that is where a lot of us have missed it, where we think that a job is a task that we do on a daily basis. It is not. You are responsible for one singular outcome. And the tools and the tasks are just make-up of that outcome. One of the things that we see today is that people see product management as a task to be done. People see coding as a task to be done. Now, people that see their jobs as tasks, the jobs that are fully automatable are the ones that have remained as tasks and not as outcomes. Those jobs will disappear. I'm very sorry to tell you that. Now,
This is also okay.
one of the things I've worked on, I've had junior AI engineers. And sometimes I think about the way that they do their jobs, and I just realize it is better for me to use Claude than to call on them. And that is what we see now. The bottom ladder is disappearing. Can we go back to the last slide? The former one, please. The bottom ladder is disappearing. And that is why we keep severely asking these questions. Am I losing my job? All the jobs that have remained as tasks, because tasks are automatable, will go. Now, it is not about the job, it is about your execution of the job. Jobs are now modifying themselves and they are becoming outcome based. Some of us, or some people that have redefined how they see jobs as outcomes, will remain. When I think about my job as an AI engineer, I am not responsible for training a model anymore. I am responsible for an outcome. Training a model is part of it, but the outcome is what I'm focused on. An AI can help me train a model, but it cannot have the right set of skills or the right thought processes that lead us to that outcome. I was having a conversation with the CEO in the US a few weeks ago, and that brought me back to the thoughts. Everything that can be automated will be automated. Next slide. Time is almost up. So take your job, redefine it. Think about your job in terms of outcomes. People say that the junior jobs are disappearing. That is true in one sense and true in another. The very definition of a junior, as we've thought about it over the years, is somebody who just executes tasks. Go and buy bread. Go and buy stuff. The same way that somebody was asking me to go and buy rice and beans when I did my internship, because that was what they considered a junior to do. Tasks, not outcomes. If you want to remain relevant, you must come back and redefine that job into a job of outcomes. When you redefine it, that is when people will see that you have the requisite skills to become a senior person. Senior people don't think in terms of jobs, they think in terms of outcome. The difference, I do the task, another person says, I own the outcome. Somebody says, I have to close by 5. By 5, I've closed. Nothing can stop me. I've gotten to the point in my own life where I'm constantly thinking about the outcomes. Whether I close or I'm not there, I'm constantly revising how can I be a better person or how can I engineer a better outcome. AIs help me engineer better outcomes. AIs can help me become a better teacher. The goal is to teach, not to have fancy slides, but I need to engineer that outcome. There's a goal that says I want to be a product manager. I need to engineer that outcome. Maybe an AI would help me write very nice PRDs, but I have not outsourced my thinking because I have engineered an outcome and I desire to get that outcome. And that is how I think about my job. Next slide. How many of us have been in a case where you see multiple people handle the same tool and then you have different outcomes? It happens to me a lot. When I write with AI, hardly would you know that I used AI. You would know because it will be very correct, but you will see my voice in there. You will see my thought process. There's something I do nowadays. When I wake up in the morning, I pray. After prayer, I have a conversation with Claude. It's a conversation where I pick one topic in the world that has been on my mind, and I break it down to first principles. That's all I do. For the next 30 minutes, we're arguing, and we're breaking down that thought to first principles. I haven't outsourced my thoughts. When we have a final distillation of the thought process, you would see my thought clearly in there. There was a time I woke up in the morning, and the first thing I said, Claude, let us think about this. Are stand-ups necessary? Now I am thinking about the outcomes of stand-up, not the task of it. I have moved beyond that. I can give 2 people Claude here, and they will bring it out, and they will bring up different things. Right? I spent few days thinking about my slides. I designed it myself. But the final product was Claude. But I said, these are the colors I want to use. I created a whole new design system and then fed it into it and said, now can we have the slides? And that is how you engineer proper outcomes without outsourcing your thinking. I'm going to close very soon. So let's go to the next one. It's the last one. So, it's a keynote. It feels very aspirational and motivational. But I am a giant reflection of jobs are not going to be constant. The very definition of a job is changed. If I interview for a product manager now, I give you lovable credits to go and build. Don't give me a PRD, give me lovable credit, give me an output. When we think about what an AI engineer is, it has changed. All the jobs in the world are becoming outcome focused. You cannot compete with the world and still remain task focused. You have to start to think about life in terms of outcomes. You have to think about your roles in terms of outcomes. And that is when AI can then be used in the most efficient possible, in the most efficient way possible, because it is not just a tool that has become fancy, it is something that you have used to engineer a proper outcome. AI won't take your job, you better take it. Thank you.
Let's keep the applause coming. Come on, let's keep the applause going. Let's keep the applause going. I think that was a beautiful speech. It has had me rethinking how I see outcomes and task myself. Thanks a lot, sir, for that session. Please, can we put our hands together for him once more again?
Who wants to share a quick takeaway from his session? I found that session very insightful.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody want to share? Don't be shy, oh.
I think one of the interesting things I found about our keynote speaker is the simplicity around him. The way he looks is very cool, calm, and collected. But I saw that has 2 masters. He speaks 4 languages. So are there 5? I think 2 PhD rather. Sorry, he has 2 PhD. So he's a doctor. He's a doctor of doctors.
Multilingual senior doctor.
5 languages, and then he just dropped gems on us like that. For free. Please, can you put your hands together for him once more?
Can we give him a whoo? All right. So the next segment, we're going to be receiving a lecture. What did I say? What did I say? That means this is where you get to write, listen, because it's a very technical space. And the lecture is going to be from next token prediction to AI agents.
Okay, right. And the person that is going to be facilitating this session is a member of the technical staff and the research at Korea, one of the leading enterprise.
Have you forgotten the culture?
One of the leading enterprise AI companies globally. Our work sits at the frontier of large language model research and brings a rare combination of deep technical expertise and the ability to communicate it accessibly. Come on. Okay.
People don't know how to receive a ball.
This session will take the audience on a technical journey through history of AI, from the next token prediction through to the agentic system shaping the field today. Please put your hands together as a welcome to the stage, Ayomide Odumakinde. Please, let's keep this going until he makes it to the stage. Until he makes it to the stage.
I said let's give him a hoo-hoo.
All right, thank you.
By the way, if you need biros, we have pens for you. If you want to write with your phone, please make sure you write. Please, one more who for him.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, so it's a 55-minute lecture, and it's going to be a long one. I think I had about 60 slides. I tried my best to cut it out to 60. So the guys in charge of the slides, please work with me as fast as possible. All right, so let's get started. So yeah, I work as member of technical staff at Cohere, where I focus majorly on reasoning and agents and everything in between, from memory systems to long-term memory, continual learning, all this stuff in between. So I work in research. And One short thing I used to write is I'm helping build Skynet. So for fans of Terminator, you know what Skynet is. Hopefully we don't get it. We get it right and don't get it wrong. Yeah. So next slide. So it's a pretty dense presentation. I would go through the mathematics of language modeling, then come down to representation learning. We're talking about transformers, then post-training, then agents. And I wrote a disclaimer at the bottom that all equations will be explained. Yeah, next slide. So a couple of terms I'm going to be using over and over again. So I'm going to be using the word corpus to mean a collection of text. I'm going to assume that we are dealing with an English corpus. Then a sentence is a collection of words or tokens. So I would use token and words interchangeably. Then, yeah, so that's it. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, I often start all my slides with this, which is knowledge is historical. And the reason for that is to fully understand what exactly is happening in a field, you need to understand the foundations of that particular field. Right. So, next slide. So yeah, I'm going to walk around a lot. To get started, I mean, the question is, can predicting the next token allow models learn enough structure to act intelligently? When you fundamentally look at a large language model, essentially what it is manipulating is actually text. So the question you need to ask yourself is, how does an algorithm that manipulates text be extremely good at tasks, right? If all it knows is text, then how does it act intelligently? So that's the question we'll try to answer. Now let's move forward. Now we're getting into the thick of it. Now, language is seen as, mathematically, is a stochastic process, which means it is probabilistic, right? Usually what we would do is that we would represent a sentence as a sequence of words or tokens. And then we ask ourselves the question, what is the probability that if I stack the following words together, like the cat is on the bed, what is the probability that those words would follow each other? The is followed by cat, is followed by his, is followed by on, is followed by D, is followed by bed. So what you try to do essentially is to model a probability distribution over an extremely large corpus and ask yourself the question, if I break this down into words, how do I model those words one after the other, right? So it assigns probability to the entire what? To the entire sequence. Now, I wrote a chain rule here. Essentially what the chain rule is doing is that to be able to assign probability over an entire sentence, you have to know the probability of each word in the sentence. So you have to know the probability of, say, the first word multiplied by the second word, given that I know the first, multiplied by the third word, given that I know the first and the second, multiplied by the fourth, given that I know the first, the second, and the third, and you have that chain rule, right? Essentially, that is what you are doing in language modeling. It is conditional probability. Chain rule. Yeah, let's move on. Now, I kind of give an example here to like illustrate that. So you have the start of the sentence, and then you have the words, which is the cat sat on the mat. And then each of them would have a probability assigned to them in such a way that when you multiply the probability of those words, you get a larger probability. And that tells you that, oh, if I get a probability close to 1, that means the sentence makes a lot of sense. If I get a smaller probability, that means the sentence doesn't make sense, right? And, yeah, go back. And then you have the chain rule. You have something called the n-gram approximation. So let me talk a little bit about the n-gram. So essentially, you want to break up your corpus, which is a large collection of text, into shorter text. So you cannot predict over the entire text. So imagine you have a corpus that consists of all the works of Wole Soyinka, and you want to build a language model to predict or to write like Wole Soyinka. What you would do is that you would break all his works into shorter sentences that you can find probabilities over. Essentially, yeah. Next slide. Now let's talk about a guy here called maximum likelihood estimation, which I think is the engine of learning in machine learning. So if you are coming from a machine learning perspective, or coming from a statistical learning perspective, or coming from an AI perspective, you would always see this, the maximum likelihood estimation. And basically what it tells you is that it gives you a way to actually assign those numbers to the words, right? So it's like, you can see it here that I wrote like, our first approach will be to count the number of times a word appears after a context. So the dumbest way you can build a language model is to ask yourself the question, whenever I have the word cat, how many times in my corpus is the word cat followed by the word is? Right? Next slide. So it's as simple as I have a history, I have a context, and I'm trying to assign a number to the word that follows the context. And the way I'm going to do that is using this concept of counting, which is C of HW would mean the number of times W would follow H. The number of times a word will follow a certain context. And CH is just the number of times that context would exist. All right? Now, move forward. So here's a typical example, right? So say we define a context, I will call it the cat. And then we say that, okay, given the context, the cat, the number of times sat, the word sat, follows the cat is what? Is 83, right? So which means the number of times it follows is 83 times in our corpus. Then we have the context, which is the number of times the cat appears in our context. So we have 410. Then our MLE, which is just the probability of the cat, of sat, given that we know the cat, is just equal to what? 83 divided by 410. Does that make sense? So even the concept of counting is enough to build a language model. Right? Now, let's move forward. But now, here's where it gets funny. So what's the problem with MLE as a counting mechanism? Now, the first thing is that natural language has a lot of long tail. Now, what does long tail mean? It means there are phrases that might not appear in the corpus you are using to build the model. If you do not capture those phrases, and during test time, or what we call inference, the model sees those phrases, it does not know what to do because it did not see them during training. So it has no idea how to calculate the count. Right? So it's going to assign 0 probability to phrases it has never seen before, telling you that I don't know it. Right? And this is mathematically brittle because you are under the assumption that, or we're implicitly assuming that for counting to work, the model must see all the combination of phrases everywhere, including phrases that have not been said, for it to even make sense at all. All right? Yeah, next slide. So what do we do? Well, here's what we do. We make it an optimization principle instead of a counting principle. And what does it mean, an optimization principle? Well, it means that essentially I'm going to fit a mathematical model, and the mathematical model will try its best to go through the entire data and then figure out whatever relationship is in the data that would help it predict better. So rather than encode MLE as counting, I encode MLE as what? An optimization problem. So which means I have some set of constraints, which is the size of my corpus, right? I have a model, which can be a linear regression model, whatever it is. And I'm going to fit this model through my corpus, given the constraint, and I will see what happens, right? Now, essentially, what that means is that we are going to start from our little probability, which is the probability of the first word multiplied by the probability of the second word given the first word, multiplied by the probability of the third word given the first and the second, and we would add something called log to it. Now, mathematics students in the house, once you introduce log into a chain rule, what happens? The chain rule collapses into summation. Summation is easier to deal with than what? Multiplication. Right? So, the probabilities become additive rather than what? Multiplying them. Now, the question will be why? Why does probability have to be additive? Here is the reason, right? When you take a look at a language model, at the end of the language model, that is the top, it is required that it predicts probabilities across the words or the unique words in the corpus. So if you have a corpus that has about 10,000 unique words, it means that the model has to predict 10,000 probabilities. Now, here's the problem. Some words are going to be probable, and some words are not going to be probable. Now, let's do a simple mathematics. Let's assume that all words are probable, which means you have a uniform distribution. That would be 1 divided by what? 10,000. That's 10 to the power of negative 5 for every single word in the vocabulary, right? Now, the problem with that is that you already have tiny little probabilities. If you are to multiply them, what happens? It gets smaller and smaller. But if you are to add them, you can add them. And that is why we introduce log. So it's sensible to work with log because the log of a very small number is a negative number. And it's easier to work with. So that's why we move from that, we move to log, and we end up with this thing called negative log likelihood, which is just, can I minimize the negative of the probability of words appearing together? That is it. Next slide. Now, the next question will now be, okay, I get it. I get what we are doing with language models. How exactly do these models now recover semantics? Because we know that language is not just words following each other. They need to make sense. Right? So how do you recover semantics and structure from language models? Next slide. I love this paper so much. It was written in 1953. And basically the observation they made was that a word is characterized by the company it keeps. Now, what exactly does that mean? It means words that appear in similar context tend to have similar meanings. So which means if a word is a noun, there is a particular context where nouns will always appear. Right? So meaning is not stored directly, it is inferred from usage. So which means for me, or not for us, the way humans learn is different. This is for machines. For the machine, for it to understand a word, it needs to infer from the surrounding words what that word is and how it should be used. And that is why your language model cannot do anything except you give it a prompt. What exactly is the prompt? Well, it's just the surrounding for the model to know precisely what should follow. Right? So, which context does this word predict and which context predicts it? It's as simple as that. Yeah, let's move forward. Now, here's a simple example. Again, a very simple method, the 1950s, 1960s. How do we model context? Well, let's say you have context food, pet, river, money. The number of times the word cat would follow food is 12. And the number of times the word cat will follow pet is 91. That makes a lot of sense, right? Whereas the number of times cat will follow river and money is 0. That makes a lot of sense. But when you take a look at bank, the number of times bank will follow food and pets is absolutely 0. How many of you can use a sentence or can produce a sentence that has both bank and pets in it? Your pet cannot go to the bank. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it makes sense for bank to follow river because you can have river bank. And money to follow bank because you can take money to the bank. So you end up having this simple structure which we call co-occurrence metrics, which means I'm going to be picking 2 words and I'm just going to write out a table of how many times they follow each other. That gives us our first semantic recovery, right? So we use co-occurrence, 2 words that are similar. So now I can represent the word cat by this vector of numbers. I can represent the word dog by this vector of numbers, and I can represent the word bank by this vector of numbers. And I can say that cat and dog are closer to each other than dog and bank. This is the machine learning. This is actually the machine learning, right? This is what is happening. Now, next slide. Now, the problem with that method is that co-occurrence will give rise to what you call sparse vectors. Now, what are sparse vectors? It means that most components of the vectors will be 0, right? Because most of the time, words will not always follow each other, so you will end up having zeros, right? And computers are really bad at representing zeros. So what we need to do is that we're going to move from the idea of co-occurrence metrics to the idea of dense vectors. Now, what is dense vectors? Dumbest way. Just assume randomly that I'm going to assign 5, 6 numbers to represent a word. So every word in my vocabulary would be represented by this array of numbers, which is about 5 to 6 components, and that's it. That's basically what a dense vector is. Now, but dense vectors have a very interesting property. For people who understand vectors and vector spaces, you know that all vectors reside in a vector space and they have what? Similarities between each other, which is quantified by what we call the cosine rule or the dot product, right? So you use the dot product to check if 2 vectors are similar. A big dot product means, yes, they are similar. A small dot product means, no, they are not similar. And eventually, you end up with this interesting thing here, where the word king is close to the word queen, the word man is close to the word woman, the word dog is close to cat, and the word apple is close to oranges. And they form clusters within the vector space. So which means vectors of words that are similar cluster together. Are we together? Are we together? Yeah. Next. All right, so here is a simple visualization. You have a 3-dimensional space. That means that each word is represented by 3 numbers, right? And what you can see is that you have a cluster here, a cluster there, and a cluster there. And you would see that in each cluster, it is words that are similar that stand together. That is how we recover semantic relationship. Right? Words that are similar will cluster around each other. Yeah, next slide. So how do we learn these vectors? Now we get it. We get what they are supposed to do. How exactly do we build it? What algorithm do we use? Close your eyes to this thing. It's a simple formula. It's just saying that I would pick a word and I would try to predict what we call its local neighborhood. Which means words that would go with that particular word. A good example is this. So you have the word bank, and you have all the different words that can actually go with bank. And each of those words you would usually assign a probability. Remember, we are doing language modeling. So you assign probabilities to each of them. Each of them will have a high probability or a low probability depending on how often they occur with that particular word, right? And exactly that's how you just learn. So the learning is actually the algorithm, which is basically a softmax algorithm when you decompose it. Next slide. Now, why exactly does semantic structures emerge, right? Semantic structure emerges because similar relational patterns occur across context, right? You can do vector addition and subtraction, but with semantic structure. A good example is this simple thing. How many of you read the word to vec paper? It's a very popular example. Yeah. So you have king minus man plus woman is equivalent or roughly equivalent to a vector called queen. Right? So if you represent king by a vector, you represent man by a vector, and you represent woman by a vector, and you do this arithmetic, it should result into a vector that tells you that is a queen, essentially. And the key idea, of course, survives into modern LLMs. Meanings are learned from the role tokens play in prediction. Next slide. So, what have we learned so far, right? Language modeling gives us a way to learn probability distribution over language. Dense vectors are a good way to learn semantic structure. Similar words or tokens are similar vectors and they are close to each other. So all the jargons I've been saying can be summarized in these three things. So for people who did area of concentration in school, you can pen down these 3 points, right? let's move on. Now what? So yeah, we get it. We understand language models. We understand semantic structures. Then what next? Quick question. How many people know this diagram? I'm going to be nice today. If you're an AI student, you must know this diagram. It's not acceptable for you not to know this diagram. This was the single paper that changed everything in 2017. Right? Attention is all you need. The encoding and the decoding architecture, you have to know this diagram. Right? So next slide. Attention is all you need. So what exactly did transformer bring into the whole thing? Well, transformer gives you a way for information carried by tokens to move freely between each other. So we will say that tokens attend to each other. So there is a way tokens within a context can freely share information. And that was basically what Google built in 2017. Now, the funny thing was that was not the plan. The plan was the fact that recurrent neural networks, which are a kind of another neural network, are notoriously difficult to train on GPUs. So they needed to kick out recurrence and find a way to train a simple model on GPUs. It doesn't make any sense to train on CPUs, right? So that was what led to attention. That's the first thing. The second part of the equation, which I believe is not spoken of, was a paper in 2014 about applying attention to machine translation. It's a very, very important paper. 2014, then there was another paper that was released by another group from Scotland in 2015 about how tokens should attend to themselves. And those guys basically just put everything together and train on GPUs. Now, next slide. And basically, this is the idea. Every single word in the context should interact with every single word. in the context. And then they form strong or weak attention between each other depending on how much information that token carries to help it predict the other token. So you could see that the word here, it, has a strong relationship with the word animal, while it has weaker relationship with everything else. So for me to infer it, I need to know that it's referring to what? To the word animal. And that is exactly the breakthrough itself. The fact that tokens can what? Attend to each other. And it has a really nice formula you can put on a t-shirt, right? Which is just dot products between everything, because that's how you find similarity, right? So the query will ask you, what am I looking for? The key will tell you, what information do I contain? And the value will tell you, what content do I pass on? It's just as simple as that. Every token is just talking to every other token, right? Now, next slide. Now, why exactly did it unlock modern language models? Well, the model can learn both local dependencies and global dependencies. Now, what does that mean? Claude right now should have about 1 million context window, which means it can fit 1 million tokens in its context window. Each token has to freely attend to every other token. So there is going to be local dependencies, which means words that are surrounding each other will attend each other. And there's going to be global dependencies where, say, a word in position 1002 is related to a word in position 1. So what happens is that attention allows you to model local and global dependencies, right? Longer context becomes possible because all tokens are represented in a shared attention space. Now we have a way to do next token prediction over a large corpus. Because they can freely attend, it means we can now overcome the problem of chunking into smaller sentences. We can just throw everything at the model, and the model figures out what is going on, right? Next slide. Sorry, before the next slide, let me... Now, putting the large into large language models. 3 papers are very essential. As a student of the field, you have to know these 3 papers, right? Let me start with the first paper over there, which is Improving Language Understanding by Generative Pre-training. How many of us know that? That's the GPT-1 paper. Language models and unsupervised multitask learners. What paper is that? GPT-2. And the last one is what? Language models are few short learners. What is that? GPT-3. These are the 3 papers that literally birthed forth the generative AI era. You have to read them. GPT-1 paper, GPT-2 paper, GPT-3 paper. The same algorithms, different sizes of models, and different sizes of data. GPT-1 paper was 110 million parameter trained on what you call the book corpus. GPT-2 paper, a 1.3 billion parameter model trained on a very small corpus, very modest corpus. And the GPT-3 paper, a 173 billion parameter model trained on 500 billion tokens. So they scaled up the process and unlocked something interesting. Now, let's look at what they unlocked. Next slide. What did they do? Unsupervised pre-training. Well, they discovered that corpus or collection of words already have what you call learning signals, which means you just need to predict the next word, predict the next word, predict the next word, and keep going. Right? So you can write a loop where you just feed in the next word, the model tries to predict, you feed in the next word, the model tries to predict, and it keeps going that way. Right? Unsupervised pre-training gives you the signal you need. So the question they ask themselves is, why don't we just train on the entire internet? since we already know how to what, move from next token to next token to next token. That was essentially what it did. Now, next slide. With enough compute budget and tokens, the model learns to model the world through text. Now, we are getting to somewhere interesting, right? Now, it means that if I throw enough data and the model tries as much as possible to learn how to predict the next word, it ends up somehow with this capability where it understands the word fundamentally. How words follow each other, right? And we got prompting and in-context capabilities for free. Now, that did not happen in GPT-1 and 2. It happened in GPT-3. They discovered something interesting. Next slide. What they discovered was that you can prompt the model by showing it a few examples of how a task should be done, and the model can automatically infer from those examples how the task should be done. Right? And we call that in-context learning. Today, people call it prompt engineering. It's a kind of meta-learning where the model tries as much as possible to find patterns in the examples you are showing it. Now, the question would be, why can it find the patterns in the first place? Because it has been trained on a lot of data and it understands a lot of things. So when you give it a prompt, some set of neurons would fire to understand that prompt. Right? Now, there were a lot of interesting work done by Anthropic, especially a particular guy in Anthropic called Chris Olah. He did a lot of work on interpretability and understanding what exactly is going on in a model when it's trying to predict. And he discovered that what you have in a pre-trained model is clusters of knowledge standing together. And that's the reason why a lot of people believe attention is a kind of soft retriever where the model tries to retrieve knowledge from its weights and give an answer. All right? So, yeah, prompt becomes the temporary program written in natural language. Next slide. Now, the next obvious thing is we get it. Throw the internet at it. We'll figure it out. But the question will now be, what is the optimal way to do that? How much data should I throw at it? How much parameters should the model do? Because you have to understand that GPUs cost money, right? Running an H100, a single node, for an entire month will cost you about $50,000. Buying a single node in your house costs you about 53 million naira, right? So it's expensive to train them. So Google, that is known for optimization problems, ask themselves the question, if we are going to train a model, can we know beforehand how much data to use and how much parameters the model should have to end up with an optimal loss or an optimal solution? So they wrote this paper called Training Compute Optimal Large Language Models. And basically what they discovered was that you don't actually need a big model. Because models come built in with something called a compression factor. They are compressing knowledge. So they trained a 70 billion parameter model to outperform GPT-3 that was 2 times the size by increasing the amount of data they trained it on. And they discovered a beautiful relationship. Next slide. Oh, go back. The relationship is here. So they discovered that the loss of a model, that is the model going down, depends on the amount of compute and data you have. Compute being the number of parameters and data being the number of tokens. So you can somehow evaluate, before training a model, what your loss would likely look like if you have certain amount of tokens and certain amount of parameters. Now, next slide. So, what pre-training gets you is a big and smart auto-completion model. The model has only learned how to predict next token. So you are probably wondering, okay, how exactly do we get to the agentic part, right? And the next token prediction objective trains the model to predict the next word and not follow instruction. So how do we train the model on following instruction? Now, how many of you worked with or played around with OpenAI's first set of models, the Da Vinci model back in 2021, 2022? You will discover that to prompt that model was so hard because chances are that it won't follow your instruction before ChatGPT came into the picture. So the question is, what did they do to ChatGPT to get you from very hard to prompt to very easy to ask questions like explain physics to me like I'm a 5-year-old, and he knows how to explain to you, right? Now, next slide. You have this thing called instruction or supervised fine-tuning. And basically what they discovered was that a pre-trained model is not that useful. How do we make it useful? Let us collect high-quality data sets that shows the model how humans interact. So prompt completion, prompt completion, prompt completion. And let's train the model how to respond like humans. So you show it a prompt, and you score it on its completion. And when you do that over and over again on high-quality data, the model knows how to follow instruction. So this part is now what we group under post-training. Which means after I am done training the model on like a large corpus, the next thing to do will be to train the model on how to follow instructions. All right, next slide. Now, what happens is that you get something called chain of thought. You've probably seen it. So you give a prompt to ChatGPT, and it goes into this thinking mode. And it thinks for a while, it gives you an answer. Now, if you remember very well, in 2022, 2023, when you work with ChatGPT, I think ChatGPT came out in 2022 November, September or so. If you work with ChatGPT during that time, once you give it a prompt, it spills out the result almost immediately. It doesn't go into this thinking mode. Right? And that is because we uncovered something called chain of thoughts, which is basically when you give a model a question, and you give the model the question and you append at the end, let's think step by step. The model often gets the right answer. Why? Because you are prompting the model to think about the problem step by step. So it's going to highlight all its steps to you, right? So what we did was that we did something called test time compute, which allows us to now take that and generalize it to a lot of scenarios. And that is where my next slide comes in. Now, next slide. We entered into this React paradigm. So what is React paradigm? Well, we discovered that if the model can think, then the model should be able to infer what action makes sense after thinking. So what we did was that we looped in this concept of taking actions. And then we have what we call the React paradigm, which is the model thinks, takes an action, thinks, takes an action, and you just loop that over and over again till it gives you a final answer. So we call it the React paradigm, which is just reasoning plus action. Right? Now, next slide. And this is a typical example. So you give it a prompt, it thinks first, it takes an action, which is a search action, it gets an observation, it thinks again, it takes an action, it gets an observation, it thinks again, it takes an action, it gets an observation. This is the part that OpenAI does not expose to you. Basically what it's doing is that it's thinking, taking an action, getting a response, thinking till it feels satisfied to give you a final answer. Right? Next slide. Now, so what is an agent? An agent is essentially an LLM inside a React loop. So every single thing that is called agent is just an LLM plus what? A React loop. That's just it. Now, next slide. Now let's quickly run. Let's see if we can run through run through reinforcement learning as fast as possible. So in reinforcement learning, you have an agent, you have an environment. The agent has a state, the environment has a state. The agent interacts with the environment, and the environment gives an observation and a scalar reward. The reward will either be a positive number or a negative number. If it's a positive number, that's a reward the model likes. If it's a negative number, that's a penalty. So the model interacts with the environment, collects observations, gets reward, and after a while, it discovers the sequence of steps that would always maximize reward. Right? Now, next slide. Now, how do we do that for LLMs, right? So we have a reinforcement learning loop where you have a policy. The policy is the model. It takes an action from the environment. The action would emit a state, and it will go back into the policy, and it keeps doing that, keeps training over and over again, right? And there are several ways you could do that. There is the offline method. There is the online method. If you are interested, you can see me after this. I'm running. There is exploitation, which is you want the model not just to exploit, but you also want it to explore. So which means you want it to take novel decisions, right? Yeah, next slide. So why is RL useful for LLMs? Well, there are some behaviors that are easier to judge than demonstrate. A good example is code. It's easier to judge code, right, than trying to show the model how to write code. So what we do is that we just dump the model into a coding environment, give it a terminal, give it a Python interpreter or some sort of compiler, and let it write as much code as possible over and over again till it figures out how to write code efficiently. There are a couple of things you can do there called reward modeling. You can penalize the model anytime it writes too many code just to solve a simple question and tell it that this is bad. Right? And then over and over again, it learns how to like efficiently do that. RL can optimize outcomes rather than imitate a single reference answer. It can reward exploration and so on and so forth. Next slide. Now, I wish I had enough time to go into this. So these two papers came out in 2024, towards the end of 2024, beginning of 2025. Tulu 3 came out in 2024. DeepSeek R1 came out in 2025. And they did something interesting. What they did was this idea of putting the model in what we call a verifiable environment. Which means if I have a model, I can drop it into an environment like a mathematics environment where I have a question. The model gets a reward of 1 if it can successfully solve the problem, or gets a reward of 0 if it doesn't solve the problem. And then what you try to do is, rather than demonstrate to the model how to solve the problem, the model figures out by itself how the problem should be solved, just to make sure that it gets a reward of 1. And basically what DeepSeek did was that they scaled it up. Tulu 3 only did it on a very small environment. Of course, you know China. They basically just said, yes, this is what we've been looking for. Let's scale it. So they trained it on a math environment. They trained it on a coding environment. And they discovered that a lot of things they did not teach the model to do, or they did not demonstrate to the model running SFT, because the model is maximizing all its action to get that reward of 1, it begins to emit interesting properties. So it explores and looks out for other ways to solve problems. That is actually where we begin to take, there's something called reward hacking. We begin to take reward hacking very serious, because the model can discover that if I always emit a token called high, I always get a reward of 1. What does your model do? It keeps emitting that token. Keeps emitting that token. That's reward hacking. So you want to build an environment that cannot be reward hacked. Yeah, next slide. Next slide. And basically they gave us this interesting equation. Don't be scared. What is the equation saying? The equation is basically saying, when you have a model in the environment, force the model to generate at
many rollouts or many outputs as possible. Score each of the outputs and find the average reward on those outputs and use that to reward the model. So instead of the model doing just a single rollout, they did 1,000 rollouts per prompt. Now, what are they trying to do? The idea is that if you prompt the model to solve the same problem 1,000 times, there are going to be interesting rollouts within that 1,000 that would help the model to what? To get reward. Right? So don't penalize on a single rollout, penalize on 1,000 rollouts. That's why they call it group relative. Group, because it's in a group, you are having 1,000 rollouts. Group relative policy optimization. All right, next slide. And this is basically what it looks like. Question goes into the policy model. The policy model generates all these rollouts. You reward the rollouts with respect to a reference model. You get rewards. You compute some sort of average. You send it back to the model. Yeah, next slide. So they decided to reward the model on accuracy rewards, which is easily verifiable. So which means if it gets to the final answer, you mark it right. If it doesn't get to the final answer, it gets it wrong. And formatting, which means that, okay, you must always submit your final answer in a particular format, right? So whenever it gets to the final answer, it gets a reward of 1. But if it doesn't format correctly, it gets a reward of 0 on formatting. Right? Yeah. Next slide. So test time compute becomes a capability axis. What does that mean? Well, it means that because we can train the model to generate multiple outputs at once and multiple interesting outputs, we can begin to do things like tree search. So the model can start off thinking about the problem and then branch off through one node. How many of you know Monte Carlo tree search? MCTS. So it's basically just saying that how many ways can the model actually solve a particular problem? Let me start rewarding each of the states as you build the tree. Then you backpropagate. Yeah, we can talk about it later. Then you have self-revision, which is it learns to critique itself. 2 verification, which means if it makes an API call, you can verify if it's a valid API call or it's not a valid API call. Next slide. Now, then we enter the era of what? Of agents, which is just basically it reasons, it takes an action, it observes, and it reasons again, and it keeps going through that loop. And you can now begin to add interesting things like memory. Whatever tool you want, you can put it like browser. It has access to a browser, a code interpreter, whatever it is. But essentially, this is the loop. All right? Next slide. Now, a very beautiful use case I usually finish with is vending bench, which was a use case that was done by an intern on my team. And basically, what you do is that you start off by giving the model a $5,000. And you tell it that I'm giving you $5,000, I want you to run a business for me. And the model has to go out and negotiate with other models what price it wants to pay for a particular service. It gets the stocks, it keeps track of the stocks and everything, and it must submit a profit at the end. Right? It's a really, really interesting benchmark where the model has to run for about 10 to 12 hours. And at the end of the 10 to 12 hours, it means it must turn out a profit, which means it must return at least if you can't make a profit, return back my $5,000, right? And that's a very, very, very good use case. So I think, next slide. Next. Yeah, next. So the emerging agent stack is you have your base LLM, you have an SFT on top of it, you do a little bit of RL, you have verifiers, you have tools, you have memory, you have harness. But everything flows into each other. So I know there are people in this place that do harness engineering. Yeah. Oh yeah. So I'm rounding up now. Yeah, I think that should be the last. That should be the last thing, right? Next slide. Next. Oh yeah, so you survived. That was serious. Thank you very much.
you want to come out? Yeah. You introduce yourself, your name.
Hi everyone, my name is Robert. I'm an
Say
AI
hi back to him.
I'm an AI infrastructure architect. I just want to start with saying fantastic job, Ayomide. It's very, very condensed concepts that you were able to put together in a short period of time. My question is to follow a more practical path, especially because we have a lot of young developers here, in terms of how they can deploy agents locally. Anyone who's working with agents, especially if you're deploying these things on OpenAI's platform or with Claude, they cost a lot of money. Even the latest model from Claude, Fable, the amount is ridiculous. Just looking at spending sometimes almost $100,000 in a month based on output. And then a lot of the young people here want to create agentic AI and offer agentic products to the Nigerian population, which is like, for that to be realistic, they need to be able to take smaller models, like you mentioned, maybe a Quen 3B, a Mistral 7B, fine-tune it, and also deploy it on a GPU. Now, most of them can also afford NVIDIA GPUs. Maybe they're looking at AMD or partnering with Main One. What does that look like in a pragmatic local context for enterprises in Nigeria and Africa? Thank you.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, you cannot always deploy a trillion parameter model. And so here is kind of like how you can think about the problem. The first thing is you have to pick a base model that has seen some sort of agentic task when it was being trained, right? And two things you have to look out for. You have to look at the mid-training and the post-training, and look at all the benchmarks where the model falls. A good example is artificial analysis. So artificial analysis is a good website where you can just go and just check whatever model you're interested in and see what it looks like on all the benchmarks you're interested in, right? Then once you understand that and you pick a base model, probably a 3B, a 7B, the next thing is, what workflow am I interested in? So if you're interested in building a model that is good at handling spreadsheets, the next thing is, does this model out of the box handle spreadsheets already? If it does and it's not so good, the next thing is just go on to Hugging Face, find high quality data, and just train it on spreadsheets, right? Now, the problem with smaller models is that they saturate very fast, which means, so there's this particular formula under compute optimal training that is C equals 6 multiplied by ND, which basically just means that, look, if the number of parameters you have is not high enough and you have a big data, you will essentially get to a point where the model will have catastrophic forgetting. So it will forget everything it has been trained on and only remember your workflow. Which means if you prompt it outside that particular workflow, chances are that the model will not recover. Right? So you have to be very careful when it comes to training. And usually you want to do something called on-policy training, which is a good kind of training that saves your model from forgetting things. Right? Once you can successfully do on-policy training, the next step is deployment. Now, when you want to deploy, you also want to consider the precision at which you want to deploy. Am I deploying a floating point model, or am I deploying in int4, integer 4 bits, or integer 8 bits, and so on and so forth? The next thing is your runtime, right? Am I deploying on VLLM, TensorRT, which all have their different stuff. So at the end of the day, here is my advice to enterprises that are here. Go look for a serious person that understands AI end to end. Talk to the person. Figure out how to deploy it for your use case without the model forgetting. Don't try to do it yourself with a bunch of software engineers. You are going to mess up. You are definitely going to mess up.
We can still accommodate one. Okay, we have someone there. My women in tech. Please ask questions. So.
Thank you. My name is Frank. My question is simple. My question is simple. I like how you talked about the React loop. And I think the most important thing for the React loop is actually action, which is it's taking action. And I like how the base of it is LLMs. But there's a big bottleneck with LLMs. It's very language dependent. And of course, you know, true intelligence doesn't depend on language to think, to figure out stuff. So what's your opinion on language dependent on LLMs, and is it the future to true agentic AI?
So when you say dependent on language, are you saying that could it be extended to like images, videos, and so on?
Not exactly. So you're communicating to me now. You don't think in language. The agentic AI built today.
Okay. I mean, this is a 1-hour talk, all right? So there is a different section of LLM that is called latent thinking, right? Where you let the LLM internalize what it is thinking. So you can check out this paper called Coconut. It's basically called Coconut, which is just how the model can think latently in its own latent space, or what we call a vector space, before verbalizing. So it doesn't verbalize its chain of thoughts, it does it in a vector space. We can talk about that, right? I did a little bit of work on that last year. So
From a woman in tech, please. So we are leaving this one for the men. Are we leaving it for the men? Chai, okay.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Adrian.
He said his name is. Oh yeah, say hi.
Hello. So my question is, Claude recently released the model Fable 5, which is underlying model for Mythos, the big baba of all the LLMs currently. And it's a very powerful model, and in today's AI, LLMs are going to the level where they are improving in recursive learning, right? And to release this to the public, they have to put certain limiters. Would you say the current evolution of AI is ready for that level of models that they've currently put out to the public? Because I think I saw a post recently that says the US government has already decided to cap access to that model.
yeah, that's a good one. And to add to that, they made it in such a way that you cannot distill the model, because they added a steering vector that could steer the model away from being distilled, right? So the problem I have with Anthropic, according to them, it's because these Chinese models are distilling their model and they are trying to like fight against that. So the problem with that is they are not doing anything special other than collecting proprietary data at billions of dollars from companies like Outlier, Mercor, Handshake, and other companies like that. So essentially what they do is that they go to this company and they say, hey, look, we have a very great model, but we want this model to be able to think like an investment banker. Then those companies look for people who work as investment banker and say, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to design a reinforcement learning environment that is going to be investment banking oriented, and we're going to try as much as possible to put every single thing the model needs there and throw the model in there. So that is actually what they pay for, and they train those models on to become extremely good. Because they have billions of dollars, they can afford to purchase as much data as possible. They purchase proprietary agentic workflows that are really expensive. I've forgotten who was saying this. I'm trying to remember. He works in data collection. He's a scientist, and it was like a browser automation workflow hand-to-hand by SAP cost about $500,000 per instance, right? Just a single workflow, end-to-end, to train the model end-to-end, right? So you have 10 of that, and that's $5 million already. You have 100 of that, that's $50 million already, right? So that is exactly what they are doing, number one. Number two, because they have multiple generations of models that are extremely good, they usually do something called weak supervision, which is they will stack those generations together. They will serve as teacher models to the new generation and feed the new generation interesting behaviors. Right? So at the end of the day, they have a flywheel that kind of like feeds itself. After a while, FIBU 5 will leave, it becomes a teacher model, they bring in another model, and they kind of like do the loop over and over again. So it's, AI is expensive, right? So if you are going to like do something like that, you must actually spend money, right? So yeah.
All right, I want to believe that answer. Please let's put our hands together for him once more. That was
a full 1 hour session. Can we give Ayomide a hoo-hoo? I did not say hoo, I say hoo-hoo. This side of the room, I like you guys. Together, can we give Ayomide a hoo-hoo? Can we give him a loud hoo? If you enjoyed that session, a round of applause for him, please. That was indeed insightful. 1 full hour. All right. So before we move to the next session, we want to thank all our partners. But before we go straight into that, I want to let you know that we have a QR code here for all the sessions, the panel sessions, whatever session we're going to have next. You can ask your questions directly there. We are tech savvy. Yes or yes? Yes or yes? Yeah, we're very demure tech savvy people here. So please ask your questions by scanning that QR code. You type in the question and our back-end guys will let us know the questions.
Okay. And because we are nice and you've been a wonderful audience, we're glad to announce that we're going to be opening the free Wi-Fi to everyone now.
Thanks to Fiber
One.
One. Let's give them whoo! We did not say download movies, so.
Yeah, sure.
No movies for the weekend, though.
So if you want to access the internet, you want to engage online, please just connect to the Wi-Fi, the password, and the username are there for your taking. Now,
we'll bring that slide right up back for you because I know you're trying to type. But if you're a very savvy person, just take a picture and you'll be fine. So for our partners, we want to start with the Young People in Tech Hackathon sponsor. We have
Itex AI.
Can we give them a round of applause? I need your energy here. And then we have our event partners.
Starting with Paystack.
Clap now.
You know what? Let's just do. We're going to be reading it out at once. So just continue clapping until the end, okay?
So we have
Paystack,
AFF,
Sonati,
Nexo Africa,
Sensory,
Steam Africa,
Fiber One,
Inventor,
Cafe One,
Remo Start,
Tech Cabal,
iAfrica.
Okay, all right.
No lunch for you if you don't clap.
It doesn't end there.
We have some community partners.
And Yata Community.
We have TSPC.
ICA.
We have T4GA.
ISEC.
We have Try AI.
Police.
We have PY Data.
NIOB.
We have the Locust Project.
Freelance Collation.
We have UNE.
Let's put our hands together for them. Let's put our hands together
All
for
right.
them.
For our exhibitors, we have Trust Age.
We have Lou AI.
And we have some people who are literally supporting this event for your meal. Who wants to guess? We have UAC Foods and
Red Bull.
Do they work together or don't? And the person who is going to be facilitating this session is no other than Daniel Adewumi, co-founder YPIT. In getting to know Daniel,
Wait.
Daniel, chill. Do we remember the culture?
Okay.
No, not the who, Yes, let's go. So in getting to know Daniel, outside of his ecosystem work at YPIT, he is also a product manager and AI professional. He said he spent 4 years at the 49, a London-based consultancy and venture studio, where he built products for the US insurance market. He said, so this one should be, good. Before that, he was a co-founder at ZoroPay, where he built an education financing marketplace for university and secondary school students. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving a warm welcome to
Daniel.
the one, not the two, Daniel
Adewumi.
Adewumi. Can we give him a hoo-hoo? DJ, you did not play this music for me when I came up. Oh.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I don't know what they were talking about, but yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Daniel, and I'll be moderating a session. It's our keynote panel today, and I think it's one of the most important conversations that we've brought people in this room to hear. So I will definitely not be the star of today's show. But before I call on the stars, I would like to, set the scene. The conversation that we're having today is about two things. None of those things will be explicit in what these people say. So I want you all to pay attention to the questions that we ask and the responses that we hear from our panelists. But those two things are ideals. One of them is sovereignty, AI sovereignty, and the other one is an ecosystem. There's this marine biologist that had this cool quote: "In nature, nothing exists alone." If you were here early on, as part of the welcome speech, I highlighted an example where, one of the most powerful general access models was intended to be restricted to anybody that is not a U.S. national. I think it's such a strong example of technologies being so important enough that people need to be able to stand on their own. They need to be able to develop, to grow, to expand these technologies by themselves. But like I said, in nature, nothing exists alone. So on standing on your own, there's also the idea of an ecosystem. And an ecosystem, I think I've heard this interesting definition, that an ecosystem is what happens when the things that need each other find each other. And it is why everyone is here today. There are many people here that need something from other people. And that idea of an ecosystem matched with AI sovereignty, are they one and the same? Are they absolutely different and should not even be in the same conversation? Is one dependent on the other? Can one happen regardless of the other? All of that stuff we'll try to expose as part of this conversation. But it requires that we pay attention and we listen to the actual experts in the room. And so I will be welcoming some of the coolest people that I know so far. I will start with Dakpo Awobokon. Dakpo joins the panel from Lua AI, a YC-backed company building the agents deployment layer for enterprise AI. Dakpo has spent nearly a decade at Paystack, where he worked closely with VC firms, incubators, and accelerators across the African tech ecosystem. Dakpo is here to talk about the deployment and the adoption layer when it comes to an AI ecosystem. Thank you. I don't think that's enough for Dakpo, by the way, but thank you for gracing us with your presence, Dakpo. Next, I'll be welcoming Sharon. Sharon Ibeji is a senior data scientist and researcher whose entire career has been oriented around a single problem, that African languages are severely underrepresented in AI, and the data to fix that doesn't exist yet. Sharon came up through Data Science Nigeria as an innovator and an innovation engineer and a researcher. She was a machine learning fellow at Sunbird AI in Uganda, and she's worked on open source machine translation tools. Oh my God, Sharon, well done, thank you. And she's founded Tonative to institutionalize, thank you, data curation work in the AI ecosystem. Sharon Ibeji, ladies and gentlemen. Next, I'll be welcoming on Temi Babalola. Temi Babs is an engineer with a deep love for AI and an even deeper connection to language. He's been working in the AI space for many years, and he graduated from the University of Ibadan in 2016. Temi is the founder of Speech, the voice infrastructure layer for businesses serving multilingual markets. Temi built Speech because while he was building something else, he realized that the voice feature in existing models couldn't handle African accents, and Speech is a beloved product, I can tell you for a fact, for many of the people building African text-to-speech and speech-to-text systems. Temi Babalola, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, with all enthusiasm, I introduce Loba Agbola. Loba is a design researcher and technology policy analyst whose work is one of the most consequential and least legible spaces in the African tech landscape. She works in the gap between systems that are being built and the people that those systems are meant to serve. She's a development economist and the technology policy practitioner. Her work cuts across artificial intelligence, innovation, digital public policy, and advocacy. Ladies and gentlemen, Loba Agbola. All right. Thank you. I'll sit in the middle. Now, if you anyone without a mic, mic. Okay. Just without a mic. Okay, we can always pass the mic. All right. Amazing. So to get us started, we will be talking very professionally in a sec. I'll start from here, from you, Loba. When you're not talking professionally, working professionally, what do you do outside of work? Just to get the audience acquainted with you. What do you do outside of work when you're not doing all the?
Good afternoon. I don't know. I watch anime, so and I talk to my friends.
Okay. Yeah. Loba watches anime outside of work, and she hangs out and talks to her friends. Thank you, Temi.
That's like 0.001% of my time. So maybe play chess, read. Yeah.
Okay. Temi is a founder, so he doesn't have a life outside of work. It doesn't exist. But when the time does manifest, he plays chess and he.
It's also family time, which is important.
Okay, family time is the only time that exists outside of work for Temi. Thank you very much. What about you, Sharon?
I love cycling. I cycle outside of work.
Okay, Sharon loves cycling outside of work. Yeah, well done. No, not working.
Hi everyone. So for me, outside of work, I'm either playing tennis or hanging out on Twitter or watching YouTube or just gisting with Gemini or Claude.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I like that response as well. So Dapo outside of work plays tennis. We should play tennis sometime. He does a lot of Claude and Gemini stuff. He's always on Twitter, so you see. And as an observer, you say that. Okay, fair enough. Now that we know our panelists just a little bit more, we will get started. So I had mentioned earlier that this panel, we would attempt, to discuss the idea of sovereignty and an ecosystem. So starting with sovereignty, I guess, it's a word that everyone uses, but sometimes it doesn't always land. It's been described as an ideal, but I think each of you, the work that you do, contributes to it in some way. So when you hear that word sovereignty, what does it actually mean to you? And I think a follow-on on that is, do you think we are close, Africa, to achieving that ideal? I'll start with Dapo, and then.
So on this topic of, maybe I should start with an intro of myself. Hi everyone again. My name is Dapo, and I lead the Sub-Saharan Africa business for a platform as a service business called Lua AI. And Lua it's an infrastructure. We build our platform, allows businesses to easily just ship AI agents in minutes without having to worry about infrastructure. hosting, building, deploying, and all of the things that are related. On this topic of sovereignty, I think I was at a conference at Uganda, AI conference 2 months ago, and the conversation about data sovereignty came up, and a gentleman raised up his hand and he said, like in Africa, why is sovereignty even a topic when the so-called infrastructure, the devices, the data center infrastructure that these data are hosted on is not even produced here in Africa? Like, if the data was going to leak to the source, it will leak. And so it is supposed to, the point the person was trying to make is, it's like supposed to be secondary. But that said, on the topic of sovereignty, I don't know. I wouldn't say I had a strong opinion. What I do know is that every business or every platform or every technology service provider should, strive to ensure that data is protected, data is governed, and data is treated as sacred. But yeah.
Okay, I agree. That word is something that we talk about frequently, especially now. It's something that's been coming up. And sovereignty in itself means ownership, like rulership, having rights, authority over what you create, right? And I think for Africans, why that topic is unique is because of lack of resources. For example, in the context of data, think about a situation where it takes months to create data sets, and then that data is hosted somewhere publicly. It's used by people outside of the African context, and then the output of that data is commercialized, and then you find yourself paying back for data sets and for the output of what you had created, many months or years ago. So I think for us, it's more about how can we own what we are doing? How can we ensure that that pipeline sits within, the ecosystem that we want it to sit within? And even if we want it outside of the ecosystem, there is still that right in terms of, I'm aware that this data is going outside of our ecosystem, and it's something that we are okay with. And then that topic is kind of broad, because the question is, are we close to it? I don't think we are there, but I think conversations around it helps us in terms of what can we do to protect the resources that we create for Africans. And then we come back to data licensing, for example. There are this new licensing that was released, I think sometime early this year, in terms of you can create a data set that is open sourced within Africa alone. But now when it goes outside of Africa, it should no longer be open sourced. People have to pay for that work, right? And then conversations like this help us to realize that some of the existing structures might not really tie down well for Africa, right? So we need to rework a few things to favor the type of structure that we want. And I just think that's what it means personally to me and the work that we've been doing.
Thank you. I don't think so far you have been too far from Dakwa's comments, but I'll wait until the others comment as well. Can everyone hear me? No?
No. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Personally, I do not think that we have data sovereignty as generally described. These are things that are usually solved or attacked from a policy standpoint, and I think Loba is going to talk about that, versus like industries and different businesses taking care of their own data problems themselves. But that doesn't answer the question of the value chain, because if your data is, to be practical, if your data is sitting on your local machine, you have, a small data center here. That's all well and good, but we're talking about like AI. A lot of us who are building and training models today are not running them on servers that are resident in Lagos or even anywhere in Africa, to be honest. So you might want to be as data sovereign as you want here, but that data is ending up on some server somewhere in the West or in Europe. You don't know. So it's a value chain problem from my perspective, and we have to think about it end to end. So if you want to be data sovereign, from my viewpoint, you also probably want to be compute sovereign, and you want to be, maybe not model sovereign, but yeah, compute sovereign, and maybe that would mean energy sovereignty too. Thank you.
Over to you, Loba. Yeah, it works.
Hello?
Yeah. It works, I think.
Hello? Okay. So, sovereignty. I think sovereignty is a really big issue, especially in like the development and policy space where we're all Africans and we know that we have issues with autonomy, control over our own resources. And then we're coming into the digital space where we're looking at artificial intelligence and like emerging technology taking more and more part of like the world economy, the global economy. So naturally, there are going to be more conversations on who owns and who regulates what. By the book, sovereignty is basically ownership and control over the means of production of a resource, which in this case is artificial intelligence, where you say, okay, who owns the data, who owns the infrastructure, who regulates the data, because we're talking about data being in other infrastructure, data centers in other jurisdictions. So then there's conversations about how we regulate our data in other countries. So yeah, that is the by the book definition of sovereignty. But then in my experience and from my knowledge, I would like to say sovereignty is more about domestic systems of innovation where it's not something that you can come and say you push a policy and then we're officially sovereign. It's more about like creating things from the foundation, like people growing up to have control over like the resources that they're using to build, people growing up like building like domestic talent that wants to build artificial intelligence with Nigerian or African resources and leveraging the regional cooperation in Africa to like maximize whatever data or technology resources we have to like improve our economic and technological agency. So yeah, it's like more foundational. Yeah, it's not something you can do in a day. It's not something policy can fix. It's something that institutional reform over an extended period of time would likely be able to solve.
Hello? I think it might be a new thing. Oh, we don't have any sound. Okay, this one works. I'll keep all the mics and we pass this one around. But yes, so it seems like we're saying different things but heading towards the same direction. I'm hearing sovereignty is not the work of any one individual. It's foundational, institutional. It's the government, but at the same time, not from the top, it's from the bottom. All I'm hearing is that we have a lot of work to do, and that it doesn't seem like it will land anywhere tomorrow. Let's leave sovereignty. The other idea was an ecosystem, which is not too far from it, I think. The idea that you people are building on top of each other. So Sharon, for instance, you work in data, and models, African languages, they are built on top of that data. Tammy, you have the, I guess, most practical application experience building on top of data that could or could not be sovereign. Right now, would you say, you're getting what you need from the data layer? If yes, if no, what are you doing to work around it?
I think this works. So we are getting some data, of course. I mean, there's no business without the data set. Is it sufficient for the current market? No. There's also the question around the market itself. But I think that data is coming in at the pace that the market is consuming it through the model layer. So what I mean by that is when there's demand for a solution to a problem that requires a lot of data, if there is sufficient economic benefit from it, the data will find its way out. And that has been our experience. For example, today, we have some customers who wanted proprietary models. So these are not the models that we have in our API layer today. They wanted something for them, bespoke for them. They gave us the data to train the model. Where they got that data set from, I don't know, but it's hundreds of, close to 1,000 hours of audio. And I assume they paid a lot of money for it. But they had a very strong incentive to get that data set because it was critical to their own business. I think it's a question of seriousness, and if there's an economic incentive, if there's money there, people would always find a way to get that, to lay their hands on that data. There are a lot of businesses today that have not harnessed the data that they're sitting on. It's probably rough, or it's not clean. Sharon and Tony Tiv can help them do a lot of work there. Shout out to Sharon. And I just think that it's a question of, for that business, is there an incentive for them to do that? Which goes back to like the market. Is the market large enough for anyone to care, to want to gather sufficient data to solve a problem?
Thank you very much. I'm hearing that demand drives that innovation. If people are willing to pay for that problem to be solved, whether it's a data problem, a usage problem, the problem will be solved. I think it's an interesting point to maybe Dakwa. With the work you do at Lua, trying to get enterprises to adopt, to deploy AI or AI agents, would you say that there has been that demand, the kind of demand that might force some innovation, maybe somewhere down, at Sharon's layer or at Temi's layer?
So I think it's important to also clarify that the layer that we work, we are not as deep as the people working in data, cleaning data, and the guys, developing, people like Temi doing speech to, different languages, models for different languages. The layer that we work at, I like to explain it as, so if I used a car analogy, right, there's different levels to the car. There's the engine, there's the engine, the raw power. There's the drivetrain, which is the axle, the gearbox, and all of those. Then there is the body of the car, the chassis, the wheels, the tire, the speedometer and instrumentation, the air condition, everything that puts that car in shape, that makes it usable. I would say the level that we work at is that level that operationalizes everything. So the model and data layer, that's OpenAI and Anthropic, right? The drivetrain, I would call that maybe a LangChain or a Claude agent SDK. Then Lua essentially abstracts all of the other parts that needs to come together for something to become an agent, right? And so when it comes to topics around data, when we go into businesses, we are people trying to help them solve problems. And so we are asking questions of, where is this? What systems do you have in place? Oh, we have a CRM, but it's not regularly updated. Oh, what systems do you have? We have an ERP, we have a database, we have this, we have that. And then you go into some businesses, they don't even have the data that we are having the conversation about. They don't have it. It's some janky, thing that is not well, updated. It's people writing on, piece of paper, or people managing spreadsheets. And so for us, right, we are more like on the front lines, engaging with enterprises, and then trying to also help them solve. In some instances, we find ourselves helping them put in place systems that do not exist, because if these systems don't exist, there's nothing for an agent. There's nothing for the tool to act on, right? So I just needed to maybe say that on the data layer, we are not as involved. We are more on the surface that operationalizes everything that happens under the hood.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dakpo. And I especially like your car analogy, because it is the exact message that we are trying to pass with this conversation, which is none of you guys can push forward in isolation. It is one on top of the other. If the gearbox doesn't work, chassis doesn't even matter in the first place, like you've said. And just the idea that maybe one of those layers can force an improvement somewhere else, which I think is what you've said, because you go in and they find that agents cannot do X, Y, and Z, then maybe they need to clean up their data, as an example. I would like to take us away from the theories and a bit more into the people this time around. I think there's a version of this conversation that is more applicable to users, people in the room. And the question for you, Loba, I would say is, does it matter, do all of these things matter if AI doesn't reach the people outside? And when we say reaching the people outside, as a policy analyst, what does that mean to you when we are designing systems to, quote unquote, reach the people on the streets?
Okay, so I do agree that conversations around artificial intelligence tend to happen in silos like this. This isn't representative of the whole Nigerian population. But then I think based on thinking about technology, not as a specific thing or LLMs or any specific digital technology, and thinking about them on this is the ability for people to adopt and innovate instead of what exactly you're innovating. So it's when we think about artificial intelligence through the lens of, we want people farmers, a lot of Nigerians work in subsistence farming, and then we say, okay, we want people to start to adopt artificial intelligence into whatever process they're doing in their lives, their subsistence farming, day-to-day activities. We need to talk less on how people can get LLMs and more how can we position and incentivize people to adopt technology as effectively as possible, in terms of, okay, a lot of people don't have access to lights, mobile coverage is limited, data is expensive, and then I think the content of the conversation around the other people, the majority of population, should be more on the enablement of technology adoption rather than AI. We just need people to pick up AI, and how best can they pick up AI, or how can they adopt artificial intelligence sustainably, over time, continuously, and progressively, of course. So yeah.
Thank you very much, Loba. I'll repeat what I got from that, which is, at least at the end, enablement, especially continuous and progressive enablement, is really more important than all of these theories that we're talking about. Okay, I will do one final question to the panel. We'll go around very briefly. And that question is forward-looking, is future-facing. If this conversation was happening again in 5 years, say you were back on this stage, and we had an ecosystem that has moved in the right direction, what do you think needs to happen in the next 1 year for us to be on that trajectory? For us to be able to come back in 5 years and say, oh, we're doing a good job towards the right direction. For each of you, where your work is concerned, what do you think needs to happen in the next 1 year?
I think for me, the first one I would say is, as humans, we need to generally change our attitude. We need to change our attitude when the conversation around like the relationship between AI and humans coexisting professionally and in the society, when that conversation comes up, the body language and the disposition right now currently, it's very adversarial. And so when you go into organizations where like you can see that there is so much inefficiency, and that organizations can use some efficiency, especially for functions, for things that are very repetitive, things that would take, I don't know, 5-10 hours that could be done in 5 minutes. The leaders in the organization want to harness that efficiency, but you realize that the humans that are in charge do not want, I would say, it feels more like sabotage. And so humans are seeing, they see, it almost feels like people see AI as an enemy, right? And so maybe my own, the way I would implore everyone generally is, the technology is here already.
I think for the data layer, or maybe some of our observation from native perspective, are two key things. The first, Temi had already highlighted it, which is the economy of data creation. Currently, most of the approaches that we have now is relying more on grants or a volunteering-based contribution. Where we have a community and then people volunteer their time and work on data. Now the challenge there is that, quite all right, if we are creating language data sets, these are probably language speakers. They speak this language every day. And now, I won't use the word forced, but they have to document this data even without any formal training on what data documentation means, right? I mean, some of these things will lead to us creating like an academy for data creation itself. But aside from that, we need a system whereby data creation becomes a career on its own and not a freelance side gig thing that you do, when you're free. And because of that mindset of freelance, the quality of data creation requires extra work, extra layers of validation, cross-checking, to get the quality of data that you need. So if we have a system where AI companies, have or recruit data creators, even as a full-time job, people call this their career, they learn from it, they get better. Over time, we're going to have very good data sets. Now, the second problem that we have is in terms of standardization. Now, we have a situation where people individually create data sets, different communities doing their own thing, and the thing I would call quality is different from what someone else would call quality. And at the end of the day, this thing affects the models that we build because there is a mismatch. And Africa itself is we have a very unique I won't say problem, but it's part of our culture. It's unique to us and it's good in the sense that most languages have dialects. The way I say something in my own dialect is different from another person. What dialect supersedes another person's dialects? Who makes that decision in terms of, okay, let's use this dialect instead of this? In terms of writing, right, there are people that create data and they don't really care about the tone marks and the likes. Again, all of this in turn affects what we produce, right? So do we have a standard workflow? Do we have what we define as, when you see this word, this should be the standard definition or translation of this specific word? Do we have what we call quality, right? So these are things that, or these are conversations that, in fact, it sort of like led us into having a workshop on this, on the coming Ndaba, in terms of the human data infrastructure, right? How can we train people? How can we standardize these data creation workflows? So I think if we're able to sort these two things out now, in the next 5 years, I think would be at a very good point.
Amazing, and thank you. Over to you, David.
Yeah, I'll be very quick with this, because Sharon has said much of what I was going to allude to. In the next 1 year, what I think would get us to where we need to be in 5 years is collaboration, not competition. Because I see a lot of competition, and people hoard stuff, you know. So I think that more collaboration would be really helpful. It solves a lot of the issues that, some of the issues you mentioned, for example, data standards. Like there's no agreed upon scheme or collaboration program. That's something that could force us to agree on a standard that everyone can work with. And I think that grows the industry, it grows the market, it grows the languages for which we're building, makes everything better. And then we can compete afterwards.
Okay. So aside from obvious, what I say, regulatory and institutional development required to, help the artificial intelligence ecosystem over time, I would say reform in the educational curriculum, the basic educational curriculum. And I'm saying that because I know this is a bit like abstract from what I'm exactly supposed to say, but then I think it would have the largest impact in the next 5 years due to the fact that Nigeria's greatest resource is really its people. We have like over 200 million people, largest population in Africa, and I think that that's largely underutilized, especially when you consider, a curriculum and a system that doesn't really encourage young people to innovate, and then doesn't really, not just encourage and train them, but then supports them over time. I think that there needs to be more pipelines for more young people to innovate over time, and they need to be supported effectively by the governance and people that are in charge of innovation and industrial growth in the country. And I do think that progress is being made, but then I think that if we created more incentives for younger people, and like across board, not just in Lagos or in Abuja, like in like little villages in Taraba, to be able to like create local solutions and say, okay, I'm in SS3, I want to do this, I want to do that, this way I think I want to go, and then we support them, we fund it. I do think it's going to like do so much more good for the ecosystem, the technology ecosystem over time. Yeah.
All right, that was my last question for the panel, and I'm very happy about what I heard, because it shows that there are things that are possible. There are things that are within the reach of people in this room. So the attitude is a personal thing. I think for anyone that was here for the keynote speech, Dr. Olumide Okubadejo's, your attitude towards AI should be different from whatever it was before you walked in the room. The same thing about incentivizing, the economics of of either data creation or innovation and creation in itself. And then lastly, collaboration, either that's between companies or between AI and humans, like in Dakpo's case, or between educators, the government, and the people that need this technology. So I will say that with that being said, this will be the end of this panel. I think it has been a very interesting conversation, and a very, very, very heavy round of applause for all of the panelists, please. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with us, and I think we are all the better for it. So if you stand up with me, we'll do a very quick, can someone take a photograph so that they have, yes. There we go. Okay, do you want to come closer together? Yeah, come close, come close. Come close, okay. A very big round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you, Dakpo. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Temi. And thank you, Loba. Over to you guys.
Put your hands together again for that panel. That was a beautiful one. That was a beautiful one. Before we go to the next session, I just want to take quickly, just one person, what was something you are taking away from that session? Anybody? Quickly, something you learned, something you're taking away, something you're applying into your workflow. Anybody wants to share with us? It was 40 minutes. It was 40 minutes. I saw a couple of people jotting down, a couple of people taking notes. So I'm assuming that we had learning sessions. Anybody? Oh, it seems like we're a little bit shy. Okay. All right, that's fine. So we're going to move into the next session. But before I do that, I want to remind you also that we have a free Wi-Fi that's available for everyone. I think it's something we could possibly have up again. All right. And please do not forget to keep the conversation going across social media. A little birdie just told me that at the end of the event, there's a prize for whoever has the largest or the most engagement on social media. So be it Instagram, TikTok, wherever, if you have the highest engagement at the end of the event, using the official hashtag of the event, YPITAF, and the artificial future, you'll be going with a prize. So right about now, we're going to be transitioning to our next session.
And yes, before we call the next speaker, can you give your neighbor a high five? I'm not hearing it. Oh yeah, let's do it uniformly. 1, 2, ready, go. I said 5. People are giving 10. You are giving 10. Oh yeah, let's do 10. Your both hands. Are we ready? 1, 2, ready, go. It's meant to be uniform now, so I'm meant to hear the sound. Pa. Are we ready? 1, 2, ready, go.
Hello. Why did you people off my mic?
Yeah.
You even had 2 mics. Imagine. Anyway, no problem. No problem. Let's proceed.
Please, let's have the high 10 again. 1, 2, ready, go. Oh yeah, give me a sound clap. A sound clap. Another one. Another bigger one. God bless you.
So
God.
this is the
Sabi
situation
kids,
of
God bless you.
it's the situation of when you give ChatGPT and Claude the same prompt, they'll give
yeah.
you different response.
Now you should have gotten the memo from there. Should we go again? A sound clap.
Okay.
A sound clap. Another one. Another bigger one. Sabi
Some people are still using old model.
All right, so we're
Let's
going
go.
to have a quick 5 minutes presentation by Antler. Do we have Aaron in the house? Please, let's give him some music as he comes up. Aaron, can you show us your favorite dance step? DJ. He's running. No, wait. DJ, should I let it go? Audience, should I let it go? You have no idea how much I love you. DJ, we are not letting it go. DJ. Just one move. A tech move. Your favorite tech dance move. DJ. Can we say, go Aaron? Just a dance step and we are fine. Just a move. Okay, bring it down. Can we give Aaron a round of applause, please?
Thank you so much. And thank you, DJ, for helping me. I have no idea how to dance. You people would have sent me away. Hello, everyone. Great to be here. Thank you so much, YPIT team. My name is Aaron. I am Scouting Associate at ANSLA, Lagos. So I'm just here to do a quick 5 minutes about what we do at ANSLA. So next slide, please. So at ANSLA, we're a very early stage VC. So venture capital, meaning So at ANSLA, we're a very early stage VC. Venture capital, meaning we invest in pretty early ideas across Lagos. And also, we have footprint around the world. So we do this typically through a residency program. So we find very interesting, scalable ideas. We bring you into our residency program, which typically lasts for 10 weeks within Lagos. So the first 5 is for you to ideate and validate your idea. The next one is to find paying customers, where we typically make our investment decisions from. And as you can see, we have a very large presence across the world in 27 locations now. So basically, if you build in Lagos and you want to expand into Nairobi, New York, if you want to go into India, South Korea, really, we can make that happen. So we're more than just the capital. And speaking of capital, we typically invest 100K at 10% per startup, which obviously gives $1 million in valuation, but per startup, that's currently our deal flow. And also we have around 1,800 portfolio companies, and we have around $5 billion in portfolio management globally. So we're very happy to hear about what you're building, what you want to do. And typically in ANSLA, we're founder first. So again, like I said, we're very, very early stage. So we invest in the people, we believe in you and what you're doing, and we'll again love to hear about it. So the next slide, please. So these are our GPs, our general partners at ANSLA. So we have Anil and Lola. Anil is, he's created the first delivery service in Toronto. He's also a very big operator within Nigeria, spent decades building in manufacturing, and he has one of our GPs at ANSLA. Next is Lola. Lola has been at Google, Bolt, OLX. She's co-founder of Babangona, and she has a doctorate from UC Berkeley. So all of this to say, we are also builders at ANSLA, so we definitely relates to the founder problem. We're here grounded in the ecosystem, and we'd love to hear about what you're building. Thank you so much.
All right. DJ, you can bring it down. You guys have not forgotten, no? Did we give Aaron a hoo-hoo? We did not. So can we give him a hoo-hoo? Because Gala is going around now, you don't want to respond. Can we give him a hoo-hoo? All right. It's about to get very interesting. So please make sure that you don't leave the hall. Real quick, yes, we're going to have a representative from Trust Age, one of our partners, give a quick presentation, and then we'll move to the next segment. Can we give him a round of applause? He wants to show us his favorite dance move. DJ, please bring it up. Yes. Where are the move? Your dance move now.
Good afternoon. It's really nice to be here. I'm a good dancer, very good dancer, but I feel like if I dance here, people think I'm a unserious guy. So my name is Jonathan. The co-founder of Trustage. But before Trustage, I was building Zoomit Africa. I'm the founder of Zoomit Africa. Zoomit Africa is an AI company. And I think one of the speakers, Ayo, I think we had known way back when I was building Zoomit Africa. In the year 2023, January 2023, I was building Zappy, one of the products of Zoomit Africa. It's an AI API marketplace. It was the first from Africa. The goal was to sell AI APIs. So we had investor calls. It was a very interesting idea. We had investor calls with Tikidia Capital. I don't know if any of us knows Ndubisi Ekwekwe, Professor Ndubisi Ekwekwe. So he's a very popular capital syndicate in Nigeria. We had the first call in January. It went well, and we had even the second call. But the second call is when something happened. So I was with my team. We were about to present. The introductions has been done. And I was like, I'll be presenting my screen now. So I wanted to access my slides on my laptop. But that was the moment Google asked me to authenticate that I'm the owner of the laptop, right? Or I'm the owner of the account. And at that moment, I did not remember my password. So I don't know if any of us has forgotten our passwords before. Yes, we have forgotten our passwords before. So I tried, and it was tense because I was about to present to an investor. I forgot the password. I tried to check the password of my password manager, but if you use Google Password Manager, Google asks you to authenticate before you can access your password. Is that not correct? So I didn't get investment from that syndicate, not because of my password though, but well, we felt that AI was still nascent, and it's interesting, but it's futuristic. That's what led me to why I'm here now. So all of us have a password problem. We forget passwords easily. Please, can you go? Okay, we forget passwords easily. However, that is not the main problem. The main problem is the security risk attached. Please go to the previous slide. Yes, so please, can we check this website, haveibeenpwned.com? Have I been pwned? Please, every one of us can check this website, haveibeenpwned.com. Then put in your email, the email you use frequently, probably your work email or your personal email. Check this and see if you have a problem that you do not know about just yet. So I will give us a few seconds to check that out because I'm on time. So have you checked haveibeenpwned.com? Have you put in your email? If you've been involved in any phishing attack or if your data has been stolen before, you will see you have a data breach. Does anyone here have data breach? Check from the website. You have one. So you're not. Tech organizations depend on individuals as identity that work in those organizations. And so when your credential has been stolen before, there's a likelihood that the person that stole that your credential has used it to access part of the tools that you use, maybe your Meta, your X, your Instagram. Many of us always reuse passwords. We use so many applications. It's impossible for us to use different passwords for different applications. Now, where is the problem that startups, enterprises face? when one member of an organization has been phished and their credential has been stolen, you can move the slide, then it can affect the whole organization. How so? Now the person has gotten access into your personal accounts, maybe gotten access into your GitHub, and then find access into your company's GitHub repository, and they steal sensitive data. So please, let's go to next slide. So we use passwords was invented in 1961, and it was not for a workforce environment. Then they had a mainframe computer that was used by so many people. So how do I protect my data? How do others who want to access the same computer to do their research work get the information they get separate from me? They created a password to be able to segment what is mine from what is others. It was not built for protecting ourselves in the enterprise. And so they built MFAs to be like the second protection against passwords. But even MFAs are being phished, right? You might have seen a push notification middle in the night or many push notifications. At some point, you just click accept. Now, those notifications sometimes come from a bad player, someone who has phished your account, and you accepted. There's a danger there. Now, the person has entered into your system. The MFA buys time, but it doesn't give you security. There is a push fatigue, there is SIM swap. People steal SIM, they steal your SIM card, and they send you OTP, and they have access to that OTP. Now, let's move to the next slide. Let's see the transgression of how the problem enters the organization. So your credential is stolen, they access your inbox, they reset your password, they enter into your company's admin dashboard, and customer data is breached. While selling Trusted, we've had interviews with several organizations, and one of them was telling us that as a startup, somebody stole the credential of their admin and entered into their systems and transferred over 3.5 million naira. Now, it sounds small, but for a startup that is looking for money to pay salaries, to pay operational costs, cloud costs, losing that amount of money is bad for the pockets and bad for reputation. If we know that a startup has been involved in phishing attack before, most likely will not use that product. So some people will say that, well, my team is just small. Please, next slide. My team is a team of 6. We do not need to secure ourselves. Some use vibes, right? They share passwords, they share accounts, and this is a very big security problem. So the question is, we know passwords are not safe, they are phishable. MFA is not even safe, it's just an extra layer of maybe a cracked wall. You're painting a cracked wall, it's still cracked. So what is the solution? The standard organizations building standards in the world, they came up with passkeys, cryptographic identity. So you no longer what you know, but you are proving that you are actually the person who owns the accounts. So if someone is trying to steal my password, it's because they know what I know. But for cryptographic identity verification, you can't know it. It's called passkeys. Now, move to the next. I explained how your lost password can lead to people accessing your company's stuff. Let's move to the next. So TrustEdge provides the platform for you to provide passkeys, cryptographic authentication for your users within your organization. Like we said, every organization starts with an individual in the organization. So how can you protect each individual in your organization? That's what TrustEdge does. It gives you a cryptographic authentication system called passkeys, where if you sign into any system in your organization, you are safe and you are sure that it is this person who signed in that actually signed in. Let's move to the next slide. So your passkeys, they are a pair of keys, private and a public. One is in the server you're logging into, and one is on your device. That is how nobody phishes you, because even if they are able to enter into that system or that website, they will still need the public private key in your laptop to log in, which they cannot get, right? So next slide. My time seems to be up. So what we do is we allow your devices, only trusted devices, to be able to log into your systems, and they are auditable. You can know who entered and when they entered. Next slide. So when you use passkeys, you are building with enterprise-grade security. It is these passkeys that companies like Google, Microsoft, Meta, mention them, Apple, that is what they use now for their security, identity security. You won't see them using passwords. And now standards are changing. If you're in the fintech space, you would notice that CBN is regulating that every fintech uses multi-factor authenticators. You don't just use password again. If you want to stay compliant, you must use multi-factor authenticator. Now, this gives you an extra edge. Once you use Trustage as your identity provider, you don't need a 2 OTP, you don't need a two-factor authenticator, you don't need a password, you just sign in with your passkeys. Seamless and simple. So, if you would like to know more about us, our stand is right there. You can find a lot more about us and how we work and how we support both startups and enterprises. Thank you so much, and stay safe online.
Can we give him a hoo-hoo? All right. All right, DJ, you can bring it down. Like I had mentioned, we're just getting started here. Can we confirm if we have Dapo in the house? Can Dapo hear me? Is Dapo in the house? Okay. All right. So we're about to break out to begin networking. However, I also want to mention that we have a food vendor who you're able to purchase a meal from if you have a bigger tummy than Gala can accommodate. So please feel free to patronize the meal vendor we have outside. For this networking segment, every single one of you must participate. I'm going to run through the instruction. I'm going to tell you how it works, and then I'm going to send you all to the markets to go and find me someone. So we're going to distribute these cards. Depending on the card that you get, these are prompt cards. Are we together? Are we together? Hello, everyone. Say hello, peace. Hello, everyone. Peace. Say hello, peace. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Good. So these are prompts on the cards. I'm going to read one. This one says, find someone who has Googled something while in a meeting and answer the question as if they always knew it. So this means you have to go around the room and say, hi, my name is Peace. What's your name? Are you perhaps the person who has Googled something in a meeting and acted like you've always known it? If the person said yes, then you have 10 minutes to get to know the person. So in getting to know the person, you ask them questions like, do you reside here in Lagos? What did you have for breakfast? What's your favorite color? What do you do for work? Literally to get to know them in 10 minutes. Are we together? You compulsorily must get to know them because by the time you come together, we have a timer here. By the time we come together, I'm going to ask you who you met, and you'd have to tell us about them. Are we cool? You can say cool. Are we cool? Do we all get it? Should I go through it again? We get it. We get it. Only one person here. You guys, are we clear? Are we clear? Say clear. Are we clear? All right, so we'll have these cards go all around. You have 10 minutes. 10 minutes to find the person, get to know them, come back to your seat. And sorry, before you come back to your seat, you can purchase meal from the vendor outside. Please patronize the vendor outside. Then come back to your seat in 10 minutes. Make sure you find the person and get to know the person. All right, DJ, you can give us music. if you are sitting down, you are very wrong. Oh, I don't know why you are getting to know them while sitting down. If you are sitting down, you're extremely wrong. And if you don't have a prompt card, please find me and get one from me. Some people are disobedient, though. You are still sitting down, okay? Everybody should be standing at this point.
Can we get about 5? Thank you.
Please don't sit down, oh, don't sit down. Do not sit down, please.
to my city. The 16 shirt is rolling with me. I told you I do this, make I show you couple new things. You wanna have a good time now? You are welcome to my program. Money day for Goya, and I block 2 girls I meet for Zoya. Velvet self, you know fam. You can tell Johnson the table hold on. Paranormally just to go hard. You can tell all these girls ready to go. DJ structure taking over. Once you play EXO, you know it's over. I'm on my guy that true dance. Once they play this tune, they play 'em like 3 times. Everybody they show hands when they see paintings. They bring out the big bands. This one self the big 5, 16 shots. I know go feet drive. Make I try to close eye. If I do too much, my guy I feel fine. Paranoma. Kill it to think corner. I need the SOS for the brother. She dey shake that thing for the corner. These girls know the brother. She be your girlfriend, know the color. Right there for the corner. You need to play my tune, make a ball out. Paranoma. Kill it to think para. See that guy for the corner, make you leave us. If you know fear for them. No be say you know the baller, but make you just do your thing for the corner. Right there for the corner. You need to play my tune, make a ball.
Take another sip and dance. 2 left feet, don't trip and dance. The girl want me, I might give her a chance. Give her a look, she give me a glance. You wore that tight dress just to enhance. You like a bum bum. Never seen you before. Where you come from? You got a fat pum pum. I got a long Johnson. I know I never met you at random. This must be destiny. That's why you're next to me. You feel like ecstasy. This must be destiny. That's why you're next to me. You feel like ecstasy. Who told you bad man don't dance? Who told you gangsters don't dance? Even with a weapon, my hip I dance. Bad man take another sip and dance. 2 left feet, don't trip and dance. The girl want me, I might give her a chance. Give her a look, she give me a glance. You wore that tight dress just to enhance.
Now your woman in me I like. She know say she the enter my. And normally she dey feel me die. So now this night she go there my side. Tonight. Better you like. No be my consign. In case she dey book a Uber, she know them. As I see you, I like your woman. I go carry your woman. Nobody done them.
Fine, oh. Benna baby, see as you fresh, yo. Now only monkey go say you no fine, Benna. Fire baby, buru biale. Krikata, mama, eh. Dance for mommy and dada, eh. Don't be shy to show brother, eh. What in your waist, you can cross, yo. Oh, krikata, mama, eh. If I pupa, mama, eh. Onye se beno walubu, eh. Watana, wakala, bishi, eh. Shake you, mama. Oh, yeah, rock, mama.
love with your booty bounce. Girl, I'm in love with your booty bounce. In love with your booty bounce. Girl, I'm in love with your booty bounce. Girl, I'm in love with your booty bounce. Girl, I'm in love with your booty bounce. In love with your booty bounce. Girl, I'm in love with your booty bounce. When I wear it, you weigh 1,000 pounds. Girl, this night we dey go like 7 rounds. Baby girl, say you fine. Baby girl, say you fine. You are desire. Baby, now you are desire. Your yash original. Don't be that kind like China. Be my wife. Make I be your night. Shop be like delicious. Baby, me get the other shit. Spend all my money, nothing concern me. Say you want chop Italian. Say you want chop Chinese. And if you open your Pandora, I go give you everything what you need.
But I want us to maybe just go to tables and tell them, oh, we have a new venue outside. We want to go and check. That's what it's going to do. That's what it's going to do.
All right.
Anyways, be the real looking sexy like Arasta. Dumping, oh, you can shake that thing. Oscala V, Oscala what? Oscala V, Oscala, Oscala, Oscala V, Oscala, Oscala V. Shake that thing. Oscala V, Oscala what? Oscala V, Oscala, Oscala. sumami, baby sumami, baby sumami, yeah. Baby sumami, baby sumami, baby sumami, baby sumami, yeah. Baby sumami, baby sumami, baby sumami, baby sumami, yeah. Baby sumami, baby sumami, baby sumami, baby sumami, yeah. Yeah. Stop to do, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, boy. Easy now, me, take it easy. Catch some cruise with my cheese. You spoke one for the days. Come on for the body, know the breathe. Put on your shoe, make it stand at this. All your sorrow, make it dance them free. If you know be kala, yeah. If you know be kala, the pooch. One my joke, ijogo, ijogo, what you want, my jojo? Ijogo, when you my jogo, and if you know be kala, the pooch. But you back, Olua, yeah. Joy is coming, joy is coming. Dupa, Olua, yeah. Joy is coming, only a little more. Dupa, Olua, yeah. Joy is coming, joy is coming. Dupa, Olua, yeah. Joy is coming, only a little more. I know your friends they never want you from me, but now that it's over, you can rest on their shoulders. It costs me nothing, I can tell you for free. I'm a certified loner, so nobody get time for competition. No air condition. Nobody can take my position. It's short for me, till I hang just see. So many talking is so good, so when everything nice, gone grass up. You see the flow, it is hard. But the joke, it is hard. I tell my mama, don't you worry for me, that I am good on my own. I've made my peace with my soul, and I know concern anybody who wants change them for me. I'm a certified loner, but I'm a stepping at the room with my head up high. All of them cameras light on me. If you ready, make we go outside. You already know it's on my time. Scatter the party, turn the club upside down. Make a drink and shy, oh, till I can feel my face, oh, till I can feel nobody get down. Steadily, I dey drop pedal. He dey do them like he deja vu. If you give me pass, I go look at cool. I dey come through, skelewu. I love my people like Ofaku. Sometimes them go fight for you. Sometimes them go they against you. Oh yeah, yobo. I dey fight for my people. I will. And like a back tell me, I will. 1957, I will. How did I hurt you? You just take out the face for me. For the rubbish they tell you. As many man come, now so many man go. Got to keep a damn, I put my body on so. Everybody get opinion, but if you wanna marry, you go sabi long, pass you carry back, oh. You know say they say, I say it's not so. You know say they say, I say it's not so. The only thing I really do tonight is together, wanna make me love, and I don't wanna do it with my eyes closed. To live my life, I wanna do my destiny. After I give it to my best, I be self-believe, best believe. Holla so far, happy girl, I wanna pull up on your bumper. Pull around, wanna pull up on your bumper, oh. Take it on the pedal, oh. Do what I like, I'm gonna do whatever. I did my zone, I do the shop, the life. By the net, I need the shop, them out. Bobby, the who they brush me loud. I the volume on the pedal like it's on drugs. My baby could beat it, anything else, it's just noise. Boy, is it worth it? Let me work it. I put my thing down, flip it and reverse it. It's your permit if it's wet yet. It's your permit if it's wet yet. If you got a big, let me search it. To find out how hard I gotta work it. It's your permit if it's wet. Your permit if it's wet. Your permit if it's wet. Your permit if it's wet.
Chechele morao, kingdom she be lick the style. Fresh reflected the car, phony the below bodade. Chechele morao, kingdom she be lick the style. Fresh reflected the car, phony the below monada. Whoa, yeah, some phone. Monday, Blue Monday. Like about Tuesday, weekend de toma calaboraro, weekend de toma calaboraro. Hey, but Monday, Blue Monday, like about Tuesday, weekend de toma calaboraro, weekend de toma calaboraro.
To your seats now. I need everybody seated real quick. DJ, come, let's cue this music. Oh yeah, now if you are talking, I'll come and give you the mic. So you just continue talking. I said, please come back to your seats, please. If you're standing, you are very wrong, extremely wrong. Demure ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. I can see some people talking now. Let me bring the mic so they will continue talking. No, don't sit. Wait, don't sit down. Don't sit. If you're talking, I will give you the mic. Thank you very much. I see that most of us are seated. The very next thing I need you to do is to stop talking. I just need decorum in the room. Can we do that? Amazing, amazing. Hello, everyone. Have you forgotten our culture? Hello, everyone. My name is Peace now. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Thank you. So I sent all of you to the market. And from the moment when I was explaining, you were doing as if you were uninterested. Now I've been calling you back from the market for the past 8 minutes. I want to know those who obeyed and found their person, and those who did not. So I'm going to bring people up stage at random. You're going to tell us who you found. You tell us what you have in your prompt card, who you found, and you tell us about that person. I'm going to pick at random. You're praying. Please don't call me. Please don't call me. I will pick you. Hello. Please come up stage. Let's clap for her, please. Hi. Hi, come up stage, please. Let's clap for him. Come now. Yes, you. Come now. Come up stage, please. Yes, you. Yes. Do you want to come up stage? Okay, come up stage. Let's clap for him. I need one more guy. Hi. Please, can you come up stage? Okay, we have 4. Where are they? We have 4 people. Let's clap for them. We gave you gala now. You have energy now. Clap for them. Clap for them now. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay. Media, please, I need another mic. Do you have your prompts card with you? Let's get to know you. Your name?
I'm Claire.
Can we say hi to Claire?
Hello.
Can you read out what you have in your prompts card?
You can hold it. Sorry. Find someone who has relocated to a different city or country because of a tech opportunity.
Did you find the person? Who is the person?
I found Michael. He's a co-founder of Event Door. Yes.
Michael exists. Michael is a person.
Sorry, not Michael. Matthew. Sorry.
Matthew.
Yes.
He exists. He's
Yes,
a
yes.
person.
He's a person.
Matthew, please, can you come out if you exist? He's your evidence, so. Where is he?
He works with Event Door.
Matthew. Are you sure you met Matthew?
Yeah, I did.
Where did Matthew go to? Okay, tell us about Matthew.
So he moved from Ogun State to Lagos. I mean, his parents
She's
are
giving
based
us
there.
gist, guys.
And I think from his prompt card, yes, he was asked to meet someone whose parents have no idea of what AI mean. And I mean, both parents, we don't, I mean, my mom doesn't know what AI mean.
No, say
I
it,
get
say
to like
it.
explain it to her all the time.
Okay.
So, I mean, same way. I don't know. Matthew, don't do me like this now.
Please, my judges, what are we going to rate her? On a scale of 1 to 10.
I'm not done. I'm
But
not
Matthew
done.
is not here now. How do we want to
Okay,
believe?
Matthew fixed my tag.
Matthew. She said Matthew fixed her tag, but we can't see Matthew.
Matthew! Please, I want you to look for Matthew, please.
Please, let's give you 5 minutes. Go and look for Matthew. Go and look for Matthew and come back. Okay, let's have a guy go next. It's you. Let's. All right, your name, please.
I'm Ubio. Yeah, I'm Ubio. I'm Ubio.
Can we say hi to him?
All right, I'm Ubio Obu. Ubio Obu.
Ubio. His name is Ubio.
Okay, I don't know if I found I almost found the person.
Are we agree? Are we receiving almost here? Oh, this is Matthew. Both of you come and sit down here. Wait first. Come now. Come up hither. Come. Feel comfortable. Yes, feel comfortable. We'll come back to grading you.
So it says, find someone who has at some point had more terminal windows open than sends.
Hey.
That's why I said I almost found the person, because the person I found actually had more terminal windows open and also had sends.
So who is the person?
Ayo.
Where's Ayo?
Ayo has disappeared.
You did not meet Ayo. I don't.
Ayo was sitting there.
Prove it.
Ayo was
No
sitting
evidence. How do we know? Please, what are we going to rate him? On a scale of 1 to 10. Sorry, 0 to 10. 0, because
Then
there's no
he
evidence.
He saw when I found him.
What are we going to rate him now? Talk to me, guys. What are we going to rate him? All in favor of 0, say yay. If you're in favor of 2, say yay. 2 over 10. A round of applause for him. Yes. Please bring me a lady, a pretty lady. A pretty lady in tech. All right, let's get to meet you.
Okay, hi everyone. Benga is my name.
Benga is his name.
Hi. So I would say the person found me. We had an amazing conversation.
The person found you?
Yeah.
Did you find someone?
Technically, we found ourselves actually. Sito, Sito, if she's in the crowd.
Sito.
Yeah, she's.
Where is Sito?
Person.
She's an amazing person.
Shy. Yeah, okay.
She can be shy.
So she does content. She's currently studying insurance in Unilag.
Okay.
She's also very interested in modeling.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is your name Sito? That's not your name. My fellow judges, I hope you are grading. That's not your name.
For the purpose of this conversation.
Moving on to where?
For the purpose of this conversation.
No. What's your name?
My name is Oseto Amen.
Short form Sito. Short form Sito.
She said Oseto Amen.
Short form AKA.
Short form is Oseto, not Sito.
Based on accuracy of information, come on, just one.
Sito, did you get to know him?
Yes, but not so much. Yeah, I did.
It's a process, It's a start. The conversation is a start, so.
Are you trying to convince? Our judges are not.
She cannot get to know me in a single day, right? So.
Please, help me lock that door. You are clapping. Okay, let's grade them. On a scale of 0 to 10. No. 10 is for me.
Why are you influencing the judge?
9 is for my co-hosts. 8 is for the co-founders. They are going home with 3 points. Yeah.
3 points?
3 points now.
Okay.
No. Okay. Oh yeah. Because they said 10. 10 for both of you. Yeah. Please go and know our correct name. Please, a round of applause for them. Benga, please bring me one lady upstairs. Bring me a lady here. Hi, Michael. We've been waiting for Matthew. Hi. Both of you can stand up. Matthew, why did you go missing? Did she meet you? Are you sure your name is Matthew?
Yes.
Prove it. What if she found somebody outside now?
Yeah, my friends are here.
Use your mic.
My friends are here and they know my name.
Who are your friends?
Osame and where is Nimi?
Osame, can you wave? I'm seeing 2 people waving.
And Esther too, so.
Esther. Where is Esther? Where is Esther?
She's waving
Oh, his name is Matthew. Okay. Did you get to know her?
Yes.
What's her favorite color?
He's not talking stage now.
It's not, but it's getting to know them now. You don't have favorite color. What does she do for work?
She's an events planner and an events decorator.
What's her brand name?
I didn't get that.
So you don't intend on patronizing her?
No,
ever?
we actually did talk since
What did you people now talk about?
Well, we spoke about Inventor and how she can actually use our platform to host events and
Also, you sold your product to her.
I mean, yes.
And you sold your.
So it's like a collaboration.
Collabo.
Please, what are we going to grade them? Can you see the people you gave 10 to? And you want to put them in the same level with these people? This ones, they broke the scale actually. On a scale of 1 to 11. Please, let's clap for them. Claire, please bring me a lady. Bring me a lady. Yes, up here. One more lady. Yes. Select someone for me. One more person, I'll move to the next session. Don't forget, if you need to get a meal, we have a vendor outside that you can get a meal from. One more person, please. And the person is delaying. Uh-uh. 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 Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Claire. All right. All right, DJ, you can bring it down. DJ, you can bring the music down. All right, let's get to know you.
Hi, I'm Joy. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Joy. Hi.
So what does your prompt card say?
It said, find someone who has built a tool that they still use personally every day.
Find someone who has built a tool that they still use personally every day. Did you find the person? Yeah. Who is the person?
Mercy.
Mercy. Ha. You people are finding people who are not in the room. Where's Mercy? Is she the one? Mercy, why did it take you 5 years? You are inspired. Yes, please come out. Let's clap for Mercy. Mercy fast. We have, okay, I can see my timer. I have just 3 seconds more. Mic check, okay. Hi, Mercy. Please, what's her name?
Joy.
What does she do for work?
Okay. I know she's building a painting brand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did she have breakfast before coming here today? I said get to know them now. Why are you defending Joy?
I didn't
Sorry,
ask about
Mercy.
having breakfast.
Sorry?
I didn't ask about the breakfast.
What's her shoe size? You that you are saying, I will bring you up on stage.
40. Her shoe size is 40.
She wears 40?
Yes.
Okay. What's Mercy's, you are Mercy.
Yeah.
What's Mercy's favorite color?
It's
You are
pink.
teaching how to lie. What's Mercy's favorite color?
Pink.
What does she do for work?
She's transitioning into tech.
She transitioned into tech.
Yeah. She's a partnership manager.
She's a partnership manager.
Yeah.
Where?
I didn't ask.
I
didn't ask.
Please, what are we going to rate them? 5. 10. They say they will manage 5. She said, oh yeah, I'll manage 5. 10. I should give you 10. She's okay. Oh, okay. Has Joy been married before?
No. She's single and,
She's
available.
single. Is Joy searching?
Yes, she's searching.
Joy,
She's
are you
available.
searching?
No.
She said no.
How are you not searching?
Audience, why you saying say yes? Why are you teaching them how to lie? Has she been married before? No, she hasn't. Are you sure? You're sure? How many kids does she have? 0 kids. How many brothers does she have? 1. How many brothers do you have?
1.
Are her glasses recommended or shacommended? Shacommended. When did she get her brow laminated?
Between 2 to 5 years.
Please, what are we going to rate them?
10. Thank you.
What are we going to rate them? Eh? Eh? If you are very certain that I should give them 8, sorry, 10, stand up and say 10. 10. Oh yeah, come out. Come outside. Come outside. Come outside. Ace, where's my bouncer? Please bring me this pretty lady. Come outside. So we should give them 10. They say I'm not giving you, but they say I should give you 10. Will you collect the 10? With your full conscience.
With our full chest.
You will collect it.
Yes.
So you think you got to know yourself?
Yes, and we'll keep in touch.
How? You exchange contacts?
Yes. We are taking it from here.
Is it MTN or Airtel?
Mine is MTN. Yours is what? MTN.
Please give me my mic. A round of applause for them, please. All right. A round of applause for yourself. Is that how much you value yourself? Okay. If you're having a good time, say whoo. Only these people. These people. If you're having a good time, say whoo. Everybody together. If you're having a good time, say whoo hoo. Woo. Eh? How far now?
That's how good the time I'm having.
How far now?
All right.
All right, so we are going to have a quick 5 minutes presentation, and then we'll move straight to the demo session. Are you
Someone
excited?
excited? Come on. Is somebody excited?
They are
Wait,
not.
okay, I think people don't get context about the demo. How long have we been running this? Wait, how many of us know that there was an hackathon before today? How many people are aware?
Just few people.
Wow. So we've actually been having an AI hackathon for the past 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So people have been building, grinding low-key for the past 6 weeks. We've had different sessions over the past 6 weeks, physical meetup, right? And today is the demo day where these teams are going to come together, present what they've been able to build. We're going to have judges who are going to grade their work, and we're going to be having winners that we're going to be announcing today. So is somebody excited for that? Is somebody excited for that? Okay.
Me,
But before we
I'm
do that-
excited though. Please, the team's pitching just in case you win and you get a dummy check. Me, I'm excited for you.
And one thing I can tell you is that we have a couple of venture capitalists in the room, right? So if your project is really, really interesting, you never know. You might just get acquired or invested in by one of them.
So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Dapo
Awobukun, the head of SSA Luai AI. Please let's put our hands together as he makes his way to the stage.
Can we give Dapo a hoo-hoo?
All right.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I will ask that you guys indulge me for the first 2 minutes. Like I was introduced, my name is Dapo, and I lead the Sub-Saharan Africa business for an infrastructure as a service business called Lua AI. At Lua AI, we are building something we call an agent OS, an agent operating system for agents, for businesses that wish to, build, host, scale, manage, and just generally deploy, production and enterprise-grade agents. But before, I proceed to, sharing about Lua with you guys, I just wanted to, get a sense in the room. Do we have, just show of hands if you've ever built an AI agent before? If you've ever built and deployed an agent into production before? Okay, so we have about, I would say maybe 4 to 5 people that have gone through that motion of building and deploying agents. So for every time that I, engage with people and they ask me what Lua does, and they get the sense that Lua is an AI platform, they're like, okay, so what makes Lua different from OpenAI's platform or Claude? Like for all of the things you are promising, these are things that I can already do using the Claude agent SDK and LangChain. And so, next slide. So what I always tell them is, if you saw my panel session earlier, I gave an analogy. I used the car analogy, right? An agent is a sum total of several components, right? There is if we're going to use the analogy of a car, there's the engine, right? Then there's the drivetrain, which is the crankshaft, the gearbox. Then there is the rest of, thank you. Then there's the rest of the car, right? The engine in this case is the LLMs, the raw models that bring the power, that bring reasoning, that have the intelligence. Then the drivetrain are the additional frameworks, right, that developers that are building coding agents use, like the Claude Agent SDK, like LangChain. But that is not everything you need to build a complete agent. If you're going to use those frameworks, it then means that with Claude, you can maybe figure out the agent loop, but there are 10 other parts that you need to figure out next. Those 10 other parts include making the decision on, are we going to be locked into one provider, or do we want to be able to orchestrate across multiple providers? You have to answer that question. You need to figure out preprocessors, which you have to build yourself. Preprocessor is like the filter that your agent uses to decide whether to make an LLM call. Then you need to figure out things like runtime, context, and state. You need to figure out user identity. Those are features that you literally need to build yourself. You need to, wire up the tools. You need to figure out all of the channel integration. You want the model to work with Slack, you build the integration yourself. You want it to work with WhatsApp, you build the integration yourself. And so there are 10 different or more components that you need to figure out yourself as an engineer to have a production agent. Next. What Lua does essentially is Lua helps you figure out all of these difficult parts so that you can cut down on the time it takes you to go from concept to production agents. All you just need to do is you have a Node.js package, you install the Lua CLI, you fire up the agents, you authenticate, and you are live. You have a Lua agent. The only thing that is then remaining is Lua gives you, right there on the CLI, you can set your system prompt by, the system prompt is the persona of the agent. You essentially define, I am a sales operations agent, or I am a project management agent for this company. This is what I'm supposed to do. These are the tools I have access to. these are the things that I'm not supposed to do. So during the system, in setting up the system prompts, you are able to use that to set up the persona of the agent. And then you give the agent right there in the CLI, you give it access to skills and tools, and your agent is live. And then if you now then want to deploy this agent into a business, you then have to figure out, what APIs exist inside of the businesses. Say the APIs they have with their CRM or their ERP or their databases or whatever help desk tool that you then need to connect to. Next. So yeah, literally these are literally the 5 different steps you need to take to have like a working production agent on Lua. Next. I would say that Lua exists as a platform that wants to democratize, that wants to empower developers and businesses to quickly go from having a conceptual idea of an agent that needs to exist to launching that agent in production. Thank you. So if you, please feel free to scan this QR code just to see like the Lua docs. And then if you create an account, you get free credits. You can play around the CLI, and you can play around the dashboard as well. And then just see how easy it is for you to create and deploy agents. So again, like I said, creating agents, it sounds like this thing that is not accessible to everyone, but the reason why Lua exists is to literally make that accessible to everyone. Thank you.
All right, let's put our hands together for Dakpo once more. Please, let's put our hands together for him. As a representative of one of our partners, and that was a beautiful one. So right about now, we're going to be going into the next session where we're going to be having the demos by hackathons. The hackathon participants demo their project. But before that, don't forget that we are still monitoring the social medias for our hashtag. And by the end of the event, the most engaged will be going to with a prize. So this is actually a perfect time to actually do that. So if there's a project or a team or an hackathon that is being presented and you really love, you could just take a picture, make a video, make a tweet about it, or put it on IG using the official hashtag YPITAF and the artificial future. So right about now, I'm going to be introducing another co-founder of YPIT, who is going to be moderating this session. Join me to put your hands together as a welcome to the stage, Deborah Adewumi. Please put your hands together as she makes her way to the stage. I think this way is perfect. All right.
Thank you, Shalom. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay. So we're doing the hackathon demos now, and I'll give a very brief overview of why we had this hackathon. I know Daniel gave an introduction in the morning and talked about the fact that we had, I think from April, we had loads of workshops, trainings, and just getting people up to date about what it means to be a builder with AI. I think from the panel session, one of my biggest takeaways was that our attitudes towards building with new technology and adopting them as a whole need to change. So we did all of the lectures, all of the lessons, everything you need to learn when it comes to building with AI. And so going from learning, how do we put that into practicality? How do we allow people practice? So the hackathon came about. There were, I think, about 30, 35 groups of 2 to 3, 4 people sometimes trying to come up with an idea and build something with AI from zero to a product or a version of the product that can be finished within a 2-weekend range, time range. So we have 10 teams that made the short list for the hackathon out of the 30 teams that participated. So they will be presenting to us today the ideas that they had and what they came up with, their solutions. So I'll be introducing myself. I'm Deborah Adewumi. And then the person hosting with me today is Lola Day-Lori, my very good friend. Please, a round of applause.
Hi guys, Good afternoon. Hope you're enjoying ourselves. Oh, no response. That's very cold. Thank you. So we are going to start with the first group. And the name of the group is ECEL. Can we clap for them? So just a brief introduction. ECEL, they are an AI-powered e-commerce and crypto platform. The platform deploys a storefront in up to 8 languages. Our presenters will be Oladeru Olaoluwa James. Can we please clap for him as he comes up? And Akinlabi Akinkumi Taufik. You guys, please clap for them till they come to the stage. I think first of all, it's not easy to build. Second of all, it's not easy to present what you built. Please clap for them, please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Akinabe Akum Taufik, and I'm an AI engineer. So I have my colleague here. So his name is James, and he's into full stack development. So today we'll be introducing to you about our platform, which is ECEL. But the first thing is, do you know that the global adoption according to the Global Adoption Index,
next slide,
like 20% of the Nigerians that we are even using crypto, like they are not really well known that this particular this crypto that they have, they can easily use it to make transactions. And then even though the global crypto adoption index actually ranked Nigeria as #1 platform whereby Nigerians adopt crypto and how they use it. But most Nigerians are not even making use of crypto to even make payments and transactions. Whenever it comes to making payments, we mostly make use of cash in order to like pay for transaction. Either you are receiving or you are making payments, and that's why we introduced ECEL to bridge this particular gap. So before I talk about ECEL, I want to talk about Amina. Amina, next slide, please. Okay. Yeah, Amina is a fabric trader in Balogun. And what she does basically is that she sells ashoke and Ankara to people. So whenever people come to Amina to make transactions, all she does is that she only accepts cash payments. She only accepts cash to make transactions. But there are some customers, they are even willing to make payments with crypto. Even though Amina even knows about crypto, whereby she knows about Bitcoin and some other altcoins, but she still struggles with receiving payment with crypto from her customers. And then we are here to bridge the gap by making sure that we create a platform, an infrastructure whereby she can easily receive payment with crypto. And then we introduce ECEL to Amina. ECEL is a platform whereby it is an AI-powered, which you can easily create by speaking to it. Under 5 minutes, it's going to create the platform, the e-commerce platform for you. It accepts Naira, Vibe, Paystack, and you can also trade on. You can also make payments or receive payments on it with the use of crypto. So I'm going to give the mic to my colleague to continue. Thank you.
This is hello everyone. Hello everyone. My name is Oladeru Olaoluwa James, and this is what we built. We built the voice-powered store builder. A merchant doesn't need 15 different forms to register a storefront. They can simply They can simply speak out, describe their store in their preferred language, and the store is automatically built. We also integrated the ATEX AI customer service, whereby a merchant doesn't need to be present or even get customer representatives. The store does it through the use of AI. Then we also have the dual payment hub, Rails, the paystack payment structure, and the blockchain payment structure. And then we also have 8 languages, whereby most of the users are not left out. Then we have the innovative education hub, which allows users, both the merchants and the store, both merchants and the customers, to be able to navigate the platform. Then the trust badge system was also integrated, whereby the customers have peace of mind while transacting. Then the AI component is not bolted on, it's built in. AI is the reason this platform can serve its users at all. We have the ATEX AI, the merchant 24/7 employee. Every storefront is powered by ATEX, whereby the merchant does not need to be able to afford a human customer service before they are able to respond to inquiries and feedbacks from customers. What's next? CBDC plus decentralized crypto. We are looking to bring in decentralized and decentralized payment infrastructure, including central bank digital currencies. We have the e-Naira, Nigeria. We intend to integrate Nigeria's CBDC for instant zero-fee Naira settlements. Then we have the Sand Dollar, Bahamas. We have the ECNY, China. We have the Digital Rupee, India. Then we have the Bangkok, Cambodia. Then on the decentralized infrastructure side, we already have the BSC network. Then we are planning to get a 20 token deployments in place, a multi-chain expansion, an on-chain verification, and WebSockets in real time. Next slide, please. The road ahead, now eCell is live with Voice Store Builder, ATEX, Door Pay, Stack, PS Payments, 8 language support, Education Hub, and Trust Badges. The next quarter 3, 2026, eNaira CBDC integration, real on-chain BEP20 token deployment, merchant token creation wizard, and many more. Then Q1 2027, we plan to expand to the Sand Dollar, ECNY, Digital Rupees, and so on. Then in quarter 4 2027, we plan a cross-border CBDC settlements, merchant credit scoring, on-chain, AI-driven supply chain. Then that is eCell, from an invisible, informal trader to a globally accessible digital merchant, zero code, zero gatekeepers, AI commerce, AI first commerce for the next billion with crypto and CBDC working together. You can try it live at eCell application of vessel.app. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Team eCell. Guys, I forgot a very important part of the hackathon demo when we started, which was to introduce our judges who are taking notes and have questions. So if you guys can just wave when I call your names. We have Loba, who is an AI policy person. She was on the panel previously. We have Aaron Shotunde Adeshina from Antler, fully representing himself on the panel today. We have Triumph, a very technical judge. We have Adebusayo, an AI ML engineer, also a very technical judge. Judges, do you guys have questions? Questions? Yes? No?
Hello. All right then. Sorry, first question. Check two. Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, guys. I think my question, you started off, you said you're bridging the gap with crypto, correct? Right. Can you walk me through, when you say bridging the gap with crypto, walk me through that, and then on the second layer, walk me through how AI comes into the whole system. Not just, okay, you use the Apex AI, but like, how did you use it? What did you use it for? And what's the value there?
So the AI integration in this is very important because small business traders might not have the ability to get a website, and this platform gives them the access to easy deployment of a storefront, and it's also using the power of AI, of course. All they need to do is describe their market, and it fills the whole thing for them and deploys it under 3 minutes. And it also utilizes blockchain payments infrastructure, which is the strategic differentiator.
Thank you so much. I think my question is just mainly on your. So you say you're doing this with crypto.
Yes.
But your payment is Paystack.
It's an integration of both. It's a
Paystack
dual
and crypto.
payment system.
Regulation side of things, how are you thinking about Paystack? Because you have to onboard every business, or are you the ones holding the money for the businesses when their customers pay?
I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
So when each business has a customer, how are you thinking about the movement of funds to them? Because I'm guessing you have to create sub-wallets for every of the...
There was a video that was supposed to play, a short video. Can we play it? So just a live demonstration might make a difference.
Oh, no. I mean, an explanation would just be fantastic, honestly. I'm thinking in terms of, this is live? Is this live?
No.
No, I mean the product is live.
It's live, yeah.
So
Deployed on Paystack.
when you did your Paystack integration, you used a real business, yes?
What was that?
You used a real business to register your Paystack account.
It's a test. It's a test.
Oh, all of it is
Paystack test, yeah.
Oh.
So a merchant can register. There's a voice builder. You can type instead if you want.
So no, I'm even thinking a bit more in terms of because the output for your merchant is a storefront.
Yeah, there's a storefront.
So when the customer comes in to pay, how do they do that?
They pay by okay.
So once the customer coming to pay, all you just need to do, all the platform does is that they select the product in which they want to pay for, and it automatically goes through the payments platform. So they can actually choose, probably they want to make use of
Where does
Paystack.
where does the money go to?
Huh?
The money, where does it go to?
Whether what?
The money, where does it go to?
Yeah, it goes to the merchant.
I mean, Paystack is simple. Okay, I think they've done immediate.
Like
it goes directly to the merchant's account instantly.
Sir?
Does it go to the merchant's account instantly?
Yeah, exactly. That's what it does.
Okay, so I think the clarity here is when a merchant has onboarded on the platform, the storefront is live, everything is okay. Now, in your onboarding process of that merchant, do they create an account? Like where does their money sit?
Yeah, okay. After they created the account, like there's going to be a way that the payment gateway is going to be set up to onboard them personally before the money will be going to the merchant account.
So you know that when you're working with Paystack, the ways to collect money from Paystack is either the platform holds the money in your Paystack account, and then Paystack does your payouts T+1, or you do a sub-account process where when a transaction occurs, Paystack splits the money, you take your share, and the other one goes into the sub-account of the person. Is that which of the methods are you using, or is it a different way to receive the money coming from me, the person purchasing?
Presently, according to, is a prototype, and the Paystack is a test at current level. So we're looking at live integration with Paystack, so that would work out.
Thank you, guys. Guys, let's give them a round of applause. It's not easy to climb stage, present, and then get drilled. So please, let's give them a round of applause. We'll be introducing the second team now, represented by Efe Ikaro. It's called OCMLDI, and they are the offline clinical medical ledger with drug intelligence in the healthcare access category.
Good day, everyone. I want to introduce you to someone. Her name is Amina. She's 38 years old. She lives in Kano. 2 years ago, Amina was diagnosed with chronic kidney disease at a hospital 90 kilometers away from her home. Last Tuesday, she visited a local clinic with fever. The nurse had no access to her data. The hospital where she was diagnosed doesn't share data with this clinic, and her medical prescription was lost 2 months ago. The nurse prescribed ibuprofen. It's cheap, it's available, and it works. Well, for some people. 48 hours later, Amina is in chronic renal failure. NSAIDs are contraindicated for kidney diseases. The nurses had no idea, and no one in the clinic had any idea of what was happening. And Amina couldn't talk, because before anybody noticed anything, she was too weak to talk. This is a tragedy. But in sub-Saharan Africa, this is just Tuesday. Previous slide, please. No. In sub-Saharan Africa, this is just Tuesday. African healthcare systems do not talk to each other. This is the reason why Amina's story will keep happening. Patients' records do not travel with them. And the solutions that have been built to tackle this, every digital solution that has been built to tackle this, the EHR systems, the health apps, have been built for places with internet connections. Africa, or Nigeria alone, has 36,000 primary health care centers, and most of them do not have digital infrastructure. The nurses try their best to do the right thing, but they do not have the clinical tools. They do not have any tools at all, until now. My name is Efe Iharo. I'm a medical scientist, a licensed medical scientist, transitioning into data science and machine learning engineering. And I built OCMLDI, which is an offline clinical medical ledger with drug intelligence. OCMLDI was built for Amina. It was built for Africa. It's not retrofitted. It is built for Africa's infrastructural realities. OCMLDI is in 3 layers. One, the QR medical wallet, which is like a physical ID you can put in your pocket that shows now when scanned, it shows your full medical history. It doesn't need internet, and 0 database required. The second layer is an AI-powered clinician dashboard. When a nurse puts in the prescription, the risk engine runs this against the condition and the previous medication, and flagging dangerous drug interactions within seconds. The third is a USSD channel. This USSD channel is basically for everyone. Everybody has, or at one point in life, have used this GSM. And this is available to 95% of Nigerians. You just type in the code, and it shows you the medical history and drug interactions. Let me show you this live. So this is your basic GSM, General Street Mobile, operating on a 2G network. So you impute, press play, please. This is a demo. I use African talking. It's a sandbox demo. So the code is basically 384*52591. In production, it's going to be something different. So you basically input this, and it's you type in the medication, and it gives you instant drug interaction. So it basically flags this and stops dispensation. And we can see it live happening. The nurse types in ibuprofen with a previous condition of kidney disease. And let's look at what it flags. Critical risk for ibuprofen. Risk critical 9/10. Let's see the AI-powered clinician dashboard live too. Sorry. Sorry, the previous slide. Do I need to do something? Yes. Control click. Sorry about that. I thought I was going to be handling the laptop myself. So this clinician dashboard is live. So he has to press control click, and it basically shows my front end. It's AI powered. Excuse me. Yes. Thank you. So in real time, this is the AI-powered clinician dashboard. OCMLDI, offline clinical measure. You sign in, the clinician signs into the dashboard, and it shows the patients. This is Amina Bello, I talked about earlier. So let's check Amina Bello. The clinician wants to prescribe a drug, say ibuprofen. Let's see what happens. Check now. And instantly it flags critical drug condition interaction detected. Risk score 9/10, just like what the USSD did. Same intelligence running on a 2G GSM. Same, no internet needed. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, the market opportunity. The total accessible market is 40 billion by 2030. The serviceable accessible market, 15 billion annual spend, Nigeria healthcare market. And the serviceable obtainable market, which is our entry point, by God's grace, is $500 million initial target for Lagos PHCs and pharmacies. Next slide. This is the system architecture. It's when you scan your QR medical wallet to basically the clinician dashboard, the risk engine detects, it shows the alerts. Also the QR medical wallet, risk engine detects to US and the USSD access. It runs offline. It has an offline database running on SQLite. It also has a governance and audit log. And this also shows real-time accessibility. It also shows who logged in, when you logged in, what doctor did an override on whatever drug given. So in case there is any legal issues or anything, you can basically get whatever happened from your database. Next slide, please. The business model. This is very important because basically running OCML DI, I'd say the business model is pretty obvious. We would charge 5,000 to 50,000 per clinic, depending on their size and infrastructure. This is going to be a monthly subscription, and that's just for clinics alone. In Lagos State, we have about 1,000 primary health care centers, and you can imagine what this would be if we get a Lagos State contract that makes people get their QR wallet. A QR wallet is going to be a physical health identity card, and this is what LASRA, I'm sure we know what LASRA is. This is what LASRA infrastructure already supports. So, Lagos State government's contract. Next slide, please.
If you sorry, can you round up now?
Okay, yes, please. The ask. I'm asking for a 2 million pilot funding. This is a pre-seed funding. I'm asking for one strategic mentor and a healthcare government, and also one technical partner who is a software engineer, product manager. And this 2 million is going to run for 3 clinics. Basically, it's going to be a 90-day run to get, the money is going to be spent getting a domain, getting a lawyer, basically putting all this in paper and running a 90-day run with OCMLDI for 3 clinics. And after this, we're going to get a database that is ours to show the Lagos State government that we can do this. So we're basically taking, we're doing a run, 90 days run, then we take on the Lagos State government, then we take on Africa. Thank you.
We'll take one quick question from the judges, if you guys have any.
That's a very good product. I mean, I have a number of questions, but I want to keep it short to just one bit or 2 bits. First off, you said completely offline.
Yes.
Okay. So, what is completely offline? Let me explain why. The risk engine lives where?
The risk engine lives in the dashboard. Completely offline is you can use your USSD, you can use...
so you know USSD is not completely offline?
But when there is an internet connection, this is when the...
it does a sync.
Sorry?
It does a sync. It goes up, validates, and comes back. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But you can get the basic things, which is drug interaction offline. When internet connection comes, it syncs with the database.
No, it does. So I don't want us to overflog a couple of things, but I mean, that works. But then you have issues with, I mean, your versioning policy is important. How you get, it's health.
Yes.
The margin of failure for health is very, 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 very small.
Sorry?
The margin of failure for health is very, very, very small.
Yes.
You need to be as almost 100% because, again, it's health.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Toby would definitely know about speaking on things around the compliance for that. So you want to make sure that anything you're churning out, you can validate it to the corest of the core. Permit the use of the word, right? So,
yes, of course. It runs on WHO standards. Also, Liverpool HIV and TB data, and this it also has 32 African rules that are basically generated for complex diseases that are found basically in Africa. So this is built for Africa with data from WHO, like I said earlier.
Okay, yeah. First of all, great pitch, right? I said first of all, great pitch.
Oh, thank you.
I think you're trying to solve a critical and very important problem that we have here. His question, or the last thing he commented on, is where I was trying to go. I want to know more about this, your risk engine. How did you train it? In fact, first of all, what is this engine? Are we talking traditional ML? Are we talking Gen AI? What are we talking about this risk engine? And then how did you train it? And then he also mentioned the margin of error. Yes. How did you evaluate that margin of error from a technical perspective? Not like, talk to us as technical people. How did you evaluate your...
Basically, I'm just transitioning into tech. Just a few months, and I did this end-to-end by myself.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
I said, I'm just transitioning into tech. I'm a licensed medical scientist.
Yeah, fair.
And I did this end-to-end by myself. But there are some very technical questions I would have to sit down to think about before I answer.
Fair enough. But but you built something that works, right? From what you've shown us, it works, right?
Yes.
Cool. How did you come about? So you put ibuprofen and kidney disease. How did you come about 9/10?
Sorry?
How did you come about a risk factor of 9/10?
Okay, it's run against WHO model formulary. So it's not just me saying this is 5/10. There are 3 layers of data in the back end. I think I mentioned them earlier. The WHO model formulary, the Liverpool, yeah.
Okay, guys, let's give her a round of applause, please. Okay, so our next one is going to be quick and interesting. Okay, so if you are here and we're listening to me, obviously everyone speaks English. How many people speak their mother tongue? If you can speak your mother tongue. Guys, most of you can't. Wow. Okay, so mother tongue. The guys are in Abuja, so we'll be watching a video of them presenting. We're ready.
Well, I am the team lead for Mother Tongue. A bit of a backstory. I was born to parents of different ethnicities, Igbo and Yoruba. However, I am unable to speak both or either of them. I noticed that this is not just a problem for myself and my siblings, but also many other people I've met around my age group and lower, some older. And this is the exact problem I'm trying to solve. Because not only are languages and cultures dying in Nigeria, it's the same for many other countries in Africa. Over 2,000 languages, and each one of them is slowly going extinct. And some have already gone extinct. Mother tongue is a conversational learning partner for learning languages. And how it works is you basically speak to this partner in a judgment-free zone. It assesses you, and then it gives you results when you're done of your grammar, your cultural appropriateness, your tone. We went to immersion first because having done research on people like Tim Ferriss who have established a sort of polyglots, often learning languages in as little time as 3 to 6 months, immersion is the best way. And how can we do that without the fear of rejection or the fear of mockery? And at your own pace. Now let's practice some Yoruba.
Ẹ kú àárọ̀ o, ẹ wá ra nǹkan. I have fresh tomatoes today, very fresh. Kí ló fẹ́ rà?
And this is the part where I was speaking about judgment free. So let's try to make like the agent and not laugh at my Yoruba. Ẹ káàárọ̀ mà, mo fẹ́ ra tomatoes méjì.
Owó bẹ̀rù ni.
Right, and you can, if you're stuck, you can see suggestions and send a response. Now,
Owó kan kò tó, ẹ wá fọ̀wọ́ rẹ̀.
you can end the drill, see what you did well, see where you can improve, and go back to your scenarios. Now let's try a bit of Hausa. Note that for both Yoruba and Hausa, if you can't speak, you can also use text. So let's see that in action here. Now, something to note as we end this drill is a few challenges that we faced along the way. One, the ready availability of established base models that can help you do this with as little computational power needed as possible. This is a few problems in one. For Hausa, we had to fine-tune our own model on the language, which posed in itself a challenge, selecting quality data for commercial use. Now, having done that, another problem that stood out to us was the availability of compute. So we had to rent a GPU to be able to do this, but the GPU was obviously not powerful enough to quickly process or synthesize speech and then give a new response. We've already seen that this sort of validates the idea, and immersion, whether we call it that or not, has been the only true way to truly understand, to learn a language, especially with its nuances, with respect to culture and other things like colloquial speech. Thank you for your time. This has been Mother Tongue. You can find the demo live at mothertongue-demo.vercel.app. Thank you for your time.
Okay, they have credits, I guess. They're on Google Meet waiting for your questions. So do we have one question from the judges?
Just one.
Yes.
Hey guys, great product. Are we muted? I think we're muted. Okay, can you hear us? Please confirm you can hear us.
Next guy is not. Hi, Jessica. Can you confirm if you can hear us? Jessica, can you confirm if you can hear us?
So I'm coming on.
Hi, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Oh, awesome.
Awesome.
Okay, great products. Just very brief question. I'm not sure I got a lot for two to things. First, dialect. So on the table we have someone who speaks Yoruba natively, and there was some sort of discrepancy on the intonation of some words. So how do you plan on to go about it? I'm not sure I did a lot of how you plan to make money from this.
Yeah.
If it's free and
ultra
nice.
Sorry?
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to first address the problem of intonation. No, currently, that was one of the challenges that I stated about the unavailability of appropriate data that can help. And so for that, the intention is to continue training, because there's a large corpus of data that exists, and there's still more that can be taken, and a variety of machine learning techniques that can also be employed. So the intention here is to continue fine-tuning, because regarding the timeline that we had, I'd say we did a fair job, but there's more obviously to be done. There's existing data sets and we can gather more, and we can also include non-speech events like laughter and things like that, laughter, annoyance, such kinds of emotions. which luckily we have some experience with, and we are still gaining more experience. As for a path to revenue for this, so the intention is to go the Duolingo model, have a bunch of free lessons, and the core of the product should be free, because more than anything, this is a social is an instance of social entrepreneurship, and rather than a purely corporate benefits project. But as well, you can offer the free products and then include more add-ons, things like the intonation practice and like core speech assessments. The ideal of this is to be able to assess your confidence and your productivity in real time, and then adjust the difficulty to that.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Please let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, guys.
Okay, so let's give them a round of applause again. Well done, guys. So we'll be going to the next team, Team Nurture. Please, can you guys start standing up? Their category is healthcare access also. And the presenters will be Akolo Bulus. Please forgive me if I didn't pronounce that right. And Bid Nwanko. Please clap for them. Encourage them as they're coming up, please. So what Team Nurture aims to do is to reduce maternal mortality rates, saying Nigeria has one of the highest maternal mortality rates. So, and what their product is trying to do is actually, in a good way, reduce that. So please let's clap for them as they come on stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so my name is Bid, and we are from Team Nurture. All right. Next slide. Okay, so let's go. Now, Nurture is an AI-assisted early learning system that helps clinicians and pregnant women who are able to identify pregnancy risk before it becomes an emergency. And I want you to understand that a normal pregnant woman wakes up to her normal daily routine. She feels healthy, her vitals are okay. But within herself, unknowingly, she has some hidden, complicated signs that can lead to what? Early pregnancy issues, which can be threatening, life-threatening. Okay? And this can lead to this. You can see preeclampsia, which is dangerous high blood pressure. You can see postpartum hemorrhage, which is dangerous bleeding. You can see preterm labor, which is what? Delivering too early. These are leading cause of maternal death globally. And this is what Nurture is here to what? To actually solve. Ladies and gentlemen, Nurture is a two-sided platform that actually will have two layers. We help the clinicians and we also help the pregnant mothers. What do? To the clinicians, we help them predict risk. We help them also to have indicate early warning signs. To the mothers, we help. This is their their pregnancy guide, and this is also what help them identify those risks ahead of time. And I wanted to know that this can actually help a lot of persons. Okay, with Nurture, you can get early intervention. With early intervention, you can prevent emergency. And with emergency prevented, you can get better outcome for pregnant mothers, better outcome for mothers that will give birth to what? To the next Bisola, to the next Aaron of our generation, to the next great minds of our generation. It's not just that. Nurture is also what? Is also a voice assistant. We have there called Tolu, which is powered by APES. Now, with APES, what the voice actually helps, it helps the clinicians to work hand-free. He can actually register the client and also check the vitals hands-free. For the mothers, it can actually speak their language. This can happen either in English language or in pidgin language, which means it is user-friendly, ladies and gentlemen. And this is what Nurture, we are bringing it to you, okay? So our market is very wide. This is our primary customers, our paying customers, which is our private maternity hospitals, antenatal clinics. These are people that actually are going to pay. But who is using our stuff? Who is using Nurture? We have the gynecologist. We have the antenatal cares. And of course, we have the pregnant mothers. These are people that are actually using it. And our model is very simple. We are going towards hospital subscription and of the new premium maternity support. If you look at our total addressable market, over 3.5 to 4 million pregnancy is actually managed by private hospitals. And in Nigeria, this is actually a big market for us to actually contain, and we are saving life. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not ignorant of our competitors. We know there are people that are in the market. We have RDoc, we have MDoc, we have Baby Health. But guess what? These people, they are basically checking up on what? On the general health care. What Nurture is doing is that what? Is the first ever system that combines continuous risk score prediction across multiple complications, adding with plain and pidgin English, and also is also going to help you bring that chatbot that is user-friendly to our country, Nigeria, which is very, very vital in our country. Now, I've told you about the problems, I've told you about the matter. Let me actually show you how this magic works. So sit down, and I'll hand it over to my team member.
Okay, so we have a video.
We have a video.
Okay, so this is our landing page. You get to log in as a mother or as a clinician. So we'll log in as a clinician. So on the clinician dashboard, you get to see all the patients, and then you have a voice assistant, which is Tolu, which you can actually walk hands-free. Once you activate Tolu, using ATEX RCC, you can do any transaction here without pressing anything. So how is this working? First of all, you first add your patients. When your mothers come for antenatal, you add them to the system. Currently, we have 4 patients, and you find out that some have been logged and some don't have logs. Logs basically are, when you go for antenatal, they check your vitals every session. But then after checking these vitals, the listing they do is just check it, and then it's manual assessment. So why not, after checking these vitals, they drop them here, and then AI continues the assessment for them, even when they are not there. If one doctor can miss that sign, AI will not miss it. So that's the idea. So this patient, we collected 8 vitals from the person. It means the person came here 8 times. And then it's running, we ran it into our model. Our model is trained on XGBoost algorithm. It's a decision tree algorithm. XGBoost is a decision tree algorithm, which is checking for the 4 complications. Each of them are flagged between 0 to 99, and then a risk score is returned. But then that risk score is returned, and then it does nothing. So we integrated Grok using sensory AI to actually interpret this risk score. So those that have higher risk score are being interpreted, and then it's going to give out a live English output with recommendation for the doctors to actually know what to do. So this is the recommendation for this person that was flagged.
in plain English for the doctors to actually know what to do with it. And then, like I said, everything here is done can be done with the voice. So you can just ask, why was this person flagged, without you actually having to scroll. You can just ask Tolu why this person was flagged. So we'll go into the mother side of it very shortly. So for the mother side, basically, we added an AI companion. Probably the mother has questions she wants to ask. Like, you have heard cases where they say when you're pregnant, don't drink hot water. Who will you ask? Some people feel it might be dumb to ask anybody out there. But why can't I just turn on my AI and just use my voice and just ask it all those dumb questions in my head, and then it answers me without any embarrassment? So that's what we have for the mothers. And then when these cases are actually too mild, we instead of just relying on these things, we tell them to escalate the issue. That's why we have the buttons for calling a doctor or placing an ambulance should there be an emergency. We're
Thank you
trying to do that.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you. We will take one very short question from the judges, if you have any. If you don't, that's fine as well.
Can you hear me? All right. Thank you for your pitch. I think you probably know where I'm going to go next. Yeah, he does. Don't worry. He does. He knows where I'm going to go. But I won't go there for now. You mentioned XGBoost. Tell me about your evaluation metrics.
Okay. So our model currently is we have 3 models, running individually, checking for 3 things. These models are trained using data, open source data from World Health and also Cargo and all this. So what they do is they collect the vitals here and then run it into those already existing maternal data and then try to check the patterns in this. That's what using the XGBoost algorithm. It's a decision tree whereby everything is broken down and then it checks for patterns. This person has these vitals and then connects it to this. Then it gives a risk score between 0 to 99. So a higher risk score from 70 means this person is more liable to this. So that's how the prediction works.
Okay, you've explained how prediction works. I want to know your evaluation metrics. How do I know this works well?
So, can you elaborate how you want to know?
Does the model work?
Yes.
Is it accurate?
Yes, it's accurate, but then that's why we're here. For the clinician, we need actual clinic validation for this. So the data we put in here is working, but then real life demo, we have not done that yet. That's why we're here, seeking for mentorship to actually get the platform to actually run this for the test it in live deployment for clinicians.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry.
so of course, it's good that we're able to do this we barely know each other, so we just got to do this in just a couple of weeks, and we got it working and running, and definitely we are looking at taking this outside here.
No, yeah, well done on that. Round of applause, please.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Okay. We have the next team. They will be presenting to us a voice-first AI companion for apprentices in the education and skill building category. So I have Rukayat, Moses, and Solomon coming on stage. Guys, hands, round of applause. Thank you, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Is this going? Oh, okay. I'm sure today, on your way here, you must have passed by someone learning a trade. It could be like a mechanic by the roadside. It could be a tailor. It could be a welder. Now, these people learn from their masters, and they go home with questions in their head with nobody to answer them. So these are the people we built Stabicraft for. Next slide, please. All right, so we know that the master apprentice learning is one of the structured learning systems that we have in Nigeria right now. And sometimes we have one master with 10 apprentices or more. And then they could, and now they can't really focus on one person per se. So now these people go back home with questions in their head with nobody to answer. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, skill, you can go on.
The scale of the problem on the app is we have 55% of youth or unemployed in Nigeria, and we also have 60 million plus adults with limited literacy. We also have 28 million plus children with no access to schooling here in Nigeria, and we also have 58.2% of Nigerians' GDP from informal sectors. Next slide, please.
Okay, so now I'm not saying that the apprentice system is not working in Nigeria. It's actually working. It's not broken. It's working, but there is a gap. And the gap is that when these people get questions, they have nobody to ask them. And then all the apps that are being built right now, they are being built for people that can read and write. You are leaving out people that are not educated, and these people are actually learning. We have millions of them learning outside. Next slide. So now let me let you meet someone. Her name is Amina. Amina is 16 years old. She's a school. She dropped out from school. She lives in Mushin, Lagos. She has a basic Android phone. Amina is very hardworking, but she has a problem. Her boss teaches her, but the boss cannot focus on her alone. And when she gets home, she has no one to answer most of her questions. Next slide.
This is why we introduced to you SabiCraft, a voice-first app, whereby Amina, all what she has to do is she has to speak to the app, then the app will be able to talk back to her. So she speaks in either Pidgin or a local language, and then it talks back to her. Next slide, please. So we'll have to watch a video. Okay, yeah.
Today my oga show me how to cut pattern with scissor, but when I cut am, the two sides no be the same. I no sabi wetin I dey do wrong.
Oya, no wahala, my friend. E easy to make mistake when you dey start. Wetin you do wrong be say you no use notches or you no follow grain line. Maybe you no put pattern piece on fold like your teacher teach you. When you cut arm, you suppose use notches to make sure say the two sides dey match, and you suppose follow grain line so that the fabric no go twist. You try am again, and this time make sure say you follow all the markings on the pattern piece, including notches and grain line. If you still get problem, you ask your teacher to check am for you.
So wetin I go do before I cut to make sure the two sides go match?
Before you cut, you go make sure say you place pattern piece on fold, and you go follow grain line. Your teacher talk about this one before. You go put the edge of the pattern piece where say place on fold, right on the fold of your fabric. Then you cut. When you open them up, you go get two sides will be the same. And you go use notches to mark where the two pieces go meet when you do sew. You go cut both sides at the same time so that they match perfectly. Now so it be you sabi out.
Okay, so this is like the craft aspect of it. There's another video that shows the business aspect of it. Please, can you play the next video?
Sunday, my oga dey sew school uniform for one big school near us. Don dey do am for years. When I finish, I want to do that kind job too. How I go take approach school like that to give me their uniform contract?
Na so I be, my brother. To get that kind job, you go need to show them say you get experience and you fit deliver. First, you go need to make sure say your sewing skill tight. No be small thing. You don't already start learn am here, so make you continue, practice well, and learn all the tricks for tailoring, especially how to sew uniform, because it gets in special way. Then you go need to go meet with the school authorities, introduce yourself, and show them your work. Maybe bring some sample of uniform where you don't sew before. Or even better, sew one uniform where be exactly like the one them they use. So them go see say you know wetin you they do. You go also need to discuss pricing and how you go take deliver the uniforms. Make sure say you get good plan. So them go trust you with the job. No wahala. I dey here to help you. We go work on your skills and I go give you advice on how to approach the school and get the contract.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. We don't have time. Okay, so we did a little bit of research, and other platforms that we have mainly focused on people who can read and write. And then we have millions of people out there that are learning skills. That is one market on its own. Yes, they are uneducated, but they shouldn't be left out. So thank you.
Very quickly, one question from the judges' table.
Hello. Okay, awesome. Really good and interesting idea. Thank you so much. I think you guys really thought about this deeply. The only question is, how do you intend on, who will pay for this? How do you intend on making money from it?
Okay, so Amina is uneducated and she doesn't work, but the ecosystem around her would pay for it. So we are targeting the master. We are going to eventually have a master dashboard, because right now the vocational skills sector is not structured like other courses. Like if you want to learn data analysis, you know what to learn first before the other thing. But in the vocational skills industry, they don't have that. Today you see your boss cutting your clothes, you watch. Next up, you see another one. So now we are targeting the masters to pay, and then we have the trade associations, and then we have like the NGOs, and we have the government sector as well. Government sectors that do all the SMIGNAN, NPower, and the rest. Okay, thank you for that.
Awesome.
So, I couldn't finish my presentation because of that. So here the apprentice basic is free, and then here the plus where you get a full trade library, all 14 knowledge sections, a portfolio record, and a curriculum. And then the master dashboard will be paid, and then we have the enterprise institution.
Really quick one, really very quick. Why would the master pay? What's his incentive to pay?
Sorry, I didn't get
What's
that.
the master's incentive to pay? I think Loba asked that.
Like the master, why would he pay?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So now we know that masters, they only have one pair of hands, right? And they have a business to run, and they have a lot of apprentices. So it also helps them like have a structured learning, whereby they can have like for instance, now we have this business curriculum where we can get the curriculum. They know that, okay, I have taken this course, this is the next thing I have to take, and then they would equally have like a basic progress tracker whereby they can get their apprentices on it as well, just to see how they are doing. Yeah.
Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much, guys. Lovely ideas.
Please clap for them well.
So this is the end of the first batch of hackathon demos. Thank you all for listening and for paying attention.
Thank you, Deborah. Can we give them a round of applause? Can we give them a hoo-hoo? All right. We're rapidly coming to the end of today's event. And to manage your expectation, right, we have just 2 fireside chats. We'd have awards and presentation, the final demo, and we'll bring the event to a close. So thank you very much for being cooperative and for staying attentive. We're moving to the next session, which is a fireside chat. And the focus of the chat is the realities of building AI businesses for Africans. This session would be moderated by S.A. Williams, Head of Marketing, Remo Starts. Can we give her a round of applause as she comes out? Ha. S.A. William. Oh, can we give her a round of applause? Please, let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping.
Increase it. Increase it.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Hello?
Can we say hi to SA?
All right, so we'll be having a very, very interesting conversation around building AI for businesses, right? Because majority of us here, so I'll just ask like a quick question while we go in so that we know the kind of people that we're speaking with and also how to, give you the kind of information that you need. So if you have ever had an AI startup idea, can you just wave your hand? No AI founders here. Okay, so keep that hand up, please. So if you've actually built the product, let me see your hands. So if that product is making you money, let me see your hands. So we only have 2 people, and one of the person that AI is actually helping them make money is one of our speakers. So I'd like to welcome the first panelist on set. That is Mr. Elisha Odemakinde.
Let's keep clapping.
We are just okay. All right, and then the other panelist that will be coming on set is the CEO of Remostat, that's Ubio Obu. And then the third speaker, which is Sulaiman. I'm so sorry if I'm not pronouncing it well. Sulaiman Adewale, please. Okay, thank you so much, my amazing panelists. You guys are looking dope. All right, so I'm going to ask a very, very quick question to break the ice, right? So it's a yes or no question, and then you have to defend it. So be careful where you choose your answers, right? So I'm going to be asking Suleiman first. If you were graduating today with AI skills and starting from scratch, would you choose to build an AI company, yes or no? Okay. So to Elisha, knowing everything you know today about AI research and commercialization, would you advise a young founder to build for African markets first? Yes or no? Okay.
Yes.
And to Uvio, if you could start your entrepreneurship journey again today, would you still bet your career on building AI in Africa?
Yes.
Okay, so the reason why I ask these questions is because these gentlemen here have given up global opportunities just to build in Africa. So, Sulaiman, can you defend your answer? Why did you say you will still pick Africa?
Yeah, the good Afternoon, everybody. First, the reason why I would choose to be for Africa is because my solution specifically talks to Africa more than anybody else. So yeah, I'll probably build for Africa, even in my next startups or whatever.
Okay. Elisha, you said yes. Why yes?
All right. Good day, everybody. So one of the reasons why I would say building in Africa is a yes for me is because in Africa, things are still very early, right? The best place to start building is in Africa, actually. And the best time to build is when there's less competition. So, for instance, I'm sorry, let me just give a little bit context to why I said that yes. If you're actually going to, for instance, now if you say you are moving to the UK, you want to build in the UK, you are already leaving Africa to go to a place where there is already an existing competition. So it's not a matter of which product is better than which product. Which product is this consumer going to use in place of another product? But here in Nigeria, or let me just say in Africa, for instance, there are a lot of use cases. We have 500 million people. So the opportunity is endless. So that's the reason why it's a yes for me.
Okay. Thank you. And Ubio.
Yeah, for me, I'm always altruive in my approach. And so probably I will always think about greater good, right? So that's who I am. And I feel like there is a lot of good to do with AI here in Africa, right? And so because a lot of people are not doing it, and because I always want to do things for societal good, I find Africa as the right space to be able to build for this altruive purpose that I have in mind.
All right, thank you so much. So we have actually, given a lot of idea that, yeah, we can actually build for Africa and we should build in Africa. But then there's this question that comes to mind, and I feel like everybody have had that debate one way or the other when it comes to the African market. So I'm going to be asking this question, right? From your experience as a builder, as an ecosystem player, do you think that Africa is actually ready for AI? Because we have people who say, oh, the African market is not ready. And then we have the other section who says the African market is ready. So is it ready, or are founders simply building products that Africans don't need? So I'll show that to Suleiman.
I think we lay too much emphasis on AI, and I think the masses, the people, care more about solutions rather than the way it is built. For example, a lot of people that use Zara today don't even know what AI means. They just know that they can send a voice note to something on WhatsApp and they can use it to perform their transactions. So if the solutions that we are building with AI as the technology are good enough, the people that will consume this product will not even have to know however it is built. So that question, I don't think is really relevant. I think the real question is, are we going to build a product that is good enough that the users will not even care however it is built? So I think that's my own perspective on this.
Okay, so I'd like to ask Elisha, do you agree with him, or do you have another perspective?
Of course, I don't agree with what he said because I have an opinion. So it depends. In some context, he's right. But in some contexts, I won't really agree to that. The reason why people say Africa is not ready is because people don't understand the problems we have in Africa. So they don't know how to build what is African ready. Do you get? most of these people that you're talking about that are saying Africa is not ready, how many of them have built a product that is in the hands of customers? How many of them have successfully built something, right? And customers are giving them real feedback. They can't come out to say this is the product. The reason why a lot of people say Africa is not ready is because they've built and it didn't work. And one of the reasons why they built and it didn't work is because people don't know how to go to market. So when you say Africa is not ready, how did we get to this point as Africans? Right? First, we go to the farm to take out cocoa, do all of those things. Now we have machines, right?
Yeah.
That's industrialization. So now, if you say you want to build for Africa, first of all, understand the context and the people you are building for, right? Then how do you sell to these people? Another angle is this. If you say you want to build for people, right? You don't just take a product and you go and meet, sorry, what's your name, bro? Faith. You don't just take a product and say, oh, I've built this product. Come and start using it. Faith will not use it. And that is the reason why people end up saying, we are not ready. When are we going to be ready? Is it when Faith now has 100 million in his account, that's when it will be ready? No. The first thing we should first of all think of is, what problem are we solving in this country? What are the problems we are faced with? People don't know how to answer that problem sort of a thing.
Okay.
If you can answer problem, you will know who is your ideal customer to sell to. You will know if they have the capacity to pay for that thing. Do you get it? Now, if you find out that this is this customer, this is the capacity of this particular customer. For instance, you want to sell to Isaac. You are telling Isaac to come and pay $100. Isaac will not pay $100. He will not.
Okay, so I'll come to you, right? So, but I want Ubio to actually, because something just came to mind. Because you're saying that the problem is actually not that we are not ready. The problem is that we are not solving real African problems.
We're not solving real African problems.
But, so I would ask Ubio this question, right? You are an ecosystem builder, and part of your experience is helping AI founders. So if what Elisha is saying is true, what is the role and the function of funding, technology, data, the APIs, the cost? Is that not also a factor to show if African is actually ready or not? So I want to speak to that.
All right. Let me see how I can synergize the conversation here. Right. I strongly believe that, I don't know how to say it, right? But I believe that Africa is not ready for AI, but Africans are. Now, please get the context of the conversation. Africa is not ready, but Africans are. And why do I make that statement? Actually drills down to the very question to why you're actually asking this question, right? Because AI does not exist in a silo, right? We have the infrastructure layer upon which AI actually bases upon, right? And that infrastructure layer, we're talking about the data centers, we're talking about the computing, we're talking about, and this is, we're even talking about in Nigeria, it gets worse. We're even talking about light, right? So the infrastructure that actually powers a functional AI, Africa is not even having that conversation now. But we Africans are ready. So, because now still talking about that infrastructure, we're talking about the funding, which you're actually asking about, which is one of the stuff that we are trying to see how we can solve in our own little ways, right? We're talking about the mentorship, the human capacity, the education. I think we had one of the earlier speakers talk about the policy, integrating AI as a course in our institutions, right? These are functional stuff upon which any existing AI thriving economy is based upon, Right? I was talking to her and I was like, when I was in India, from your primary 3, you're already having AI as a lecture, as a course, right? So all of this infrastructure is lacking. That is why it seems as though Africa is not ready. But as Africans, we are ready. And as Africans, and I think that's what we builders need to start focusing on, right? To build for Africans. And one of that is the conversation around, which I always have about what I call the African intelligence, right? Building things that connotes and relates to our part of the conversation and to our part of the world. For example, right, we relate a lot more. We have our traditional habits on how things are being done, right? We need to be able to curate those intelligence into AI such that when people query AI, it doesn't just give you a Western civilization response, but also give you an African response. That is what it means for us to say Africans are actually ready. So on that, Africa is not ready, but Africans are ready for that.
Okay, so we have just 43 minutes and seconds. Okay, so just this final one, just this last question, final, and just one second each, if possible. This panel's discussion is about businesses for Africa, and we know business is about making profits, making sales, right? So for every founder that is here that's building, how can we build AI businesses that actually make money? Because we are all quoting some, everything, but we're not really saying and showing how our AI businesses are going to make money. We all are builders, so how have we done it? How have we made money from AI businesses, and how can a founder out there do the same? So maybe Obiox go first.
So I think I'm the worst person to ask that question because I'm very altruistic. Like I said, I always want to do things for good, right? And so if I'm going to respond to that, I would say do enough good that it brings you the money, right? Focus on the problem. Do it so much that you start attracting investors, start attracting people who are like-minded and who would want to pay you just to see you solve the problem. I'm sorry, I may not be the commercial person to give you the best commercial advice on that, but it has worked for me. I see a problem, I solve it so passionately, and in solving it so passionately, I find other people who are willing to give me the money to continue solving it. So that's my own approach.
All right. So to add to that is, I would say you should charge early. And a lot of people build an amazing solution. I personally had to learn this myself. You need to charge early, and also you need to, this also goes back to building for solutions rather than building for technology. If you are building for the sake of, okay, we now have ability to use AI voice notes, so I just want to use this technology, this will always end up with a solution looking for problems. But if we start looking at the problems and finding solutions to those problems instead, I'm 100% sure that people are willing to pay for anything that solves their problem. So yes, it's all connected, and I think that's my own point of view of that.
All right, thank you. So I will basically say that, number one, we are saying that infrastructure, if you have access to at least 8 hours of light in your house, you are ready. All right? Now, if you don't have access to 8 hours of light, you can go to hubs.
You can come to the Remostat
You
AI
can go
labs.
to hubs to build. All right? Let's not make it a government thing, because governments have their problem. If government is your problem, you figure out how to build without depending on government. That's number one. Now, once you have that, the question now is, how do you make money? Number one thing that a lot of people need to have, be audacious. Be audacious and make sure you are in the right room. For instance, you are building this thing, right? Who are the people that will fund this thing? Who are the people that will pay for this thing? Where are they? Where can you find them? For instance, if you are building for African markets, one of the first things I would say you should do is integrate with platforms that already exist. Stop trying to reinvent the wheel. That is how to make money, right? Integrate with enterprise. Enterprises will pay you bigger money than for you to be pursuing Kunle to pay you $100. So be audacious, be in the right room, right? Network. Stop building inside your room. Come outside and build in public. Talk about your products on Twitter, on Instagram. Customers will find you. Build in public and be audacious. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. All right, thank you so much. So we've come to the end of this panel discussion. So the key thing I want us to go home with, if you want to build AI businesses, know how to go to market, understand the African problem and solve that, and look away from the technology and talk about the solution instead. Thank you all so much, and yeah.
We can do much better than that. Please, who's taking our pictures? Who is the dedicated photographer? Okay, perfect. Please, let's put our hands together for our wonderful panelists once more. Please, let's do better than that. Let's do better than that. Oh. Okay. So we have just more sessions to go, and then we'll be bringing the event to a wrap. Before I move to the next session, I'd love to make an announcement. I just got word that we're going to be having some sort of after party afterwards, right? Open to everybody. It's happening at the Terrace Lekki. It's right after the event. So by 7 p.m. at the most, instead. I don't think this mic won't hear this announcement. Well, yeah, we're going to be having an after party at the Terrace Lagos. If you're interested, please do join us there by 7 p.m. So next, we're going to be going our second Fireside chat, right? After which we're going to have the last demo of the day, and we'll call it a day for this event. And to moderate this session, looking at investing in Africa's AI future, please join me as I welcome my beautiful host so far, the Peaceful Peace. Please put your hands together for her. She makes her way back to the stage. Put your hands together. I won't give her Michael. All right. Great.
God bless you. I was just watching and waiting. You people don't like me. Can we give her a hoo-hoo? All right. This is going to be a fireside chat on the realities, on investing in Africa's AI future. And I'm going to call out the speaker. In getting to know him, he is an investment and ecosystem development professional. Where's your With over 8 years of experience supporting high-growth startups and deploying capital across Africa. He said he has led and supported the deployment of more than $10 million in equity and non-equity funding, and worked with over 100 startups across fintech, health tech, ed tech, logistics, and the creative economy. Passionate about entrepreneurship and innovation, Benga works at the intersection of venture capital. Are you sleeping? He works at the intersection of venture capital, startup growth, and ecosystem building, helping founders build scalable and sustainable businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving a warm welcome to Benga Agoye. Can we give Benga a hoo-hoo? Please, can someone pass me that second mic? All right. My 15 minutes has started counting since. We have just very few minutes to go, right? And Before we delve straight into the question, Benga, a quick question for you. When you're not doing all these things you wrote in your bio, what are you doing?
Sleeping.
Eh?
Sleeping.
Sleeping. Okay. Okay, so for Benga's question or session, we have a couple questions here. I'm going to pick them at random, of course, and then ask him the question. We're talking about investing in Africa's AI future. And for the first question we have here, it's a long read. So you've spent your career putting capital to work in Nigeria's tech ecosystem. Everybody, decorum. I'm hearing a lot of noise, please. Are we together? If we are together, can I hear who? That's more like it. So, Benga, you spent your career putting capital to work in Nigeria's tech ecosystem. Fintech attracted serious institutional money. Before that, telecoms did. What's the pattern? And what does an ecosystem need to have in place before serious capital takes it seriously? And does Africa's AI ecosystem have those things yet? Do you want me to read the question again?
No, I mean, I'm fine, so that we can make the best of our time. All right, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm very excited to be in this room, and it's always a pleasure to have this conversation with a lot of persons building, turning build. To answer your question, true, we've had several circles, right? Telco, Web3, and all of sorts, right? But the fundamental thing is it's not about the cycle, it's about the fundamentals, right? And the fundamentals always remain the same across board, which I'm happy that some of the initial speakers spoken to. The problem is still there, right? The entrepreneurship spirit of Africans is still there, right? The talent are still there, right? So ultimately, it boils down to how all these different variables are harnessed in building solutions that are sustainable and scalable. So looking at the ecosystem at large, I would say that what will really matter at the end of the day to drive the ecosystem and funding will be when we start seeing repeatable success stories, right? And that's what I've seen, right? Seen a lot of exits, a lot of businesses that are thriving, coupled with the fact that, the entrepreneurial spirit still being there and thriving. And lastly, a stronger infrastructure that people can build on and scale. That's what it takes, really.
All right, thank you so much, Benga. Before I read out this next question, my demure audience, I'm still hearing a lot of noise. If your mouth moves, I'll just bring the mic to you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So like Benga mentioned, it's not about the pattern, but the fundamentals, right? So the next question we have here says, CC Hub has been backing Nigerian tech since 2010. That's 16 years of watching this ecosystem from the inside. Is it better or worse time to be an early stage AI founder in Nigeria than it was 5 years ago? And what's actually changed?
Okay, I'm going to speak from my personal experience, not
Okay.
necessarily representing CC Hub.
Okay.
So I've been in the ecosystem for a while now, and I will speak to the experiences I've had. I've interacted with a lot of entrepreneurs. I've seen founders that they are very out there, about the technology. They want to add one feature, add one functionality, and all of sorts. And I've also seen founders that are very obsessed with customers' pain point. They're very obsessed with getting validation and evidence. So yes, I think it's only getting better, right? We are seeing people being very obsessed with what the pain points of users are. And we've seen this across different verticals, from education to financial service. And we've seen people being disciplined with execution. Because now, capital reward execution, as we've seen, right? Back in 2022, 2021, I see a lot of people building because there's a lot of capital in the ecosystem that is just saying, just build anything and we'll fund it. But today, that's not the case. People are saying, show me evidence and I will back you, right? So now we see the move towards valid problem. You are being very intentional about understanding what the problem is that you want to solve for. You are very intentional about execution so that you can have evidence to speak to capital provider. Because as of today, resources and capital, they back execution, not just ideas. Gone were the days when you say pre-seed, you just have concept and idea. Today we ask for proof of concept. Do you have users, right? So there's a lot of opportunity that lies in the future, but the trend I'm seeing right now require a lot of persons that are disciplined with execution. You are not just building for vibe, you are building for reality. You identified the pain point, and you are disciplined in your execution.
All right, thank you so much, Benga. And talking about the opportunities that exist in the ecosystem, the next question says, do you think you've seen companies in your portfolio hit the ceiling of what Nigeria's ecosystem can currently support in terms of funding? What does that ceiling look like, the height of the opportunity, and what breaks through it? What do you need to do to help you stand out, to be able to break that ceiling?
I think it's always the same thing. I mean, I've supported a lot of startups. I've seen startups that, they've gone to do great things, right? I've seen startups that, the founder, great team, amazing problem they are solving, good traction, and they're doing well. I've also seen a lot of amazing founders that they set out to solve big problem, but along the way, stuff happened, and they shut down. And I've also seen a lot of founders that they are very obsessed with, solving, and along the way, they were able to leverage data and pivot where necessary. So what I'm going to say is this. I wouldn't really see it as there is one ceiling out there, right? Because at the end of the day, it's all about how big the opportunity you are pursuing is. Now, when I mean opportunity, how big it is, it's number one, in terms of the market size, right? Again, I've heard a story where founders say we are building for the world, but we're starting from Nigeria. Meaning that, yes, we can solve for African first, but our solution is exportable. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So that ceiling means that African is not your limitation. Nigeria is not where your market ends, but essentially you need to first understand that there is a need for this thing, both domestically, conquer the market you're serving now, which is what I've seen. And I've also seen a founder that have also built solutions that can cross the border. So in terms of CAP, I would say it's as big as you can dream, as I've seen with a lot of founders I've supported. And also, it's also about the product, right? I've seen a lot of persons as well that you start with your minimum viable product, which I believe everyone start with. And as you build, I've seen people discover a lot of potential use cases for their product based on market data and what customer is telling them, and leveraging this to build additional possibility within their product. So I wouldn't really say there is a cap in terms of what you can become, right? What I've seen within the portfolio company. I've seen people building for Nigeria, scaling globally. I've seen people starting with just a product, but market telling them there are more possibility, and they expand the offering. Now, in terms of funding, as I already mentioned, funding would always follow execution and evidence. If you can show me that you've executed well, if you've shown that there is valid traction, paying customer, repeated users, unit economics makes sense, capital allocators will find you and they will fund you. Yeah. And this is what I've seen within the portfolio company that I've supported over the years. I've seen people that struggle to raise capital. Why? Because there's a shaky unit economics. There is no repeated customers, and all of sorts. And I've seen people that they don't struggle to raise capital. Yes, you need to do a lot of effort to do that, but it just becomes easy when you are able to demonstrate evidence and you're disciplined in your execution.
Very interesting. My demure audience, I'm still hearing a lot of side talks. Thank you very much. Like Benga has said, there's no limit that exists, but funding backs up execution with heaviness, right? Exactly. So if you're a founder here and you're looking at raising your whatever round, just know that there is no limit for you. Now the next question, right? Because this one interests me very much because there is investment, or there's investing, and there's impact investment. So this question says, you invest with an impact mandate and not just return mandate. Does that lens produce better companies, or does it slow things down?
I mean, that's a very good question. I think the first thing we should understand is what makes a good company, right? What makes a better company? In the grand scheme of things, when you're talking about a good company, it's a company that deliver value, right? And you're able to deliver that value sustainably. So over the years, I've reviewed a lot of opportunities. I mean, tons of them. You know, people send pitch decks, people send pitches. But at the center of this is a very valid question. What are you solving for, right? And this is always has been what determines who I fund and who I don't. You know, and it's also a balance of impact and commercials for me. Because at the end of the day, you cannot so much be engrossed in the impact that it does not make commercial sense in the long run. So I would say that in deploying capital, what I've been opportune to exhibit has always been balancing both impact and commercial, where you are not trading off one for the other. And I will take a good example in education or healthcare, for example, because these are sectors that it's always a thing of impact where people struggle to commercialize their product. It's always a question of, okay, one, do you have a solution that really solve for a pain of these identified users that you're building for? How big are these set of persons, or how big can they be? How do you monetize? So for me, to answer your question, essentially, it's just balancing the two. We don't so focus on commercial that we lose track of the commercial undertone, and we are not so fixated on the commercial that we lose sight of the impact they can deliver. So while making investment call and decision, we look for opportunities that you are impact relevant and as well sustainable.
All right. And one final question in closing. Investing in Africa's AI future. If we have any startup founder, be it in AI or just tech, and they are trying to position themselves better to access funding, what advice would you give to them?
Yeah, very amazing questions. You need to understand this. Nobody pays for technology. I've never seen a customer that walk up to someone and say, I want to buy AI. People pay for outcome, right? An outcome could be, a faster service delivered. It could be an improved healthcare outcome. It could be an improved learning outcome. That's what people pay for.
Yeah.
So in 10 years' time, it's not about African AI. It's about a solution that is leveraging AI, to deliver amazing result and outcome to customer that just happen to be in Africa. So that's what matters in the next 10 years.
Can we give him a round of applause? I see that you enjoyed the session. Okay, we'll have a quick shot. Can we give us a hoo-hoo? Now, please, can we have a quick picture? Please invest in my own startup here. Please, let's. You will not give Deborah a who care. I know we are getting tired, but to manage your expectation, like he mentioned, this is the only major session. After this space, we're just going to have awards presentation to our partners, to the hackathon winners, and then we'll bring the event to a close. Can we give my agenda a woo-hoo?
Thank you, Peace. In the interest of time, I will not repeat my introduction. Do we have Team Ashe ready? Woo, guys, come on, come on. Let's do this. Adebusayo, Adeumi. If you can hear me. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. A round of applause for us, please, please, please. We have been waiting patiently to meet you all.
Clap on for Jesus.
My name is Bridget. I'll be presenting for our team today, Team Ashe. How many of you have had a cough this year? Have you had a cough? Have you coughed at all this year? Yes. And what was the next thing you did? Did you call your doctor? No. You probably took cough syrup, right?
Thank you for that. No, thank you for that.
You probably took cough syrup, yeah? Then the next thing, your mom forced her go down your throat. Then before you know it, you are diagnosed with tuberculosis. God forbid, ja. Next slide, please. We are presenting Health Connect. Next slide, please. So this is the problem. When you see a small matter, a cough, a fever, you are self-medicating. You are swallowing paracetamol. You are swallowing all.
Swallow anything swallowable.
Yes. Then you are, if you are the type that wants to go to the hospital, you are going to the hospital at 6 a.m. in the morning, coming back by 6 p.m. in the evening, actually, if not even later. You are searching online. You are meeting ChatGPT. Please, if I have cough, if I have fever, what is it? ChatGPT will tell you that, death is near, but God forbid. Long queues in under-resourced hospitals. This is the problem that we are trying to solve with Ashe. The solution, next slide, please. The solution is Ashe. Ashe helps patients take the right next step. So, as you're going to see in the next couple of slides, we're going to show a demo of how exactly it works. But just a quick intake here. The patients who make the complaints, the first sign of anything ill which you make your complaints to Ashe. Ashe will take this, it will have all your history and give a structured summary to a medical professional, in this case a doctor. The doctor will have their own dashboard and there will be prescription. Next step, please. Ashe acts as a first responder to health-related issues, collects data, then there is a doctor dashboard. We have some of the links here. Because of time, we won't be unable to do a live demo, but we have, next slide, please. We have, how will you talk to, one thing about Ashe, it is voice-first, privacy-focused website. So when you open the website, this is the first page you're going to see. Talk to Ashe, chat with Ashe. Then you're going to see the next page, which represents the doctor, the medical professional that will take your details, and this will be the back end. Next slide, please.
Market opportunity, please. Thank you.
I think there's a short video, is there not? Could you please, just please 30 seconds of the video? Thank you.
So if you're feeling down, you're feeling sick, and you need to immediately speak to somebody, you can speak to Ashe, and Ashe will refer you to a doctor. So let's just walk through it quickly. So we are connecting to the bots right now.
Hi, my name is John, your AI Hub first responder. How can I help you today?
Hi John, I'm feeling very cold.
Hello there. I'm sorry to hear you are feeling cold. Can you tell me a bit more about what's happening? Are you having any other symptoms with this feeling of coldness?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you so much. We can pause here. That's how our share works. You come, you voice first. You come, you share your complaint. It takes your details, and depending on your own situation, it will collect your email to send you the prescription later, or it will be saved directly on the session. So you will see your prescription later directly without sharing your email. Very privacy focused. Pelami, you want to take this one?
Can we skip the market opportunity? Thank you. So this is our team. Bridget, this is her. Adikpe is the UI UX designer. That is me, my fabulous self, software engineer, and Oyeni Ganiat, partnership and operations officer. I'm not done, right? So after Ashe is done collecting the symptoms, collecting the onset when the illness started, are you currently on any medication? It escalates to a doctor. The doctor sees everything that has been discussed, right, and then can act upon it, can tell you to go and take a test. Mobile nurses are on the app that can order to your house, take the test, and when you send back the test, the doctor can now prescribe a drug to you. And with our partnership with pharmacies, we can triangulate the closest pharmacy to you that have those prescriptions, right? And you can one-click buy it, and it comes to you. So you don't have to leave your house. You don't have to go and line up. Everything you want to do, you have a cough, you have a malaria, let somebody professional tell you what to use, when to use it, and how to use it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, any questions, please? Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Does the AI make any prescription?
Does the she's there?
No, because of legal purposes, the AI does not prescribe anything to you. The doctor
okay.
does the prescription.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any other question?
Sorry, so based on that, what exactly does the AI do exactly?
The AI walks you through your symptoms, right? Helps you to collect it in a structured manner so that when it gets to the doctor is not wasting time asking you what the AI already asked you.
Okay, fair.
That's it.
Okay, fair.
Thank you.
Any
Please
other
let's give
question?
them a round of
No
applause.
questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. So we're going to be having Valiant team. Can we clap for them as they come up stage, please? Encourage them. Encourage them. I promise you this is not easy.
Good evening, everybody. I'm sorry, please, can we go to the demo video? Yes, you do this. We'll be skipping the slide, though we're going to the demo video. But before we play the video, let me just give a brief overview. So now, what we built Variant AI. Now what we are doing, we are bridging the technical skill gap between getting actionable insights from your data. So now for SMEs, they likely fold up between 5 years according to Nigeria statistics by the SME DAN. And what we built is actually trying to solve that. So please, can you play the video? So yeah, you can connect your data source either through a database or an Excel spreadsheet where you can upload the Excel file or upload your Excel link. Now, please, can you go back a few seconds? Please, can you go back a few seconds? Yeah, back a little. Yes. So here, we've connected a database of a real e-commerce platform, Let's Tango. So Let's Tango is a Dubai e-commerce platform that is functional in Dubai currently. Yes. And we have the dashboard. So this dashboard generates an analytics of everything that you need to know about your business. So yeah, we're creating an executive analytic dashboard for growth, revenue, and everything. That is creating. Then we'll come back to the chart and let's have a conversation. How can I improve my business? So it's telling me you can improve your business by focusing on 4 levels. Please, can you go back a little again? Pause. You can improve your business by focusing on 4 levels: seller quality, product availability and conversion, so I'll stop there. Now, what should I do next? It gave me all this record it found in my data source. So please, can you press play and we'll continue. So I told you, give me the next business decision. Your best next business decision is to double down on less tango while reducing the rest. I can't really see this clearly. Then the next one, I said, explain in layman terms. Your seller are heavily driven by one seller, less tango. So the smartest move is to help less tango be happy and moderate other sellers.
So thank you. Here's a quick backstory why we built Vayent. So Rachel is a skill baker and a catering service expert. So she provides services and she has a production running. But last Sunday she woke up confused and bothered. She's not generating as much revenue as she used to generate. So she's not losing money, but she's lacking something greater than that. She lacks access to her business insight. So Vayent was built to bridge the gap between data insights that fold up SMEs. Data insight that fold up SMEs, because according to Smedan and National Bureau of Statistics, we have 39.7 million businesses, MSMEs in Nigeria, which contribute to 50% GDP. And surprisingly, 37 million out of these businesses lack access to data analysts and business analytics, forcing them to rely on mere intuition to run a business. Imagine a new dispatch business company, a new startup, waking up one day, making delicate business decisions, merely using intuition. This has caused over 95% of these businesses to pack up within 5 years. So we are not asking you to trust this tool. We are simply asking you to trust that Rachel and 35 million others deserve better. They deserve to make actionable business decisions. They deserve to know what is going on with their business. And they deserve to make informed decisions based on their business insights. Thank you.
So, any questions, please?
All right.
Just one question, please.
So that's a good one. I think it's just a very simple question. So, from what I know, right, the problem with the informal MSMEs, right, the issue isn't particularly the tools, because I know there are a number of tools that are available for insights for all of the MSMEs. Problem is utilization and selling those tools and eventually having them prove value, right? Take, for instance, the typical, let me keep it short. The idea is, how would you really push them to see that there is actual value in this and get them on board? Because I want to assume that to make money, subscription, right? I want to assume that they have to subscribe on your platform, monthly subscription and whatnot. So the main mode here is convincing them to actually, come on, see the value. How are you going to drive that?
Thank you. For our service obtainable markets, we are focusing on 10,000 users. And we are penetrating into markets like Balogun, Bodija, Gbowo, in 3 different states, Abuja, Lagos, and Ibadan. We are not meeting 10,000 persons directly. We are simply meeting market directors and collaborating with market leaders like the Mbabalojas and Iyalojas. So we are meeting 10 people that know 1,000 persons each. So these 10 people will help us bring this business. So in our next slide. So in our pricing, we have the starter, the growth, and the business. So each of these plans have different features. Next slide. So these are team Olabi Oluwatumininu, a software engineer who built a geofenced attendance system with facial recognition for University of Ibadan. And we are showing this team just to show you that we don't just have the technical
operation. We have the operational dividends to push this because Abdulatif Sheyomi has his work listed in Frontline Voices Anthology in American City, Ireland. So he's balancing the social good. He's there to balance the social good while managing how we generate income for this business.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Next on, we have Mafita from Bahrain.
Hi everyone, hope everyone is doing great. I don't think I have a traditional pitch narrative for you guys today. And basically what I'm trying to do right now is raise an awareness to an issue and provide a possible solution for what it could be. Next slide, please. So my name is Oluwadumbari, and my partner could not be here today due to some unfortunate issues, but I'm going to be taking this session with you. Next slide, please. Yeah, so let's start with what we currently have today. And what we currently have right now is a bunch of fintech companies that have embarked on a mission. And summarize that mission, it's basically to bank the unbanked. And when we're talking about the unbanked in this scenario, we're talking about the informal sector, right? And with Paystack, you see a mission statement like help African businesses be profitable and name it that love. OPA similar for MoneyPoint, Flutterwave, Carrywise, and Piggyvest and the likes. Please, next slide. And the results for like this mission that they've embarked on is quite a story. 20 million users, 6.5 million business onboarded, more than 250 billion transaction value, above $1 billion raised, and above 100 million app downloads. But the question here is that reach isn't the same as access and connection. Next slide, please. The problem with this mission that they've embarked on is that although they've introduced this revolutionary technology to Africans, creating financial services for us, there is an issue of accessibility and compatibility with the services that they provide. Next slide, please. And the issue of accessibility is that none of these Nigerian fintechs platforms support Nigerian native languages in their support channels. And this kind of creates approximately 40% of Nigerians have little to no English proficiency, which creates a barrier for them and a lockout for them. And that's like a 40% gap in the market. Then this creates also approximately 96 million loss in total addressable market for these companies also. And from studies that we can look at to, you can see that approximately 30% decrease in conversion rates due to no multilingual support, and approximately 53% drop in customer loyalty due to no multilingual support. Next slide, please. Now, when we're talking about compatibility, we're talking about do this business really connect to their local users? And Yoruba people have a saying which is Ojulorowa, right? And when we are talking about Ojulorowa, it could like translate to different things, but one I like to see it as is a one of connection. Face-to-face conversations are much more important to us Africans than calls, than text messages and all that. We value presence and we want to feel seen is the entire story at the end of the day. And this kind of like manifests in certain habits. We rather go to the bank branches that we have rather than call their support systems on our phone. We rather send voice notes rather than text something when we really want to be understood. Next slide, please. And one of the ways I like to like encapsulate this compatibility issue and the issue of like I see you is with this avatar. I'm sure like most of everyone here has seen Avatar, and you sort of have this scene where Neteri is like saying, I see you. Who here has seen Avatar? Nobody. That's interesting. You've seen it, yeah. So like you have this thing where like I see you, and in this avatar world, like I see is much more deeper than I see you literally. It's more of like I understand you and I connect with you and I acknowledge you. Next slide, please. So, what's the easiest way to connect with someone? What's the easiest way to make a person feel seen? And that is speaking the native language that these people talk to and understanding. And I don't think it's through forms, I don't think it's through emails, and I don't think it's through bots. Next slide, please. So what we built is Mafita, a customer support AI agent that can take in your support queries in local languages and provide a solution to them or escalate them to a human agent. Can you please check here? All right. And but the issue about it with this customer agent services is that they are quite difficult to address because the models that support these services don't perform well, such as the speech-to-text models, the text-to-speech models, the LLM safety degradation in low African resources, and training is quite expensive and intensive, and some other issues. Next slide, please. My point here now is that fintechs are much more compatible to address these issues because their relationship with customers is largely virtual, so there's a need to improve these virtual channels. Technical background, resources, and network are much more compatible with these guys since they have these things on ground. Financial resources and data also are abiding with these guys. So basically, how can they plug in? And they can plug in by developing and contributing to open source training data, develop safety and evaluation benchmarks, fund and contribute to the training of local models, and open API access for researchers and builders. I think that's all I have. Thank you. Oh, any questions?
Question is fine too if you guys don't have a question. Short
Okay,
question.
so I think I get what the solution is, right? Expectedly a multilingual AI agent to handle customer support. And then you identified the limitations of that particular solution.
Yeah.
So did you or do you guys have at any point, did you build anything within it to sort of mitigate some of this?
Yeah. So in our process pipeline, we kind of have like 3 models operating. We have the text-to-speech model. The speech-to-text model, which kind of intakes the voice inputs, right? And before the input is processed and transcribed, and after that goes transcription, there's sort of like a correction layer that addresses mistranscribed words, so that the AI model that's going to get passed to at the end of the day doesn't like have a loss in error of what is the user has been trying to communicate to the user. So after that is done, within the AI model, the LLM model addressing this also, there's also a validation layer after the LLM that kind of like addresses the solution that the LLM is providing through the 2 calls that it has gone through and everything. Then at the end of the day, we kind of like run through that pipeline to address it.
Well done.
Okay,
Thank you
that's
very
fair.
much.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Guys.
Hello.
Is Team Koya ready? Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Good day, everyone. My name is David. I'm from Team Koya, and I love education. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a story. In SS2, I was at the verge of failing chemistry. And then something pivotal happened. There was a change in teachers. And eventually, I began to like the subject. So it was more engaging, it was more interesting. And I felt seen. But then, I mean, I locked in for the exams and I actually did well. Right, happy ending. But then my parents eventually pulled me out of that school for one reason. He said, "See, there are a lot of students in the school, and the teachers don't know exactly where the gaps are in, all the subjects. So it wasn't just chemistry." Please, next slide. So for the teachers' POV, so they conducted a research for teachers, and the teacher said that there are 52 students in our class, and I quote, she said, "We mark, but we can't find why these students keep, failing." She has 52 students. She's literally just one person teaching, 52 students in a public school. She can't find exactly, please, next slide. She can't find that gap. And I realized that these things are interconnected in the sense that, the first principle states that, there is foundation to everything. You can eventually break down stuff. So for simultaneous equation, you have to learn algebra. And they have to get that skills. Teachers can't find that skill. So that's what AI is, trying to solve. That's what Koya is trying to solve. Sorry, next slide. Okay, so yeah, this is basically it. So when you say solve, when you are saying solve for x, and you're telling them subtract, 7 from 4, it's meant to be -3, but some people don't know. And that's the foundational gap in directed numbers. So what we're basically doing, please, next slide, is using Koya to diagnose that gap that the students should have learned, in the past. So Koya makes learning gaps visible before it's too late, right? So basically, we already understand how edtech solutions work. They assume that students have phones and all that. But we're solving this for teachers especially, because a teacher like Mr. Ade, who taught me chemistry, if he's given that tool, he basically has, superpowers now. He's able to diagnose even faster and better. Please, next slide. Okay, next slide. We'll see this in the demo. Okay, so basically, how do we do this? So we basically trained our model with any RDC. So we used any RDC. They make the curriculum for Nigeria research and education, basically. So we trained our model with that. And then we use verified keys, because even in the mentorship session, we realized that AI is non-deterministic. So we need to train this with, verified answers already, so that these models can, eventually find, the answers and all. So basically, next slide. Okay, so this is what basically what Koya does. We'll see it in the demo. So it reads the work, traces the Y, and finds the root cap. Please, next slide.
Can we see
okay,
the
so
demo
every
now?
country in Africa teaches from a national curriculum. So this basically applies to basically, every African country. There is a curriculum. All they have to do is put it there, and then it traces the gap, put the topic, put the subject, and it traces the gap back to what the students are meant to have learned. You see it in the demo. So basically, this is our business model. Schools pay. We know teachers might not be able to pay, so we give schools this. So, states and NGOs, so they already fund remediation programs. And they don't, most times they just fund it, they don't really know the gaps. They don't really know, lesson teachers and all that, and even organizing seminars. They don't really know why these students are failing. That's what we're trying to use AI to solve in Koya. So we're starting with Lagos. Please, next slide. So this is basically what we did, live shift in 8 days. Please, next slide, because there's no time. So basically, this is our amazing team. We have a project manager, Beatrice. We have me, an AI applied developer in this project. We have Olumide, and we have Samuel. Please, next slide. And we love education, really passionate about education. So yeah, this is our ask. We ask to put Koya in a real classroom, because there are a lot of students who are like me, right, who basically need this. They are suffering from things they should have understood in primary school, in junior secondary school, but they don't have, their teachers don't really commit to that, because there are a whole lot of people. So put Koya in a real classroom today. Find the gap before the exams. I don't know if we can get the demo. Please, next slide. So that's koyaai.vesel.app. If you want to check it out, it's a tool now, basically. So this is basically the demo. And this Koya running live, end to end. Right? So you can just watch, and basically this is what Koya is about. The inspiration is Koya should be a verb. I think you saw it in the first slide. So just as Google, you say Google it. I mean, teachers should also have that, where they can say Koya it, I Koya'd it. Every student deserves to actually learn, and every teacher actually deserves to know where their students are failing. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Any question? Just one question, please. Just one question.
You hear me? Hello. So you spoke about benchmarks for a while. Is there any metric that we can see to verify your claim and to also help us understand how well your model is right now on the task at hand?
Okay, so I avoided a lot of numbers. So what I basically did is we used two models. We used DeepSeek V4, and we used Grok, the Scout for vision. So basically, what we did is we did context stuffing because fine-tuning is expensive. So we basically put the curriculum down and then gave it a prompt to make sure that it follows, the model follows, that curriculum, and it basically outlines its thinking. Because we realized that even like, I mean, you can test it out now too, because we realized that AI would, sometimes tend to lie. So it would, bring out it would output its thinking. So teachers already see that, okay, this is it, this is actually what I marked, stuff like that. So basically, we are putting those guardrails for, the AI to basically work.
So another thing we also added is that if the AI does not know those questions, maybe it's not in the curriculum, it does not just create questions, it actually tells you that I couldn't find this question, so this is why I'm bringing you these questions. So it's not just that it is bringing it from the air, so it is very open about how it is arriving at those questions that it's producing.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay, so quickly, please, can we have Area Hustle come up? Can we clap for them as they come up? Please, let's encourage them. Let's encourage them. So, Area Hustle, you have just 3 minutes to show you off. 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So, slides, please. So, today I'm here to, pitch Area Hustle, right? So, we have a maker, that one guy that can do electricity repairs, shopping, cleaning, cutting grass, and Emeka does not have a steady income, right? Because he does not have a singular employee. So what did we decide to do? We decided to create a platform where, next slide. We decided to create a platform where a maker can get jobs and create a track record of where their jobs can be seen. So that a maker has a proof to lenders that, yes, I can show you proof that I am credit worthy. So here are some of the features of our platforms. Users can easily paste a job using voice. Next, and sorry, go back to the previous slide. And AI agent matching calls. A maker can receive a call and does not always have to be online when a job is available and fitted to his specific requirements. Then, lastly, once a maker has acquired enough job requirements, he can get a financial passport, which can be given to lenders to show his qualifications. So, what did we build? Using Apex API, we're able to create the voice to intent, and we're using Gemini to be able to process that intent because sometimes text to speech cannot always be accurate. And AI calls to be able to power the ability for our platform to call these hustlers when they are available. Next slide. So now, the total addressable market for the informal economy in Nigeria is valued to be 5.17 billion. And the serviceable addressable market for this, our idea, is $2.2 billion. And our obtainable market is $500 million. Next slide. Now, how we plan to make money from this platform, as we all know, our platform is going to come bundled with a wallet. And this wallet is going to be taking charges from each and every one of transactions made on these platforms. Then for the premium hustler badges, we are going to be charging an extra premium so that these hustlers are able to get those agency calls when they are offline. Then for future cases, We have data credit licensing. These are companies that will be using the back end of our financial passport to be able to lend to other people.
One more minute. One more minute.
Next slide. So we have to admit that there are others in the space that have actually done this before. Workerman, Good Work, Tools, City Task, and Tasker, they all offer escrow payments and job postment. But what our platform offers is that accessibility to paste a job and get a readily available hustler. Next slide. So why us? Me and my colleagues are a set of students. Next slide. Time. And if we're building this, we're asking for $50,000 to improve product development, user acquisition, and operations and buffer. And that's it. We have a demo video.
Please, no. There's no time.
Career Hustle, a platform that brings the job to the hustlers. This is a customer dashboard where they can use voice terminal to place a job request. I need someone to cut the grass at my backyard and I'm willing to offer 50,000 naira. It is a football field and I'll prefer the person to cut the grass in the morning.
When a task is posted, an AI agent calls available hustlers in that area one by one. It introduces the job, asks if they'll take it, and the moment someone says yes, it's matched. If nobody picks up, the task goes back to being open.
Job has been posted. This is the hustler's dashboard where they can see currently active jobs that they can accept. The job that we pasted, cleaning, has been seen on the hustler's dashboard. Let's accept it. Now, as they've accepted the job, the hustler has a chance to call the customer to confirm things like location and availability. Now, let's start the job. And once the job has been started and the job has been done, the hustler can mark the job as done. This is customer's dashboard. As you can see, the job for cleaning has been successful.
Well done, guys. Thank you very much. You have one question from the judges, which we'll quickly take.
Okay, good work, guys. Not really a question per se. So I saw something you said, Paystack escrow live at month 5. I mean, as of today, I know that Paystack does not have escrow. Right, so I just wanted you guys to check that out. Unless maybe they released it this morning. They have escrow?
No, they don't.
Okay. But I mean, I think I see there's a lot of value in this. Any other question will probably be technical, so we don't want to make that technical. But I think we're good. I have a full understanding of what this is. Thank you, guys.
Amazing. Thank you very much, guys. Let's give them a round of applause. Iroko AI. Guys, this is the last one. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
My sister's friend, one night, she was frantically searching through documents, through PDF files, WhatsApp group, here and there, jump from one place to another, just to find one answer to a question, which was, will our new loan app directive go against any CBN law? She spent 4 hours, 4 good hours just to answer that question. And when she got the answer, she wasn't even sure with it. Same thing happened to my uncle. I was now wondering, is it a family issue? But when I spoke to some fintech and telecom personnel, it was the same story everywhere. But the problem is, the data is not lost or hidden. It's just trapped, waiting for someone to find it. It's trapped in websites with rigorous web scraper blocker. It's trapped in PDF nobody wants to read. It's trapped in news portals nobody can find access to immediately. So this is next slide, please. So this isn't a small convenience because we have about 900 microfinance bank in operating in Nigeria, and none of them have a real-time regulatory intelligence. And because of this, they gone into fines. You can see we have 12.4 billion naira in fine for active regulatory compliance, and also 1.59 billion dollars get lost in fraud annually. Next slide, please. So we built something called Iroko AI, 5 autonomous agents, live web intelligence built for Africa. So Iroko AI is not just a chatbot; it's an autonomous intelligence layer, always on, always watching, always connected to the sources that matters. Next slide, please. So the 5 agents are always active, 24/7, no blind spot. So one agent searches the regulatory compliance website, such as CBN, SEC, always watching. Then the competitor watchdog searches for competitors such as CUDA and the rest. Then the vendor risk analyst flags supplier problem before they reach internal system. Then the fraud sentinel searches for patterns that hackers used to gain their way into the system. Then the market strategist delivers boardroom ready strategies brief on demand. Next slide, please. 3 things nobody else have built, we built. We built a hash change audit trail. Every decision mapped in a specific CBN SEC regulation, verifiable in 60 seconds. Regulators can audit the chain. And also a voice-first compliance. So you can speak your query in Nigerian English. A go, no-go monitor a verdict back instantly, powered by ATEX AI. Then an African market monopoly. 0 platform built for West African financial infrastructure. The category is empty, so we own the system. Next slide, please. So this is the go, no-go verdict engine, where you can prompt the AI if, let's say, for example, you want to increase maybe a loan percentage for someone who defaults. So the AI will web scrape through all the regulatory compliance to see if it goes against any CBN laws. Next slide, please. And also, another thing the AI does that if you prompt the AI, it can, when the AI web scrapes through byte data, it gives you a whole lot of information. So you can ask the AI about that information. Then it gives you answers about the regulatory compliance, how to avoid the regulatory compliance issues, things that are going out of due dates. And also, this is the market that everyone ignored. Currently, we have 0 platform built for this market, and we have 900 plus microfinance bank, and also 500 million people across Africa. Our closest competitors are built for Silicon Valley, but we are built for Nigeria and West Africa. Next slide, please. We are looking for a 30-day pilot partner, one Nigeria fintech or microfinance bank, full deployment, 0 weeks. We will prove our value in 30 days. And a launchpad program, investor introduction, regulatory relationship, and co-market positioning through a launchpad network. The knowledge was never lost. We built a tree. We built a tree that connects it.
Thank you very much, Ndubisi. Judges, any questions?
Okay, so my first question is, one of your slides mentioned that you are tracking some fintech moves before it happens or before it's made public. So how do you exactly do that? Do you have
the
insider information?
Yeah, we use Vice data to web scrape the entire internet. So we web scrape public data about competitors, their next move, so we can know how to counteract that.
I know, but like, how are you tracking their moves before it hits the news? I mean, if you are web scraping, then the news is out there already.
Yeah, it's already out there.
No, like this exactly says tracks that moves before they hit the news. So if you are web scraping to get this information, then it's out there already. So how are you doing that?
Yeah, it's through the Vice data. Through to public news. It's already in public news already. Yeah.
Do we have one more? Initially, you said that data is sitting on websites that have web scraping, anti-web scraping bots and stuff, and then you're web scraping at the same time.
So we don't use standard web scrapers. We use byte data web scraper. They solve recaptcha and break through all those rigorous web scraping blockers.
All right. Please let's put this together for all the hackathon participants once more. We have officially the end of the demo. Our judges are now looking at collating the results and scores. And in about 10 minutes, we're going to be getting the answers. We're going to be getting the reports of that. Just add up the grand prizes, and I wish I knew earlier. I think I would have done it as well. You have a business, no?
I have more than a business, so I
Yeah.
have an AI solution.
I think it's
I have a
pitch.
technology.
Panel of judges. Accurate. Can we take a couple of pitches of our own? Would that be allowed? We should go ahead, Abby. Do you want to take the floor? You start first.
Hi, guys.
You're sure we'll win like this? So they're laughing.
When you're pitching, you answer our questions.
When we do what?
When you pitch, we'll ask you questions that you must answer.
Shebi is based on what I say.
Pitch first now.
Can we do like a private deal room so that I don't embarrass ourselves here? But anyway, thanks a lot. Please let's start together for our judges once more. They've been doing fantastic work since. All right, so right about now, we're going to be going to the award presentation.
Yes, absolutely. We have a lot of partners who have supported this event. And we want to say, yeah, where's my DJ? Give me soft sound. And we really want to appreciate them. And this awards will be presented by Adebola, Fumbi, and Daniel. Clap for them now.
Okay.
Can we give them a hoo-hoo? All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first partner I would like to present this award to is... See, just do that. You get it. Okay. Sound check.
Okay. Hi, guys. All right, the first partner that we will be giving this award to is in recognition of their outstanding contribution and support at the YPIT, the Artificial Future Hackathon and Conference is
AFF!
Africa FinTech Foundry.
Can we have representative?
Please, can we clap for them?
Can we have
please?
representative from EFF as a comes support? All right.
Please, can we keep clapping? Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Can we chorus? Thank you, AFF.
The next partner that we would like to appreciate in recognition of their outstanding contribution and support at the YPIT Artificial Future Hackathon and Conference is Paystack.
Paystack!
Let's put our hands together as we have representatives of Paystack come up. All right.
Can we keep clapping? Let's clap now.
All right.
Can we yell, thank you, Paystack?
Thank you, Paystack. In recognition of your outstanding contribution and support at the Artificial Future Hackathon and Conference, we would like to present this award to ATEX.
Woo! Let's clap for ATEX. So,
All right. And last but not least,
can we shout thank you, ATEX?
All right. The last partner, in recognition of your outstanding contribution, support at the YPIT Artificial Future Hackathon and Conference, your commitment to innovation, community growth, and the advancement of technology for young professionals has been instrumental to the success of this event. I would like to give it up to
Fiber One. They gave us internet today. Oh. I remember you were the one shouting, give them 10, give them 10.
Yeah.
Let's keep clapping.
Okay. So, like we mentioned, we're bringing the event to an end. And I can tell you for sure that by 6 o'clock we'll not be here. You can take that word to the bank.
Can we shout thank you, Fiber One? Now let's give Daniel and Fumbi a hoo-hoo.
Okay. So, before
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for. Okay, before that moment, we have something that is going to happen real quick.
Yeah, so we want to hear from our last partner for the day. So please put your hands together as a welcome to the stage, a representative from EFF, Mr. Benga. I hope I got that right. Mr. Benga, are you in the building? Benga, right? Okay, please let's put your hands together as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you so much for your support in putting this. Please put your hands together.
Please,
put your hands
I
together.
have solution.
Thank you.
No. I have product. Oh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I'm so used to Teams, so I'll ask. Please confirm you can hear me. Okay, so my name is Oluwagbemiga Awotundu. I work with Africa FinTech Foundry, the innovation hub for Access Bank. If you're a startup, investor, founder, I think you want to listen to me right now because that's what I do. Please, I gave them a slide. I don't know if you can put it up. Okay, so I'm going to rush things here because of time. This is just about AFF, our vision and our mission. Basically, we are here to support startups, ecosystem founders, people that bring change to the society. That's one of the things we do. Please, next slide. Okay, so this is just what I just explained to you, the strategic objective of what we do, sustainability growth, you are into AI, any sort of thing. As far as it has aspect of technology in it, we are very much interested in it, and we are going to work with you on that. So, please, why should you partner with us? Fine, I told you we work with Access Bank with over 60 million customers. That's one of the things you're going to benefit if you are working with us. We also have industry synergy. We can help you do your handshake, talk to those people you want to talk to, give you a soft landing into wherever it is you want to penetrate into. And, okay, so please, next slide. So these are just our strengths. We have all of these. Next slide, please, because of time. Yeah, these are some of our partners that we've worked with the likes of the United Nations Development Program, the Microsoft, MTN, Future Perspective, and so on and so forth. So in AFF, we have 6 units. We have the digital integration and capability, which are the engineers. We have the design and innovation lab, which are those that do the thinking and all sorts. Then we have startup, acceleration, venture creation, and partnership. This is my unit, and this is where I'm going to be dwelling in more. But then we also have thought leadership and strategy, digital asset commercialization, and then integrated solution. So next slide. Okay, so startup, acceleration, venture creation, and partnership. Just move on. Okay, so how do we do this? Our strategy is one, we go through it through acceleration and incubation programs. We run thought leadership event like the ecosystem roundtable, and then we also do strategic webinars. Those are the things that we do. So now, these are some of our startups, selected startups in our portfolio. You might want to Google some of them and see how big they are.
out of these 6 startups, we have 2 of them that got $600,000 as of April. We have some people that won the UNDP programs and so on and so forth. Please, next slide. So, these are just some of the things we've done in the past. In 2023, we are the one that run the in-era hackathon for the Central Bank of Nigeria. We also work with Future Perspective, and as of 2025, we work with the Timbuktu, the Justice Tech of Nigeria, which is the Ministry of Justice. We also work with the NICOMSAT in relationship with the military, and also so on and so forth. Then currently, we are doing our Sustainable Finance Accelerator program. Next slide. So, how do you come into our program? At times, we do call for acceleration. You can come in through bootcamp and onboarding, and also so on and so forth. Those is just our process. Please, next slide, I think. So, this is just our impact to the ecosystem. I'm not going to talk much about it, but then these are things that we've done. And we have over, I can't even tell the numbers of startups that we have, but they are very much, and they are a lot. Next slide. Okay, so these are case study, actually. This is for the Timbuktu, the one we did for the United Nations Development Program, where the United Nations gave $20,000 each to 40 startups in the whole of West Africa. Next slide. So we are the ESO for that program. Okay, this one was the one that we did last year with the Village Capital. I don't know if anybody has an idea of who Village Capital is. They are in the US. They are one of the biggest seed funding for startups in the world. They came to us last year that they would like to work with us to invest into 2 startups in Africa, which we gave them. Next one. So this is just our recent startup ecosystem and their achievement. Each of these startups, these are their achievements. These are what they've achieved and what they've done in the past. Next. Okay. So I think basically how you can join us through all of this platform and then all of these processes, how you can come into our own ecosystem. So if you're a startup, you're an investor, wherever it is in the ecosystem, AFF is open to you. You can easily come in or you send an email, then we'll take it up from that. I don't know if anybody has any question. Am I allowed to take that questions? Does anybody have any question? Okay. Thank you all. I appreciate.
Clap for Benga now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for. I'll be right back here in 2 minutes. DJ, give us some music.
Okay. All right. Hey. Okay, so before we go to the hackathon winners, how many of us are still here? All right, clap once if you can hear me. Clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. Okay, perfect. So, by the news I just got, we are currently collating the winners of the hackathons, and there are a lot of twists that many people will not see coming. Even myself, I'm shocked by some of the results. But then, it's something you need to know that it was based on proper scrutination. But before we go into that, how has the event been? Anybody? How has it been? One word, if you were to describe today. One word. Anyone? Impactful. Okay, I like that. That's beautiful. Impactful. Any other person? Another person, one word to describe the artificial future. Anyone? One word. Am I hearing something there? Okay, all right. That's perfect. So, Mr. DJ, over to you. I think they're just making final checks to the winners, and they will be announcing very soon. Don't forget to keep engaging across social media using the official hashtag, tagging the right handles, and whoever at the end of the day has their highest engagements will be contacting for a prize gift. It's been wonderful doing this with you all today. And this year, I don't understand that we're still going to have smaller mini events before the year runs out. What I look forward the most is doing this with every one of you again next year at the conference in 2027. Big shout out once again to all our partners from Fiber One to Trusted to Paystack to ISEC to Enyata to Lua AI to UAC Foods. Like the list is unending. We say a very, very big thank you to you. These events couldn't have been possible without you partnering with us, without you sponsoring us. We say a very, very big thank you. We trust that you've gotten your money's worth, and we trust that we'll be doing this much on a bigger scale next year as well. A big thank you to all the volunteers. A big thank you to all the planning committee. Let's put our hands together for every one of them. This event goes beyond just everyone you've seen on stage. There are a lot of people behind the scene that has put sleepless nights into putting this together. And we say thank you from everybody that's been doing this from day one. We say thank you. We appreciate your efforts. And we ask that it's rewarded by God's grace. The moment we've all been waiting for is here. With a prize gift of ₦1 million, a grand prize of ₦1 million, and other prizes as well. We're going to have winners. I mean, everybody's a winner. But we're going to have certain special winners today. So, are we ready?
All right, DJ, you can bring it down, please. One house, please. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment. The moment what?
The moment is here.
Correct. The moment is here. And we're going to have this session fully moderated by Deborah and Toby. Can we give them a round of applause? Can we give them a hoo-hoo?
Thank you, Peace. Hi, guys. If you could have one house, that would be great. So from the hackathon demos you guys just watched, the judges, they've been deliberating in the room. They are still deliberating. And to be honest with you, there were a few arguments here and there because we had to decide on what teams won what categories. The first category we'll be awarding a prize to is the best team in the healthcare access category. Toby, do you want to do the honors?
Yeah, and the winner is, guys,
Drum
can I have your
roll.
attention, please? Drum rolls. And the winner is, for the best project in the healthcare access category.
It's Shalom.
No, not Shalom. And
Shalom,
the winner is, wait for it. OCML OI. Woo! Where are they, please? Come up stage.
Can we have Team OCML?
Team
Come on.
OCML OI, come up stage, please.
With a huge sum of $100,000 going to OCML OI. I know. Can we clap for them, please? See, if you have faith, that naira will turn to dollars.
Woo, let's give them a round of applause, guys.
Keep clapping, oh.
Keep clapping. Okay. Guys, the next category is education and skill building. Are you ready? I'm not really getting yes. Are you ready? Okay, that's more like it.
The winner seems to be Fumbi.
And the winner for the best project in the education and skill building category goes to drum rolls. Wait for it. Ooh, wait, I'm very used to winning now as a national fan. So education and skill building goes to Koya AI.
Woo! Koya AI is going home with a huge sum of 100,000.
Well, congratulations. Woo-hoo.
Please, let's give him a round of applause now. It's not easy. Please clap for them.
Oh, not okay. Okay. The next category is the best student team. So for this team, they have to be at least 50%. Half of them have to be students. So the team to win this category is...
For the best student team,
drum rolls, guys.
YPIT AF 2026 AI Hackathon goes to
me now.
Ooh, Iroko AI.
Woo!
Amazing.
Keep clapping, keep clapping. Falala, falala. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Guys, this next category is called local language and culture. It was a very tough competition. There were 2 teams in this category. Yes, 2 teams. So it was tough.
Ooh, perfect. Working now. Ooh. And this is even X to what the other team won. And the best project, drum rolls, under local language and culture, goes to Marathon! Woo! Gets in.
Unfortunately, they were both in Abuja. Sorry. We'll be sending them their check. They were the ones that joined us on Google Meet. So, you know. Okay, guys, and for the next category, these guys are being judged solely on their presentation, how they approached their presentation, what they said, how they told their story. This is the category for the best pitch and demo.
And the best project, oh no, not the best project. And the winner, drum rolls, for the best speech for today, the best speech you guys heard today, sponsored by Nexo Africa. And the winner is, drum rolls. And the winner is Sabi Craft.
Is that how you show excitement for a whole $250K?
I think we are finished. We can be going home. No, I think we are done. We are done. Let's be going home now. Abi?
Can we see your victory dance? Your victory dance, okay? For $250, give me my money. For $250, that's your victory dance. Please, let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, so I think at this point we have come to the end of the event. Mr. DJ. We have come to the end of the event, Abi.
No, this is my award.
Let us go home now. Wait, so people can pay attention like this. Wow, I thought you were chit-chatting before. So I hold your faith in my hands like this. Anyway, the grand prize.
Okay, it's time for the grand prize.
Please, can you call me?
Can
Please,
I call you?
Please.
We might call you. In order to award this grand prize, I would like to call on a representative from ATEX. If you're in the room, please come forward.
Let's clap.
Round of applause, round of applause.
Woo!
This one that you people are doing, you will stand up for the award, for the awarding of this category. So, thank you. Nice of you. Welcome.
Thank you so much, sir, for my award. Thank you.
Yeah. So, for the best overall project across the pitch itself, across the implementation, across the past week of work that has been done in this hackathon, also the best implementation of ATEX in the hackathon project, I would like you all to please stand. Please,
On your feet, guys.
On your feet.
This is the grand prize.
Please stand and give a round of applause. I need to hear the round of applause. And give a round of applause to Area
Osu!
They are not around. They are not around.
Come on, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, going home with a sum of 1 million naira, Area Osu. Is that the best you can do? Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Come on, you guys. Is that how to show your excitement?
That is Adrian. Come.
For the champions, stand up. Stand up. For the champions, stand up. My brothers, I remember when we started this hustle together. Back in Ikorodu, Abi. Wait, come, let's take our picture together now. This is my team, guys. We worked so hard. Thank you so much. Please, let's keep clapping.
Woo. Amazing. Guys, I know I've had an amazing time. I think I guys had an amazing time as well. Woo!
Yes.
What's that stuff you're saying?
Woo!
Okay, so if you have had an amazing time, can I hear you say, woo,
woo?
Amazing. Guys, this is, I have to say this has been 1 year.
1 year.
1 year of work, culminating on this final day. We can't even start to give thanks. But one thing I want to do is, for the final award of the day, I want every YPIT AF team member on this stage with us right now. Every single one of you on this stage. Come up. Come up.
Let's give them their flowers.
I need everyone. Get in.
Some
Every
of these
YPIT
people
AF.
have not been.
If you are
sleeping
not
for the
clapping,
past
you are a
few
hater.
days.
Go.
Come on, come on.
Come on,
Let's give
come
them
on.
their flowers,
Come on,
please.
come on in, come on in. Can someone tell them outside? AF team members, I need you on stage, guys.
Busala,
Get in,
come
get
on.
in, get in. Where are you? Get in, get in, get in. Baker, don't be there. Fire Kemi, come on, get in, get in. JJ, I need you guys on stage. Chisom, I need you guys on stage. Israel, Dami, come. I need you all on stage, please.
It
What am I seeing? What am I
takes
seeing?
a whole community.
YPIT AF team members, get on stage, guys. Biola, why are you there? You are getting your people, Abi. Find them. Red Bull. Get on stage, guys. Who am I missing? Emmanuel, why are you not on stage?
Come on.
Get on stage. As you guys can see, it's an amazing team behind the scene. But get on Fire Kemi, come on stage, please, love.
Thank you to every single one of you. These people have been stressed. These people have gone above and beyond to help us put this together, and we do not take it for granted. We are super appreciative, and you have all of our hearts, all of our love. My voice out. And that's absolutely fine.
Pictures. Get in, picture time. Guys, I have to say, special announcement. YPIT AF 2027, June 12th, locked in already, guys. Already. So we're doing this again for the next year. Big shout out to everyone. Right, and thank you guys thank you all for being here. Thank you to every team member. This is just the beginning. As you guys can see, it is not just one person or two people or a few people. It really took a village, and this is just half of the team, guys. There's people working remotely. There's people downstairs. There's people that have sacrificed time, money, energy to make this possible. So thank you, guys. Thank you so much. It was well appreciated.
Love you guys. Love you.
Yeah.
Can we give the team a hoo-hoo? Can we give them a hoo-hoo-hoo?
Okay, guys, so we're taking a bow. We're taking a bow. 1, 2, ready, go.
Aww.
Please, can we have everybody in front of the stage? Want to take a good picture? So please, everybody, let's join them on the stage, on the floor here. Want to take a good picture? Quickly, everybody. You're a participant, so you're a partner, oh. You're a sponsor. Please come forward. You're a speaker.
Come out for pictures now.
Please come forward. Want to take a good picture? So that we'll quickly the event to an end. Quickly. We're going to count to 10. And by the time we count to 10, everybody here is who are going to snap. 1, 2. Please, if you're outside, join us. 3. Please indulge us. Okay. 4. 5. 6. If you did not appear in the picture, you did not come, oh. 7. All right. 8. Quickly. 9. Okay. Where are your checks?
Award winners, please come with our money, yo.
Please, if you're an hackathon winner, please come with your check.
Area hustle, my team. Where's my team?
Okay.
Area hustle, bring our money.
All right.
I'm in the team now, don't play. We started from Ikorodu.
You can sit down. All right. This is everybody, right?
Area hustle, my team.
All right. It's upside down now. All right. studio. All right. So this is our DJ. So this is what we're going to say. I'm going to say YPIT, and you say the artificial future. Do we get that? YPIT. No. YPIT. We can do better. YPIT. Are you ready? Are you ready? So 1, 2, 3. YPIT.
The artificial future.
YPIT. All right. Thanks a lot. It's been a wonderful day. Thank you for coming out. See you next year, June 12th. All right, thank you.
It's part of the design team too. Wow, you guys did so well. So well.
Say, Joey. Joey's gone. Okay.
Joy's gone. Only a leader boy. Joy's gone. Joy's gone. Joy's gone. Only a leader boy.
Take your check on table, say yourself right.